Chapter 261, Alchemy Guild Leader of Dark City. In the dark noble city circle of the Dark City was a black castle in the very center of the noble city circle. It was the Dark Castle, where the mysterious highest-ranking noble of the rare plains Dark City lived, the Dark Earl. Only a Dark Baron rank noble was eligible to meet with the Dark Earl. For others, the Dark Earl was only a ghost. However, if others knew this mysterious, enigmatic Dark Earl was laughing crazily while holding a silver pill with a red threads-like marking, and his appearance was not any better than coal mine worker, the Dark City would lose all face. Ahaha, I finally made this damn basic Type 2 berserker pill. I can finally be a dark alchemist and leave this forsaken place. Hallberg guffawed as he was on the verge of shedding tears from pure bliss. However, Dark Rose's electric voice rang, almost making him drop the berserker pill. Lord Hallberg, there is a level 3 alert. A sense of déjà vu hit Hallberg as he remembered the last time Dark Rose contacted him over a week ago, was also telling him about the level 1 alert and nearly blowing his lab in the process. Now there was a level 3 alert, and he became vigilant as he asked with a frown, "What is it this time?" Faceless Ancient had killed a senior Grandmaster rank alchemist a few moments ago, Dark Rose reported emotionlessly. Hallberg's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, "What? Are you joking?" And no one stops him. He was really astonished since he had never expected to hear such news, because it had been a long time since someone had killed someone in the Dark City, and the person in question was a senior Grandmaster, nevertheless. "I can't joke, and no one was able to stop him," Dark Rose emotionlessly replied. Hallberg frowned. No one was able to stop him. Is that guy really that powerful? But why did he kill a senior Grandmaster, and how did you handle it? Hallberg knew Dark Rose had full authority to act and then report it to him. She wasn't like those AIs of the 3 hegemonies who couldn't act unless they were given order and bonded by authority restrictions. Dark Rose was even more special than the Alchemy Guild's proud creation, the White Sage. She was given full authority over the Dark City and could make independent decisions according to the situation. Even a Dark Earl like Hallberg could not interfere if his decision were harmful to the Dark City, and he would be punished if he overstepped his boundary. That's what truly makes the Dark City impartial. Dark Rose replied. He acted according to the Alchemy Guild's law and regulation, and the Guild's AI. White Sage confirmed it, and he also has Star 1 privilege. So, according to Clause 884, I charged him with a fine of 100 ZC and gave him a warning. As for his prowess, I have no authority to break into his personal data or spy on him, or Star Network will erase me. Hallberg's expression went strange. White Sage confirmed it. Do you mean he's an official Alchemy Guild member? Wasn't he a member of the association? Over a week ago, Faceless Ancient identity badge had been changed from the Alliance to the Guild's senior Grandmaster Gunsmith. Dark Rose emotionlessly replied. Hallberg's expression turned even more strange. A senior Grandmaster Gunsmith, and he's as strong as an 8-star knight. Is he an official member of the Alliance or the Guild? Nevertheless, he would be a genius if he could reach these ranks in both hegemonies. That sneaky fellow Braylon might make things difficult for him, since he will not sit still while his authority gets challenged by someone else. Well, it's good, I guess. It will be far better to make a move and have a good impression by getting him out of this trouble. Hallberg's eyes lit up, as he felt it was a great plan to play the good guy to win over talent. However, Dark Rose's next words instantly burst his bubble, and the pill in his cracked by the sheer force he put in his finger because of the surprise. Lord Hallberg, the Rare Plains Dark City Alchemy Guild's leader authority has just been transferred from Senior Grandmaster Braylon to Sir Faceless Ancient. According to our contract with the Alchemy Guild, he can now enter the Dark Inner Circle City's Alchemy Guild. At this moment, a masked figure walked out from the exit of the Alchemy Guild's building. This person was none other than Jacob, who was in quite a good mood after getting unexpected benefits after robbing Braylon of his items, money, and authority. Jacob never believed that Braylon would resist unless he didn't cherish his life, which he did very much. Jacob knew such a person who cherished his life above anything when he saw one and would do anything to have a chance at living. He was such a person as well. Pub future ads. However, unlike Braylon, he never goes out scheming and causes trouble unless he is absolutely sure of his victory. Anyhow, talk about benefits. The first one he got was naturally an extra 58,139 ZC balance, of which 20,594 ZC came from Braylon, and most surprisingly, 31,193 came from none other than Otto. At the same time, the rest belonged to those other senior grandmasters, including Rita. Otto's balance instantly drew Jacob's attention, and he gave the dwarf a meaningful look which made the other party shudder with bloodshot eyes. Still, he didn't expose him and didn't care much where that money came from since it was now his. If he wants it back, he can look for him any time. In the end, out of the kindness of his heart, Jacob still left them with 1 ZC each so they could still pay for their dwelling expenses in the Dark City. The second benefit he received came from snatching Braylon's authority as guild leader. It turned out the guild leader of the Alchemy Guild in Dark City has a status equal to an upper-rank Dark Noble. This means now he could enter the inner circle of the Dark City and didn't have to pay to prolong his stay in the Rare Plains Dark City. That's also the reason for him leaving the guild building right away. He wanted to go to the inner circle post-hastily. Just Braylon's workshop in the inner circle was enough for Jacob to head there immediately, not to mention other things unique to the inner circle. There was nothing left here for him anyway. Lastly, the third benefit also came from Braylon, which was none other than material for blood insect enslavement ritual array, the rainbow star dust. Chapter 262, A Mysterious Place. Jacob exits the taxi after paying 50 gold coins. 1,000 meters away from him was a colossal wall that went all the way to the ceiling of the Dark City. There were no gates in this wall, but instead, there were skyways built for cable lifts. At this moment, Jacob was standing right outside the station of these cable lifts. So, behind that wall is the dark inner circle of the Dark City. Quite a brilliant idea to make skyways instead of gates. They took full advantage of the underground terrain and made their core areas almost impossible to sneak into. Jacob thought with a faint, cold smile, "Let's see if I can find more interesting things in there." Without hesitation, he walked inside the station, which was quite empty since those nobles of the inner circle seldom appeared in the common circle, just like Braylon. Jacob was stopped in front of a closed door that led toward the upper level of the station. Just he was wondering if he would push it or not, Dark Rose's voice rang from a metal speaker beside the door. "Sir, Jack, would you like to book a ticket for your journey to Dark Inner Circle?" Jacob glanced at the speaker and nodded. "Sure. It would be 10,000 gold coins. Would you like to continue?" "Continue," Jacob said without hesitation. He just got over 50,000 free ZC, so he was quite rich. A few thousand gold coins were nothing but chump change for him. The very next moment, a payment was deducted from his account, and with a mechanic's beep, the metal door was opened, revealing an escalator that started moving right after the door was opened. Jacob walked forward without much surprise, and the thick metal door behind him closed automatically. Unbeknownst to Jacob, a few pairs of eyes were staring at the entrance of the Inner Circle Dark Cities station, where he had vanished a few moments ago. "What now? The target is already left for the Inner Circle. We don't have the lower Dark Noble title to enter that place," a cloaked man helplessly stated. "Who would have thought our target is also a Dark Noble?" This made things complicated, because even if we had killed him in the Dark City, we won't be able to escape alive since killing a Dark Noble within the Dark City is directly punished by death by torture. Another male voice exclaimed with a hint of terror. A small 2-foot figure looked at the entrance and sighed ruefully. "Our information is still dormant, and it doesn't matter anymore. We are no longer qualified to claim this target. Only those members in the Inner Circle are. Let's just report it to our leaders." In a secluded alley of the common circle, a small cloaked figure entered with hurried steps like someone was after it. After walking to the end of the alley, which was completely blocked by a brick wall, the figure suddenly moved its hand and pressed it on a particular brick, and like a button, the brick was squeezed inside. Thereby, a faint, crisp voice rang, "Your unique password and badge number." The small figure replied faintly, "I am the Lord of Gutter and Slave of Darkness. Badge number, Iron Constant 978359. Just as his voice trailed off, a faint click was made. A small brown door magically materialized in the brick wall. The small figure pushed the brown door, and a dark passage appeared. Without hesitation, he walked into this dark passage, submerging into the darkness. The next moment, the brown door was closed, and just like it appeared, it vanished, turning back into the old brick wall like it wasn't there at all. Walking in the dark passage, the small figure wearing a black mantle saw the light a few meters ahead, and without hesitation, he removed the hood from it and then the white wooden mask, revealing an old gray beard face. If those senior Grandmaster alchemists were here, they would have instantly recognized this face, because it was none other than Senior Grandmaster Potion Alchemist Otto. It would appear after getting robbed by Jacob, Otto also didn't stay in the Alchemy Guild and appeared in this shoddy place for some reason. Otto walked out of the dark passage and appeared in a spacious hall that was filled with tall bookshelves filled with books. It seemed like a library. Furthermore, there was a huge hourglass filled with black sand hovering in the top center of this library, and the black sand was going upward instead of downward. Strangely, the sand in the lower half of this hourglass wasn't getting lesser, and neither the upper half seemed to get filled. The sand just vanished after it touched the top of the upper half. Otto seemed to be unbothered by this strange phenomenon and directly walked toward the wooden counter of this library, where a green goblet with a strange pattern under her right eye was looking at Otto impassively. Pub Future ads. Otto stopped in front of the counter and said impassively, "I would like to change my star ID as well as my current appearance." The goblet didn't even flinch at Otto's absurd demand and emotionlessly asked, "How many organizations are you part of, and what are your rankings in them?" "I have 2 organizations' identities, the Killer Skull Society, ranking A Skull, and the Alchemy Guild's Alchemy Potion branch, ranking Senior Grandmaster," Otto replied without hesitation. The goblet was still emotionless as she asked again, "Do you want to get rid of your brain chip as well?" "Yes. I would like to recommend the bronze class erase. It will cost 1 million ZC, the goblet impassively stated. Otto didn't seem surprised by this absurd price, since he knew this place was not a place where he could negotiate or raise his opinion on the price. Once the price was given, it was final and unchangeable. So he flipped his hand. A milky white diamond which was shining like a white star appeared in his hand, and he placed it on the counter and asked, "Will this be sufficient?" The goblet didn't agree or deny, as she suddenly pressed her claw-like hand on the white diamond before it shimmered with dark haze, and then it returned to normal. She then looked at Otto and said, "A growth-type light magic core 1 star, price 1.2 million ZC. It is sufficient, and the reaming 200,000 ZC will be transferred to your new Star ID bank account." Otto shook his head as a hint of hatred flashed past his eyes as he said, "I want to use 100,000 ZC to buy a ticket to Epic Plains, and reaming 100,000 to issue an iron-class kill order on someone." The goblet nodded and impassively asked, "Star ID?" Otto gritted his teeth as he said with naked killing intent in his eyes, "Faceless Ancient." Chapter 263, an auction post. While sitting in the cable lift, Jacob decided to check the post about the ritual array materials he posted a week ago in the alchemy exchange market. Since he already got the rainbow dust from Braylon, he could cross this material from his list, and if the blood flower was really the crimson flower he already had, then he only needed 3 more materials. But it still remained to be seen if the blood flower needed for the array, and the one he had were the same or not, since he still didn't spot it in the encyclopedia. Now that he was going to the Inner Circle City, he was hopping to get some peace and could research without getting interrupted again. As he opened the Alchemy Exchange Market interface, he saw his post about the 5 materials had 2 replies on it, which was quite still better than he was expecting, and he opened them to see if he had any luck. Search post by Faceless Ancient. I'm looking for these 5 materials. Price is negotiable. Reply 1, Black Robe Alchemist. I have Nightmare Lily, but it is 500 years old, intermediate type 1. Please contact me if you're interested. Reply 2, Flowery King 98934. I don't have Night Salve's Poison Magic Core of 9 star, but I have Silver Rattle Viper's Poison Magic Core of 9 star. You know where to find me if you're interested. Jacob frowned as he looked at the Black Robe Alchemist's reply. There were no substitute materials written in the ink recipe, which means I can't exchange them at will. I only have one chance at this, so I better prepare all the materials according to the requirements. Although this Nightmare Lily is only at intermediate type 1 grade, but if it's still alive, I might be able to cultivate it into advanced rank. It's far better than nothing, I guess. As for this second guy, he might know the information on Night Slave. With these thoughts in mind, Jacob proceeded as he sent both of them private messages. Faceless Ancient to Black Robe Alchemist. If your Nightmare Lily is still alive, state your price. I'm also interested in its cultivation method. Faceless Ancient to Flowery King 98934. I want full information on Night Salve. State your price. Done writing his responses, he started to browse through the market, especially those auction posts. He was not very hopeful of getting something that could draw his interest. However, Jacob's finger stopped on a particular post with a picture of a palm-sized silvery rock with a smooth, edgy surface. Auction post by Great Earth Miner. I have discovered this unknown mineral. If anyone is interested, please feel free to bid, and if you have information on it, I'll give you a 25% discount on your final bid. Thank you. Item type, mineral ore. Magic property rank, unknown. Quantity, 500 grams. Starting price, 1 ZC. Reaming time before the auction end, 1 hour. Current highest bidder, Dark Moon of Beast Forest. Bid from Dark Moon of Beast Forest, 21 ZC. Jacob's eyes were affixed on the picture, as he was confirming if his guess was right or wrong. If I'm not wrong, then this is raw plutonium and so pure. Jacob was too familiar with the radioisotopes, which were used in making radioactive weapons. Even for someone like him, he didn't dare to play with these radioisotopes despite having worked on them for quite some time, because they were simply too dangerous. However, in this world, having these kinds of weapons was like having a trump card. In the champion space, in the end, Jacob tried to buy radioactive minerals like uranium, radium, or even plutonium, but SAAI said they were not available in the rare planes. However, he bought other things that could cause as much damage as a radioactive bomb, which resulted from his lifelong research and obsessions with weaponry. He wanted to make a weapon that he didn't dare to make in his old world before going to the epic planes with those materials. The Titan sniper was no longer enough. And now that he saw someone was selling raw plutonium, how could he miss this chance? It would save him a lot of time if he had plutonium. So, without hesitation, he placed a bid of 30 ZC and then contacted this Great Earth Miner. Faceless Ancient to Great Earth Miner. If you have more of this mineral, I'm interested in buying them all at the same price as my bid. Jacob was decisive, as he knew finding raw plutonium could be said a stroke of luck, and he was very interested in the location where this guy found it. He might be able to discover even more than plutonium. But he didn't want to push his luck when he didn't even know the guy, so he first decided to see if he had more of it, or if he only had that one piece. However, Jacob received a notification when he was done sending a message of Great Earth Miner. Pub Future Ads. Dark Moon of Beast Forest outbid you. New bid on auction post number is 31 ZC. Jacob squinted his eyes. Does he know what it is? His eyes turn cold as he goes back and places a new bid of 50 ZC. He wanted to see if his guess was right or wrong, and he also wanted that piece of plutonium. The very next moment, the same notification rang again. Dark Moon of Beast Forest outbid you. New bid on auction post number is 51ZC. Jacob didn't react much this time as he went back and placed a new bid with cold eyes. Somewhere in the Beast Forest was an underground workshop that was filled with high-tech equipment. A tall figure in a black lab coat was sitting around a glass table that was filled with all kinds of explosive blueprints like grenades, landmines, and even RPGs. However, the person in a black lab coat was coldly looking at his wrist with its astute, foxy eyes. At this moment, a notification rang. Faceless Ancient outbid you. New bid on auction post number is 100ZC. It instantly spat a curse. Spineless bastard, unblock me if you have guts. Chapter 264, go ahead. After a small bidding war with Dark Moon of Beast Forest, Jacob ended up placing 350ZC, and only then did Dark Moon of Best Forest back off. He was adamant about winning this plutonium, so he was keeping an eye on this prick if he played any trick and placed a last-minute bid. Since he still had time, Jacob then decided to look at the Star Network news since he was just entering the Skyway, and it was a 50-meter-long tunnel which could explain just how thick the wall of the inner circle was. He was interested in seeing how the Freedom Planes were fending off the dark beings. There were top 10 news on the platform, and the first news instantly drew his attention because of the star ID. 1. Freedom Lord Golden Sword. We are going through difficult times. The dark armies are upon us. They have already conquered 10% of our territories. Please join the United Freedom Army Front to protect your homes. Merits will be rewarded to heroes and their families. 2. Water Fairy 4434. The dark begins a wreaking havoc in Ice Nation. Where is the United Freedom Army Front? 3. Goblin Senior 943032. Don't go in the United Freedom Army Front. They are using people like cannon folds, while those F***K lords are hiding behind their bunkers and their family members. 4. Cloud of Public. The dark beings are getting out of hand. They already conquer 40% of the Freedom Plains, and millions of people are dead. Where is the United Freedom Army Front? Where is the Freedom Lords? The borders are blocked by the dark beings. Will the Freedom Plains be annihilated? 5. The entire Start Network news was filled with gloom and pleading posts. People were desperately crying for help from the United Freedom Army Front, but they got no response. Even their so-called Freedom Lords were dormant and had vanished after getting beaten black and blue by the Lich King. Not only them, but the entire upper echelon of the 5 nations of the Freedom Plains had gone missing, leaving those helpless natives to fend for themselves, and they were getting killed by the dark beings daily. Jacob emotionlessly looked at all that news and closed the platform since he had seen enough. Those lords, as well as their loved ones, probably escaped, leaving behind these cannon folds to slow down the dark beings. If I'm not wrong, the only way out is the Star Ocean, since the dark beings are blocking their escape routes from land. They can easily take refuge in the common plains, since there is no restriction there or dark beings. Or they can use the Great Star River to head toward higher plains or come here, Jacob thought impassively. However, deep down, he was feeling a tingle of pain as all those posts flashed through his eyes. His heart grew colder and colder when he thought all those people were dying because he had cleared the trial. Little Jack, remember, expressing vile thing is easier, and then accomplishing it is difficult, but the true pain rose from the consequences. Jacob remembered the words he heard from the old priest before his lips rose into an icy smile, as all those thoughts turned into nothingness. I'll get used to consequences then. At this moment, his star watch vibrates, snapping him out of his strange state of mind. When he saw it was a message from one of the people he had contacted, he opened it. Faceless Ancient to Flowery King 98934. I want full information on Night Salve. State your price. Flowery King 98934. Reply. Are you sure you only want information on Night Slave, but not the Silver Rattle Viper's poison magic core? Jacob coldly wrote a reply. No. Flowery King 98934, reply. All right, since you only want information, I can give you for free. It's not like it's a secret or anything. We alchemists should stick together and help each other whenever we can. Jacob frowned, and before he could reply, he received another message. Flowery King 98934, reply. Attached file, this thing is too hard to catch. Just be careful. He really sent it. Jacob opened it and saw the picture of a pitch-black round ball filled with meter-long spikes at every nook of its surface. It was like a sea urchin. Night Slave, marine magic beast, found in 2 miles depth of the western Star Ocean and only activate at night. Jacob's face sank when he saw it was a marine magic beast, and it was found in the western Star Ocean, which was in the direction of the Wild Nation. Still, this information was quite valuable for him, so he still sent Flower King 98934-1ZC, as he didn't want someone's charity, and no longer bothered replying to him. I'll wait until I'm done here before making a trip to the Wild Nation, Jacob thought. At this moment, his lift reached the end of the tunnel, and large metal gates started to slide upward, revealing a large metropolis behind. But it was not as busy as the common circle of the city. Pub future ads. However, Jacob felt refreshed when he breathed the air and was astounded by it. There is something different about this place, he thought while looking at the paved and spotlessly clean streets of the inner circle, while people walking here were mostly not wearing any cloaks like the common circle. However, Jacob's attention was drawn by his star watch again when he received another reply from the reaming 2. Faceless Ancient to Great Earth Miner. If you have more of this mineral, I'm interested in buying them all at the same price as my bid. Great Earth Miner, reply. Do you know what it is and where it is used? I can give you a 25% discount as promised. Jacob frowned after reading this reply. He didn't mention anything about having more. It seemed he had more, but he didn't want to sell it. So Jacob used another approach as he replied. Sell me 10 kg of it, and I'll tell you. Great Earth Miner, reply. You're too greedy. I should make a deal with the Dark Moon of Beast Forest instead. Jacob coldly sneered. So you want to play this game? He replied decisively. Go ahead. Chapter 265, Black Robe Alchemist Reply. Jacob didn't receive any more messages from the Great Earth Miner after he sent, go ahead. However, a few seconds later, that prick retracted his auction post, which could only mean he had made some kind of deal with the Dark Moon of Beast Forest. Jacob coldly chuckled when he received 175 ZC from Great Earth Miner as a ramification, because he retracted the auction post with bidding. Canceling an active auction post naturally has a ramification. The seller has to pay half the amount of the current highest bid to the bidder. Although Jacob really wanted that plutonium, it doesn't mean he can't do without it. He already had materials for his needs to create a new weapon. The plutonium could have made the process faster. Furthermore, Jacob knew no one in the rare plains could handle plutonium better than him, and those guys would soon regret it if they started experimenting with it without prior knowledge. With this thought in mind, Jacob sent a message to Great Earth Miner before he closed the interface without caring about the reply. The lift also stopped at this moment, and the door slid open. Welcome to Dark Inner Circle of Dark City. Dark Rose's mechanical voice rang. Jacob stood up and walked into the new station, which was the same as the common circle, and soon he exited the station. However, when Jacob was about to hail a taxi, his eyes suddenly moved toward a particular direction, and he just happened to see a few cloaked figures looking in his direction. As if they were startled by Jacob's sudden gaze, they instantly started to move as if it was coincident. Who is monitoring my movement? Jacob knew when he was being monitored, and he was feeling this from the moment he left the Alchemy Guild building. But he ignored it since those were small fries. But now, the moment he exited, someone was there waiting for him. Well, whoever it was, they won't pester me in the Alchemy Guild. Jacob stopped caring about them, hailed a taxi, and headed into the Alchemy Guild in the inner circle. The alchemy guild in the inner circle was quite different from the common circle, the biggest difference being they didn't conduct entrance tests there, but only did business like selling their products. The alchemists here were all lower-rank dark nobles, but their guild ranks were below senior grandmasters. For some strange reason, Braylon was the only senior grandmaster present in this place. Furthermore, most of these alchemists were quite loyal to Braylon. But the thing was going changed as Jacob walked into the building and directly headed toward the workshop area. "Who are you? Stop right there." A cold voice sounded when Jacob was about to take the elevator toward the upper floors. Jacob coldly looked at a handsome elf approaching him with an unkind expression. The elf coldly said with squinted eyes, "Who are you? This area is restricted to just alchemists. Get out of here before I call the guards." Jacob didn't move and merely tapped his finger on his wrist before a projection materialized. It was the projection of the Alchemy Guild badge, and below this badge were written golden words, "Guild Leader, Dark City." The elf was shocked when he saw the Guild Leader badge, which was supposed to be with Braylon, had appeared on this mysterious guy. His eyes turned ruthless as magic power suddenly started to gather around his palm. "Do you think I'm a child and followed by this fake badge? You have dug your own grave by using this fake badge." However, before he could use his magic power, he was rooted in his place because Jacob somehow appeared right behind him, and his finger was right where the elf's heart was. Jacob's impassive voice rang at this moment. "I will repeat this only once. Braylon has given me his position and will no longer come here. I will not interfere with the guild matter and let them run as they were running before. Unless the guild building is about to get destroyed, no one is allowed to approach Braylon's old workshop, which is mine from now on. Because if anyone did, I'll chop off their limbs before throwing them out. Do I make myself clear?" The elf felt icy, although his entire body was sweating profusely, and just as Jacob's voice trailed off, he again appeared right where he was standing. The elf felt deadly chills as he saw the masked man standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. "Do you want to leave behind your limb before you decide to scram?" Jacob coolly questioned. The elf then quickly snapped out of his stupor. Aye, I'll scram." Without wasting even a second, he ran away. He had never felt so close to death before and didn't want to stay to see if Jacob was just kidding. Pub future ads. After getting rid of the imbecile, Jacob directly headed toward the top floor where the best workshop in this building was located, Braylon's Magic Smith workshop. Since Braylon didn't think that he would be forfeiting his position this morning, when he went to meet Jacob, everyone in his workshop was the same. There were many equipments and materials. Even some blueprints were lying on the study table. Those blueprints should be Braylon's current projects. There was also a large bookshelf with over 100 books about magic smithing. Now everything belonged to Jacob, as he also had acquired everything in Braylon's space ring as well. Jacob was quite satisfied with this magic smith workshop, and without wasting more time, he continued his study. He wasn't planning on leaving before he would be a full-fledged senior grandmaster magic smith, as well as get rid of his reserve alchemist status. After what happened with Gunnar, he didn't want the tragedy to repeat itself with Alchemy Guild. But before he could start, he received a reply from Black Robe Alchemist. "Faceless Ancient to Black Robe Alchemist. If your nightmare lily is still alive, state your price. I'm also interested in its cultivation method." Black Robe Alchemist, reply, "I only have one nightmare lily, and it just happened to be planted in my herb garden. However, I'm hiding in the Freedom Plains, and the situation is not optimal for any kind of travel for obvious reasons. So, if you want the nightmare lily, you have to come to my place." Chapter 266, Official Guild Member. The bare-chest man stood in front of a blazing forge, as he was filled with sweat which showed the carved muscles on his pale skin even more apparent. He was holding long smith tongs and impassively looking at the piece of some metal within the forge. The strange thing was, not only was this piece of metal wasn't turned crimson with heat, but it was glowing in dark blue color. This man was naturally none other than Jacob. Jacob suddenly the tongs and pulled the dark blue metal from the blazing forge, and he quenched it into a metal barrel filled with a glossy blue liquid prepared beforehand. However, upon packing the heated metal into that blue liquid, there was no smoke at all. On the contrary, the entire blue liquid suddenly stirred before its quantity started to drop, as the full barrel of this blue liquid was now getting lower and lower until nothing was left. The only thing that was left was the dark blue metal, which was now not only glowing, but there were faint sky blue markings on it. Jacob didn't seem surprised as he moved the tongs and then placed the dark blue metal on the big anvil. He then picked up a black hammer, which was actually filled with strange white markings, and right in the center of this hammer was embedded a small white gem. Without hesitation, he started to smith the dark blue metal, and every time he hit dark blue metal, the white gem flashed, and so the white marking on the hammer and a small shockwave was created. However, Jacob's strikes were somewhat special, as they did not contain just blunt force, but precise control and focus. A different kind of shockwave was created every time his hammer hit the metal. Even the sound was somewhat different from the other strike. After smitting the dark blue metal for 15 minutes, Jacob finally stopped and looked at the long dark blue blade with sky blue patterns, which seemed like the marking on the black hammer. The next moment, a T-shape hilt appeared, and the handle was embedded with another small white gem. This was prepared prior before he made the blade. Without hesitation, he combined the sword hilt with the sword blade, and something amazing happened. Click! The white gemstone suddenly shimmered with a clicking sound, and the sky blue pattern on the blade began to glow brightly. The dark blue marking on the blade started to spread on the hilt at this moment like roots and covered it entirely. Jacob looked with great anticipation at those markings spreading on the hilt, and the white gemstone was the only place they seemed to be avoiding. At this moment, the white gem suddenly turned cracked, and within a few moments it turned into white power. However, the sky blue marking was now completely engraved on the blade and hilt, creating a strange pattern. Jacob didn't seem surprised by the white gem's current state, and he flipped his hand before another white gem appeared. He enclosed the gem in the position of the previous white gem, and like a magnet, it instantly clicked on the empty spot. End the recording and send it back for final verification. Jacob impassively commanded, as the faint white glow on his arm flashed brightly before a projection appeared of an interface. Alchemy Mission Application. Alchemy Guild ID, Faceless Ancient. Current rank, 9-star Alchemist, Reserve Alchemist. Next rank, 1-star Epic Alchemist, Official Alchemist. Mission. Promotion mission available, 1. Note, complete this mission to get promotion. 1. Send a recording of you, Faceless Ancient, creating an advanced Type 1 Alchemy Potion Elixir. Status, complete 3 months ago. 2. Send a recording of you, Faceless Ancient, creating an advanced Type 1 Alchemy Pill. Status, complete 2 months ago. 3. Send a recording of you, Faceless Ancient, creating an advanced Type 1 Magic Weapon. Status, complete just now. 4. Sent a recording of you, Faceless Ancient, creating an advanced Type 1 Mech Weapon. Status, complete 16 months ago. All the recordings have been verified. Rewards has been issued. Reward. Rank promotion. New identity badge. 1000 ZC. 1 advanced type, 1 medicinal alchemy related knowledge. 1 advanced type, 1 medicinal alchemy related skill. 1 advanced type, 1 weaponry alchemy related knowledge. 1 advanced type, 1 weaponry alchemy related skill. Extra rewards for becoming a 1-star Epic Alchemist. Note, please head to Epic Plains to receive these rewards. Jacob frowned when he looked at the last part. At this moment, his interface refreshed automatically. Alchemy Mission Application. Alchemy Guild ID, Faceless Ancient. Current rank, 1-star Epic Alchemist. Next rank, 2-star Epic Alchemist. Mission. Promotion mission available, None. Note, please head to Epic Planes to receive Star Epic Alchemist missions. Reward missions, Rare Planes. Difficulty 1 Star Epic Alchemist. Note, please head to Epic Planes Star Epic Alchemist missions. Jacob thought grimly while looking at his new status in the Alchemy Guild. So after 1 Star Epic rank, I can't gain access to higher level missions because I'm in Rare Planes. Didn't this mean all the information on Type 2 also can't be accessed? Jacob checked the shops, and just as he thought, no Type 2 knowledge was released, which could only mean his guess was likely right. Because whenever he achieved a certain threshold, new information would always be released by the White Sage, but now he got nothing but a note telling him to head to the Epic Planes. At this moment, he also received a new identity badge, which was branded with the Alchemy Guild's sigil. The blazing red flame rising from an 8-legged golden cauldron written under a silver ribbon with golden letters, 1 Star Epic Alchemist, Faceless Ancient. At least this badge could be useful within the Epic Planes. Jacob's expression returned to his usual cold self. I finally absorbed everything except Type 1 Universal Magic Manual. Now I can finally start preparing for my departure from the Rare Planes. In contrast, there are still 18 remaining months left before that woman's deadline approaches. I can either go with the Alchemy Guild entourage or AOWL them. I'll decide after acquiring information about the journey toward the Epic Planes. I need to start my manufacturing and end it in 1 month, and then I'll make a round trip to the Freedom Planes in 6 or 7 months. Time is quite short, I guess. Jacob thought as 18 months had passed since he had taken over as the Dark City's Alchemy Guild leader, and now he was finally an official member of the guild. But he was still far from being done with the Rare Planes, so without wasting more time, he started to take out all kinds of gun parts filled with those strange patterns like on the hammer and newly forged advanced Type 1 magic sword. Chapter 267, Bronze Invitation. Unknown location, above the sky, was flying a 2-meter gray eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters, flying at a terrifying speed. On top of this eagle were standing 2 figures, without any fear of blowing away with the wind current. On the contrary, the wind seemed to be not even touched their bodies as if they were corporeal. One was a tall, middle-aged man with purple skin and giving off a peaceful aura. However, the purple-skinned, beautiful woman with a fierce expression beside him, who had a great resemblance to him, was giving off a completely different vibe than him. At this moment, the woman frowned slightly as she looked at her wrist, and a small projection with 1 notification appeared. Your bronze invitation, Faceless Ancient, has become a 1-Star Epic Alchemist. The Bronze Initiation Benefits BIB has been activated. Bronze Invitation Benefits. You, amiable monkfish, will now receive 40% of Faceless Ancient earnings made through the Alchemy Guild channels. You have the right to issue 3 guild missions every year to Faceless Ancient. You have the right to revoke the Faceless Ancient Bronze Invitation anytime by paying a 10 million ZC process fee. Note, the Bronze Invitation benefits are only valid from 1-Star Epic Alchemist to 9-Star Epic Alchemist rank. A hint of surprise flashed past Ellie's blue eyes, reading the invitation. So fast, it seemed I had underestimated this guy. Not only was he capable of robbing and snatching one's guild leader position 18 months ago, but his alchemy talent is also top-notch. He's far superior to 1 to 11, but he's also quite rebellious and might hold it against me if he knew what the Bronze Invitation actually was. Although I didn't waste my Bronze Invitation on him, he's not like those obedient dogs. I have to put a tight leash on him once he comes here and show him the true difference between Rare Planes and Epic Planes. Once he's completely under my control, he'll earn me big profits. Calmness returned to her eyes as the small projection vanished. However, she was startled when Nelson was looking at her with this amusing grin on his face. He said teasingly, "Hee hee, my little girl, who are you scheming against this time? Tell your daddy quickly." Ellie threw a fierce punch right at his face with pursed lips. Get out of my face, old geezer. However, Nelson kept grinning and wasn't panicked by that punch at all. He merely moved his finger between his face and the powerful punch was instantly stopped in its track. Nelson sighed ruefully. You're so willful and brutal. You even punched your old daddy and tried to kill him. Sometimes I even wonder if I have birthed a wolf. Shut up and get out of my face before I kill this little rid of yours. Ellie instantly snapped as a powerful aura started to release from her. The eagle suddenly trembled in fear, as if he understood what Ellie just said. Nelson knew when to stop with his little shenanigans, so he stood straight again and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, can you stop with threats of destroying my things? You were so cute when you were little. Ellie pursed her lips and spat. If I don't threat you with your things, you don't know when to stop with your childish behavior. Heh, but you know I love my baby girl the most, Nelson said matter-of-factly. HMPH, this won't work anymore, Ellie snorted, but the coldness in her eyes visibly lessened. Nelson merely chuckled as he knew Ellie the best. All right, tell me, is that really Bib there? And you used it on that faceless ancient you were telling me about. Ellie didn't hide it since she knew there was no point in hiding it since Nelson wasn't a fool as he always pretended to be, and he could easily see through her. Yes, it is the same person. Did he ask you what a bronze invitation was, or just accept it without asking any questions? He asked again. He asked me, and I didn't tell him what it was, what it had to do with anything. She questioned with somewhat narrowed eyes. She knew Nelson wouldn't ask so many questions unless he wasn't interested in the topic. Especially if a stranger from rare plains was involved. You did well by not telling him, or he would never have accepted your invitation. Nelson chuckled as he commented. Do you know something? Ellie's interest was now piqued. How about you tell me how much you love your daddy, and I'll tell you 10. Nelson instantly pulled his mischievous grin again. Ellie's serious expression was replaced by exasperation, and she threw a vicious kick at Nelson's rear, but it was again blocked by Nelson's finger. Ha ha ha, I got you again, Nelson guffawed again. However, he quickly said when he saw Ellie was really going to cast a spell on the eagle, All right, stop, I'll tell you. Ellie then gave him a death glare but still stopped, but she was circulating the magic on the tip of her fingers, clearly ready to use a spell the moment Nelson pulled his nasty smile. Nelson sighed ruefully. I truly spoil you rotten. Okay, stop, I'm telling you, it's about Lucy. Ellie, who was about to throw a spell without caring about the height, instantly stopped when she heard that name. What about that tramp? She asked with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Nelson sighed in relief when he saw she finally stopped and revealed without getting derailed this time. From my sources, I heard the official members of the bank in the rare plains are getting restless and guess the place of their activities. Ellie asked with squinted eyes, Dark City. Not just Dark City, but the inner circle of the Dark City, and all the activities are happening right around our alchemy guild in there, Nelson coolly revealed. Ellie was surprised since she merely shot a blind arrow, but she never thought it would hit the bullseye. Don't tell that old tramp is after faceless ancient, but why? And how did she know about him anyway? Are you tricking me? She was extremely intelligent, and she easily guessed that it was about Jacob since the topic started with him. Nelson chuckled. I don't have any reason to sow discord between you two when I know you guys are like fire and water. She most likely after him. I think it's time I tell you another thing about this faceless ancient character. Ellie was stumped by this. Chapter 268, 3 Things. Dark Inner Circle, Alchemy Guild, top floor. Almost all the important figures of the Alchemy Guild of the Dark Inner Circle were gathered here. The atmosphere was extremely gloomy and apprehensive, as all of them were looking at each other with fear and agitation. Old Sixth, do you know why we are being summoned by guild leader? A gnome asked in a whispering voice while looking at the brown goblin. How the hell do I know? That tyrant had never bothered with us after coming here, but now all of a sudden he's summoning us. No matter how you look at it, it's extremely unsettling, the goblin snapped. Almost all of them were talking in this manner, and the top was the same. There were 3 people in particular who had ghastly pale expressions and were isolated by the other alchemists for some reason. There was another thing common about them, which was each of them was missing an arm. One of them was Kobold, as he asked the elf beside him grimly, "What do you think?" The elf with a missing arm gritted his teeth in hatred while replying, "How the hell did it matter what I think? Just don't provoke that monster, and we'll be fine. I don't want to lose another arm." The kobold with a missing arm, as well as a rat-faced demi-human who was also missing an arm, also gnashed their teeth in hatred and pain. These 3 still remembered that day like it was yesterday when they found out that Braylon was replaced by a new guy, and went there to confirm it despite the elf's warning, who met Jacob at the entrance of the lift. They just wanted to know why Braylon was being replaced and what kind of attitude the new guild leader had. In truth, these 3 were Braylon's most loyal dogs and were also involved in a good deal of calumniation and denigration of many fellow members of the guild. Braylon was always busy with research, so these 3 had gained quite a power behind his back, and Braylon didn't seem to care about it either. That's why they had gone to Jacob to inquire about why Braylon, who had no plan on leaving just in the morning, was now abruptly replaced by him. However, not to mention questioning Jacob, the moment they came a meter close to his workshop, Jacob's figure appeared like a shadow, and without giving them any chance, he directly chopped off their limbs and threw them out. Many who were paying attention to this new guild leader were gobsmacked by this turn of events, and they finally understood that the elf early wasn't joking at all about the new guild leader's brutal warning. From that day on, no one dared to approach Jacob's workshop, even if they had 1,000 guts. As for these 3 guys, they became the beaten dogs and were instantly isolated by all of them because of their past conduct. Since their limbs were cut off, they knew their life as an alchemist was as good as over, and they couldn't leave the place either since they were too used to the comfortable life of the Inner Circle's alchemy guild. Now, 20 months had passed since Jacob closed himself in the workshop, but today they all received summon from him, which made almost everyone scared. Still, they didn't dare to ignore his summoning. If Braylon was someone who liked to manipulate others by putting up an amiable front, then Jacob was like a tyrant who didn't care about his image or their feelings at all. He was terrifyingly powerful for them all, not be mentioned extremely ruthless. This was enough to keep them all in check. Click. The door was clicked open before a tall figure clad in black entered the hall, and everyone quickly stood up with sweat beaded on their foreheads, because this person was none other than their mysterious guild leader. Jacob was wearing his usual black outfit. However, if someone looked closely, there were jet black markings all over his long black windbreaker. Only someone with extremely good sight could tell the difference between the faint shade of the color. Furthermore, Jacob was wearing a faceless black mask, and not even his amber eyes weren't visible to anyone, as if he was completely blind. Not even his skin was visible, as his hands were now covered with the same kind of gloves as his windbreaker. Lastly, his head was covered by a long hood, and he looked just like a mysterious killer. Everyone felt chills just seeing him walking toward the high chair at the very front of the table. They were all used to not wearing any mask in this place, but Jacob was simply too mysterious. Jacob walked onto his chair and sat down before his impassive voice rang. "Sit." Everyone bowed their head first before they sat down on their chairs, but their heart rate was wild, and no one knew who Jacob was looking at right now since his eyes were no longer visible. Even his face mask was barely visible under that long hood. "Today, I summon everyone to discuss 3 things. Jacob spoke again and didn't mind their lack of response. He actually liked this silent environment. "First, I will be leaving the Dark City soon, which means the guild leader position will be vacant. So I will give you guys 1 week to become a senior grandmaster. I will invigilate the test personally, or I'll choose someone else from the Common Circle branch if none of you manage to pass. Is that clear?" Everyone was dumbfounded by this revelation and looked at Jacob with disbelief. No, I mean, why did you want to leave?" A wolf-face orc stuttered and asked with great difficulty. "Do I need to answer you about my matter?" Jacob coolly asked, without any intent behind his words. But to the orc, he nearly kneeled down to beg for forgiveness. Forgive me, guild leader." He lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it anymore. The others also kept their curiosity to themselves now, and didn't ask for the reason. A goblin spoke at this moment. "Can I ask if there are any particular requirements for the position like our professions?" This question did not pry into any of Jacob's matters, so everyone was hopping to get an answer for this, and also looked at the goblin in admiration to be able to speak in front of this scary guy. Jacob wasn't unreasonable, and he answered, "There are none. I don't know why there hadn't been any vice guild leader in this place or any senior grandmaster, but I'm pretty sure it has something to do with that prick Braylon. I'm not like him, and I think it's time for guild to return to its track. I have 100 permanent member slots. You guys are 59 grandmasters, and the first one to achieve senior grandmaster rank will be the guild and get 1 slot. The second one will be the vice guild leader and also receive 1 slot. As for the remaining 98 slots, if all of you guys are able to become senior grandmasters in a week, I'll give you 1 each. You guys can think of it as a competition." Everyone's eyes brightened, and their heart raced when they heard what Jacob was planning to do. Jacob's image instantly raised in their heart. Although he was tyrannical, he wasn't petty like Braylon. Just as he said, Braylon never allowed them to enter senior grandmaster ranks, because they were all lower-rank dark nobles and very young, nor he ever gave them any permanent member slot. In comparison, the Common Circle Guild was filled with old guys who had no potential at all. He even threatened them ambiguously that they were not ready to be senior grandmasters and might lose their membership if they tried to take that step. It was probably the reason that there were so few permanent members in Rare Plains. Braylon probably has an influence on the other guilds in the Freedom Plains as well. However, Jacob was now telling them to become one, and he was even giving them the positions they deserved. So they were quite grateful and thrilled to go prepared for the test. Even if they were not confident, they would still try it since it was a very precious opportunity. Only those 3 armless idiots were filled with regret. Jacob then speaks again, not caring about their enthusiastic expressions. "Second, I want you guys to use your connection and search for 3 types of materials for me. Anyone who found any one of these materials will get 3 permanent member slots, which means you can use them on yourself or your friends. I won't care." The hall regained deadly silence again as they looked at Jacob, as if he was a god of fortune. Jacob continued as he expected this much. "Third, I want information about Star Ocean, especially beyond the southern Star Ocean, which is the uncharted territory. If I deem your information useful, I'll give you 1 slot as a reward. But you only have 1 week to do these 3 things before I leave the Dark City. You all dismiss." Chapter 269, Vice President Call. After Jacob's announcement, the Alchemy Guild started to buzz with activities as all those grandmasters madly started to prepare for the upcoming test, as well as they used every contact to search for the materials and information Jacob wanted. The 3 types of materials Jacob made them search were naturally the white, assassin parasite bug's blood, night salve's poison magic core, and nightmare lily. The blood flower turned out to be the same blood flower required for the enslavement ritual array. So, Jacob now already has 2 materials, and as long as he gets his hand on the remaining 3, he will start the process of tamming the brain hunter. Jacob knew these dark nobles were not without connections, so he decided to use them by giving them enough motivation. The permanent member slots cost him nothing, and they were useless once he exited the Rare Plains. So, he wasn't losing anything by giving those useless slots as rewards to them, and he didn't care about controlling those useless guys like Braylon. Even if they didn't manage to get their hands on any of the materials, he already knows where to find 2 of them, while the assassin parasite bug could pose some problems. But he was confident in finding it, since he knew what environment they resided in. He would at least get information on the Star Ocean from all of this, which was as important as those materials. He still wanted to avoid traveling with the Alchemy Guild entourage if he could. At this moment, Jacob was sitting in his workshop, which was now clean and spotless, as if it were not in use for 20 months. He was looking at his Star Watch interface, and a message box was opened, and he was reading some unread messages which he didn't bother when he was busy. He even put his Star Watch away so he won't be disturbed. Faceless Ancient to Great Earth Miner, go ahead. 20 months ago. Faceless Ancient to Great Earth Miner, if you encounter any problem you're breathing, don't come begging me to save you. 20 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, what do you mean? 20 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, 20 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, fucking idiot, 20 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, hello, if you're still interested in our deal, I can forget about our past transition. 17 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, hey buddy, I was thinking about your offer lately, and I would be happy to work with you. Please reply for further discussion. 16 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, man, please reply if you want the silver ore. I can even give you a discount and I have 13 kg. 16 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, all right, I was wrong back then and shouldn't have believed that prick Dark Moon. I'm suffering from a strange breathing problem and my lungs are always on fire, and with time past, it is getting worse. So please help me. I'll fully cooperate with you. 15 months ago. Great Earth Miner, reply, why aren't you replying? 15 months ago. Jacob looked at hundreds, if not thousands, of unread messages from Great Earth Miner, except for the first 10 or 20 messages. The reaming was filled with pleading and begging, as he was suffering from a strange illness that was getting intensified by the day. His lips curled up in an icy smile. If you work with plutonium without even knowing what it is, especially if you have a large amount, then the alpha particles will kill your lungs at terrifying speed, which will cause scarring of the lungs, leading to further lung disease and, at the end, terminal lung cancer. I wasn't sure if cancer could occur in this world since the species here had very powerful immune systems. So, I was merely firing in the darkness, but it seemed diseases would find their way. But still, to get rare being effective by plutonium's radiation, it should be at least over 5 points, while it would take 10-point radiation to affect an extraordinary. In any case, he had to be exposed to more than 20 kg of plutonium to reach any aforementioned results. Jacob thought as he was calculating, as if Great Earth Miner was his experiment subject. His eyes shimmered darkly. Well, I don't need it anymore, but having it with me will not hurt, I guess. Besides, I'm really immune to radiation of over 10 points, so my immunity to harmful objects is legit. Now I just need to test slave objects. Anyhow, Elle should contact this guy now before he dies with all that plutonium buried somewhere. Jacob types a message, "Give me your location," and then sent it before he opened another message, which he was from the Black Robe Alchemist. Faceless Ancient to Black Robe Alchemist, I'll reach out when I'm done. Keep the Nightmare Lily safe for me. The price is not an issue. 20 months ago. Black Robe Alchemist, reply, sure, it's not like I can go anywhere with those damn corpses running amok outside. 20 months ago. Black Robe Alchemist, reply, I'm texting you to inform you that I'm going to flee from my base because the situation is not looking good for the Freedom Plains. But I'm leaving the Nightmare Lily in my herb garden as well as its cultivation method buried right underneath it. So, if you're still interested, you can pay me, and I'll give you the location of my abandoned base, and you can retrieve it from there. 12 months ago. Jacob narrowed his eyes when he saw this message. It could be a scam, but I guess if I didn't get any luck in the Dark City or the Beast Forest, then it's still better than nothing. Jacob then replied to him, "How much?" and then closed the interface. He then looked at the brightly lit city outside and thought, I should take a stroll in the market, especially the ship company. I need a fast ship to travel in the Star Ocean, and its size should be enough to put in my pendant. However, he pulled out of his thoughts when his star watch started to vibrate, and when he looked at the caller's star ID. He frowned deeply. Amiable monkfish wanted to send you a projection call. Accept/reject/projection setting. What did she want? Jacob was still on guard against this woman, and her timing of the call was simply too impeccable as he had just exited his seclusion, so he was not going to believe that it was a coincidence. He thought of ghosting her since he was no longer a reserve member, but then he thought about that ride to the epic plains in 16 months. He still needed to be in her good books until he made the final decision about his traveling problem. So he accepted the call, and Ellie, wearing a white veil and silvery robes, appeared. She was sitting behind a desk, just like the last time she called him. "Vice President, what do I owe the honor?" Jacob coolly stated. Ellie looked at Jacob's same outfit as the last time, and her eyes shimmered strangely. But she wasn't in the mood to have a chit-chat after talking to her father, so she got straight to business. Foremost, congratulations on becoming an epic alchemist in such a short amount of time. Consider the 10,000 ZC before you reward, and you can spend them freely now. Jacob scoffed in his heart, hearing this with coldness creeping in his eyes. So, she was keeping an eye on me, huh? As for that ZC, if I hadn't robbed Braylon, I'm afraid those 10,000 was only enough to practice either potion, pill, or magic smithing to senior grandmaster rank. Yet she had the nerve to say I can use it as I pleased. Still, he impassively replied, "Thank you for your generosity, Vice President." Ellie nodded before her eyes turned sharp. "Second, when were you going to tell me that you were the champion of the rare plains?" Jacob wasn't the least shocked by this, as he already knew this woman could learn this from the guild president as well, since a Gunnar can. But it was also quite clear that the president only decided to reveal it to her now, which means the president had some motive to hide it from her before. "What would you do if you knew? Last time I recon, I'm not obliged to report to you about anything other than guild matter, and that is also under the condition that I'm under the suspicion of some crime against the guild," Jacob emotionlessly uttered. Ellie was lost for words when she heard Jacob's valid refute and narrowed her eyes coldly while looking at the hooded figure. She never thought he would dare to refute, but it wasn't out of her expectation either. Still, she didn't push the matter since it was not what she had contacted him for. She asked coldly, "Fair enough. Then tell me, were you contacted by someone named Rich Winter Lady?" Surprised flashed past Jacob's eyes for the first time. Chapter 270, A Mission. Jacob could feel the great hostility from Ellie's voice for the Rich Winter Lady. Something is going on here, Jacob thought before he replied. "I was indeed contacted by bank manager Rich Winter Lady before your call, and I was given the same offer the vice guild leader gave me." Jacob decided to reveal this information as there wasn't anything worth hiding about it. Besides, the Rich Winter Lady gave him a bad feeling when he rejected her offer again and again. So now Ellie was bringing her all of a sudden could shed some light on this matter. He never believed that he was out of the woods after he rejected her offer, and he was most likely right. Furthermore, Ellie's naked hostility toward her draws Jacob's interest even more. So, that bitch somehow found out about me giving that brainless idiot 1 million ZC to revoke Faceless Ancient's membership, and contacted him even before me. I won't be surprised if that greedy bastard told her himself and earned himself more money. Ellie's eyes went icy cold when he heard Jacob confirming it, and she asked, "Why did you reject her offer?" Jacob nonchalantly replied, "Because I found it lacking." Ellie narrowed her eyes as she clearly didn't believe what Jacob had just said. Still, she felt better, because if he had accepted Lucy's offer, she would have wasted 1 million ZC on her archenemy, and she most likely has flown into madness. Since you decided to join the Alchemy Guild, I can assure you that it was the best decision of your life. However, you have offended Lucy in the process, and I can assure you that she is the prettiest person in existence. From my sources, I have discovered the Universal Mercenaries were snooping around the Alchemy Guild in the inner circle. From what I know about Lucy, it's most likely her who wanted you dead," Ellie revealed. Jacob's eyes narrowed behind his mask, as he suddenly remembered those watchful eyes he felt when he was coming to the inner circle. So, those guys were the reserve members of the bank commissioned by that woman. She must have put a lavish reward on my head to compel so many people to take risks in the dark city. He thought, but he wasn't worried about it as well. Right now, he was afraid of no one in the rare plains, and only epic tier beings could pose a threat to him or the Star Ocean. If he wanted to massacre in the dark city and then leave, he knew no one was capable of stopping him. But he won't be going to tell Ellie about it, because he could tell she had something else in mind, as she won't be contacting him just to warn him out of the kindness of her heart. He said, "What should I do then? I'm sure Vice Leader has some good suggestions for me." Ellie was somewhat surprised when she heard Jacob's voice contain no anxiety despite knowing he was being targeted by the bank manager of the Epic Plains. Dad was right. Someone who can pass a plain trial alone can indeed not be so simple, and I need to be more careful when dealing with him, she thought gravely. Ellie then finally spoke. "If it were someone else, I would have suggested they remain in the guild building. But you are someone who can complete a plain trial, so I have a different suggestion for you." "No, this is not a suggestion, but consider it a personal mission from me. If you choose to accept it, you will get half of your reward first. But if you reject it, I won't hold it against you." "Here it comes." Jacob's eyes shimmered in derision, but his voice was impassive when he asked, "I would like to hear about the mission and the rewards before making my decision." Ellie nodded in understanding before she stated, "It's quite simple. I want you to kill as many reserve or official universal members as possible. With each head, I will reward you with 1,000 ZC. You just need to send me the video to claim the reward. As for the other half of the reward, which I will give you if you decide to accept the mission, it is a basic Type 2 magic rifle blueprint. The choice is yours now." Ellie was full of confidence when she offered the blueprint of a basic Type 2 magic rifle, because she thought Jacob wouldn't be able to resist it since he was an alchemist. However, Jacob's words made her confident expression clouded as he coldly said, "I can't use basic Type 2 magic rifle blueprint since the rare planes lack materials, so it would be useless to me. I'm a very practical person, Vice Leader, so how about you send me the map of Star Ocean, which has the routes to rare planes and epic planes, as well as the map of the epic planes, and I'll accept this mission." Ellie squinted her eyes as she instantly understood what Jacob was after. "Do you want to travel in toward the epic planes alone?" "No, I just want to have such an option. Because if I start killing mercenaries, especially the permanent members, bank manager Lucy might not take it kindly if she found out it was me. Besides, I need to leave the protection of Dark City if I want to kill those mercenaries, and I can't leave rare planes instantly, either. In contrast, your voyage is still 16 months far. I just want to have another way out, and I don't think these maps would cost you anything at all," Jacob said matter-of-factly. Now that he got the chance to exploit the vendetta between Ellie and Lucy, he won't hesitate to ask for what he really needs. If he could get the map of Star Ocean routes that lead to the epic planes as he got in the common planes, he doesn't have to wait for anyone or rush things or even collect any information at all. He can leave whenever he wants to leave. Now the question was if Ellie's vendetta was deep enough with Lucy that she could allow this to happen or not. Ellie was quite astute, so she also guessed Jacob's motives, but she knew she was still in control as long as she had a bronze invitation in place, so Jacob couldn't escape her grasp as long as he didn't want to get kicked out of the guild. But she won't tell him that yet, and hold this trump card hidden for as long as she can. Right now, she wanted to make Lucy indignant, and Jacob could really achieve it. So she nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll give you both maps." Chapter 271, Black Sea Company. Jacob looked at the map in front of him with shining eyes and a faint smile. "Who would have thought I would get this map so easily? Now, I don't have to worry about my traveling problem. But now I have to kill those guys since that woman still has some use," he muttered with derision. Although this mission seemed quite deadly, killing a mercenary who could become a permanent member of the bank won't be someone easy to kill. But for Jacob, he just needed to lure them outside the Dark City before turning them into ZC. Not only he profited from this, but he also got 2 important maps from a reliable source. Now the question is, when should I get rid of those guys? Killing intent flashed past his eyes. Since Lucy wanted to kill him, he won't show mercy as well. The next day, Jacob left the Alchemy Guild after 20 months and headed toward the market of the inner circle for a stroll. The moment he started walking on the street, Jacob instantly felt multiple eyes on him, but he didn't react and pretended to be ignorant. Jacob was heading toward a special building which a black sailboat logo on its front, and written under the logo was Black Sea Company. The reason he came to this place was naturally to buy a ship, and another reason being he was quite familiar with their product as well. Because he used the black ship of their company to travel in the rare plains as well, but it was stolen goods, so he had to return it back. Furthermore, since this company can open in the inner circle of the Dark City, then it couldn't be normal at all. That's why after asking around, he found this place, and he must say it was only inferior to 3 hegemonies buildings. Without hesitation, he walked within the building and entered a large expansion, lavishly decorated with different ship statues. An elvish woman approached Jacob with a smile as she greeted him. "Welcome, gentlemen. How may I help you today?" "I want a treasure ship," Jacob impassively answered. "Do you have any rank preferences?" asked the elf without hiding her elation. She knew the treasure ship Jacob was referring to were ranked ships that were made of treasure materials. Anyone who could buy a treasure ship in this place had to be a big shot, so she could get a large commission if she managed to sell a high-quality, expensive product. "I want at least an advanced Type 1 treasure ship, but I want it small, around the range of 10 meters. Money is not a problem," Jacob stated as he had already thought about what kind of ship he wanted. The biggest requirement was that the ship should be able to fit in his pendant. The elf woman's eyes lit up as she instantly knew it was going to be her lucky day. "Please follow me. I'll inform the manager." Jacob nodded and followed her into a private room. He didn't have to wait before a demi-human with foxy features entered the room wearing a white suit, followed by the same elf woman who brought him here. "My name is Reuben, and I'm the manager of this branch. How may I address esteem, sir?" Reuben politely introduced himself to Jacob. "Jack," Jacob plainly answered. Reuben wasn't bothered by Jacob's lack of response, since everyone in this place was mostly eccentrics. "My associate here told me you want a treasure ship with at least advanced Type 1 rank," he asked with a big smile. And when Jacob nodded in affirmation, he quickly said, "In that case, I would like to confirm one thing. Which type of payment are you going to use? I must inform you, sir, advanced Type 1 ships only sell using a special type of currency, and without it, I'm afraid I can't sell you intermediate or advanced Type 1 ships. It's Star Network's policy. I hope you won't take offense." Reuben was telling the truth. In fact, any treasure above basic Type 1 could not be bought by using only gold coins, no matter how much someone had. This rule was implanted because these treasures were too powerful, not to mention very difficult to make, so the Star Network created this policy so only someone with ZC could buy them, not just any random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Jacob also knew what this guy was asking by not speaking the name out loud, so he coolly replied, "Zodiac credit." Reuben's smile widened. "In that case, I have 3 ships that suit your demand, sir. Please have a look." He quickly activated his star watch before 3 ships' projections materialized in the air. He pointed at the white ship and said, "This white ship, size 9.6 meters, is an advanced Type 1 treasure ship, and its speed is 500 mph, with an advanced Type 1 magic barrier function, autopilot, star watch controller, navigation, and advanced Type 1 sea scanner. Its price is 900 ZC. Then he pointed at the golden ship, which had silver markings on it. This golden ship, size 10.2 meters, not only has all the white ship functions, but it also has advanced Type 1 magic scanner as well, and a magic cannon which could be controlled manually by Star Watch controller. Its price is 1500 ZC. Lastly, he pointed at the dark blue ship with black markings, but this ship looked like a flat triangle, not a ship. This stealth triangle, size 5.9 meters, is 2 passengers ship, and it has every function of the aforementioned ships except the magic cannon. But it was done because this ship's true specialty lies within its stealth function and speed. The stealth function can make it hide under the detection of extraordinary creatures and any advanced Type 1 scanners. At the same time, its speed is Mach 1. The price of the stealth triangle is 3,000 ZC, Reuben stated as he looked at Jacob, who was silently listening to his introduction. Jacob looked at all 3 ships before his eyes stopped at the stealth triangle eventually. Not only was this ship small, but its size was also quite to his liking. Furthermore, he didn't need any cannons as long as he could remain hidden. The Star Ocean was too dangerous, so having stealth was more important than having firepower. So, he impassively stated, "I will take this stealth triangle and make it black if you could." Chapter 272, Earth Great Miner and Dark Moon of Beast Forest. Jacob left the Black Sea Company with a content look in his eyes, and Reuben even walked him to the gates with a very respectful expression. Afterward, Jacob started to stroll the market while looking at materials available from different vendors. He was just trying his luck to see if he found any materials for the array. In the end, Jacob didn't find anything, and he wasn't surprised since even the Alchemy Guild, which was the biggest dealership of materials, didn't have them. The chances of others having them were even less. However, Jacob also had another purpose for doing this. He was making his presence known to his watchers and wanted to draw as many as possible. In the evening, Jacob returned to the Alchemy Guild and opened his inbox to see the messages he received when he was out in the market, but didn't bother to reply. He even received a few calls, which he also ignored, and he had some idea who they were from. Just as he suspected, the calls were from Great Earth Miner. With a cold smile, he opened the reply of Great Earth Miner. Great Earth Miner, reply, so you finally decided to show your face. Great Earth Miner, reply, you give me your location, I'll come to you. Great Earth Miner, reply, why aren't you replying? Great Earth Miner, reply, all right, let's meet in the Dark City's Alchemy Guild in 2 weeks. Jacob sneered when he saw those messages. He's replying to his own questions. Well, I expected no less from a desperate, dying idiot. But does he really think he still has the initiative anymore? Jacob started to write his reply. Somewhere in the Beast Forest, 2 figures were hovering in 2 glass cells filled with black liquid. One of them was a fox face orc, while the other was a brown hobgoblin. Both of them were extremely skinny, as if someone had drained all blood from their bodies. At this moment, the star watch on the hobgoblin's wrist vibrates before he opens his beastly green eyes and looks at the message he just received. Faceless Ancient reply, I can't come to the Dark City. Select another place, and it has to be closer to the best forest, and I'll come when I have time. If you don't want to wait, then forget about it. If you agree, then reply, and if you spout any nonsense or rush me, I'll block you and you will never be heard from me again. Don't even think of a second that I need you. You need me, so get your mind straight before you reply to me. This is your last chance. Killing intent started to rage in the hobgoblin's eyes, but he suppressed his urge to write a curse back and press a button within the glass cell before the black liquid started to sink. The fox face orc also sensed something and opened its foxy eyes, and when he saw the hobgoblin was about to come out, he also pressed the button to exit the glass cell. After getting a clear look at the hobgoblin's ugly yet pale expression, the orc seemed to guess the reason behind it as he asked, Mason, did that prick reply? Mason, who was none other than Earth Great Miner, didn't reply and only pressed his star watch a few times before a projection of Jacob's message materialized in front of the orc. When the orc saw this, his expression also turned nasty like Mason, and he spat in an extremely eerie voice. What an arrogant bastard! What should we do? Mason hoarsely refuted. Lucas, you motherfucker, you still dare to call others arrogant and ask me what to do, when I'm in this damnable state because of you. Lucas, who was none other than Dark Moon of Beast Forest, couldn't help but smile bitterly because he knew Mason was right. When 20 months ago, Jacob didn't tell Mason about the plutonium. He turned to Lucas, who quickly agreed to Mason's demand and even invited him to his lab to research the material together. In truth, even Lucas didn't know the true properties of plutonium, and he was so eager to get his hands on it because he had an old picture of plutonium with only one description: intermediate type 2 material. This picture was something he found in an abandoned lab in the south of Rare Plains. And not only this picture, but the entire research data of an explosive expert. And with that exact data, Lucas became what he was today. That's why when Lucas saw the plutonium in the market, he wanted to get his hands on it to see if it was really the same material in the picture. Because it was, he could become rich. Furthermore, by Mason's interest in it, Lucas guessed that he had more than what he was showing. So, he became greedy and decided to lure Mason here by the lure of researching together. But he didn't tell him about that silver being intermediate type 2 material. Mason was also greedy, so he decided to agree with Lucas's invitation since he wasn't losing anything. And once he got a keen grasp over what kind of material it was, then he could sell it and gain huge profits from it. However, none of them had thought that things would go south the moment they started experimenting with that piece of plutonium. And within a few months, they started to experience grave symptoms. First, they thought nothing of them and ate some random healing pills to alleviate those symptoms. However, they soon found how wrong they were when they started coughing blood, and their conditions turned worse. It was at that time Mason started to understand the meaning behind Jacob's subtle words and tried contacting him, but he never received any reply. Now, their condition was so worse that if they couldn't contain their bodies within type 1 healing liquid for 8 hours, they would feel pain worse than death, and their life would start slipping away. They can't even breathe properly anymore. They were at the end of their ropes, and were about to head to the Dark City Alchemy Guild to seek help from the Alchemy Guild when Jacob finally responded. However, they had lost all the initiative over him. And now they could do nothing but play on the palm of his hand. I know I was being greedy, but don't forget you were already experiencing light symptoms when you came here, which means the exposure to this metal was also as deadly as experimenting on it. The process just became faster. So, we should stop blaming each other and do something about our condition before we turn into living corpses. We can still stick to our plan and go seek the senior's help, or we can take the risk by inviting this guy here. Although it's risky, I'm confident he won't be able to do anything to us as long as he enters my base. Cough, cough. Lucas suddenly started coughing violently as drops of blood were mixed within his saliva spared over his hand. Mason's expression became extremely dark as he also stopped the urge to cough and weakly nodded. All right, I think this guy, cough, is more reliable since he knew the symptoms, so I'll give him the location of this base. But we should also be ready just in case the negotiation fails. Lucas smiled coldly. Don't worry. Although we get this mysterious illness, we still manage to create a weapon out of that deadly material. If he knew how dangerous this material is, I'm sure he won't try anything funny. Mason nodded with a grim expression as he started typing. Chapter 273, A Wanted Man. In the noble circle of the Dark City, a masked man sitting behind a long chair was looking at the black-cloaked figure in the hologram in front. So that rat finally left his hole, huh? He coldly asked with a hint of ecstasy in his voice. The person in the hologram replied in a raspy tone. Indeed. After months of waiting 3 days ago, that guy finally decided to leave the Alchemy Guild building. But he goes back after wasting half a day in the market. At least it's confirmed he's still in the Dark City and hiding in the Alchemy Guild. Tell me, what did he do in the market? The masked man asked coldly. The cloaked figure in hologram respectfully replied. The only place he remained for more than 5 minutes is in the Black Sea Company. He stayed there for almost an hour. After bribing the assistant there, I found he bought an advanced Type 1 treasure ship for 3,000 ZC. 3,000 ZC, huh? It seemed the information about him robbing the senior Grandmaster alchemists was not wrong. The masked man muttered with a hint of shock before he said, Speaking of information, do you find how skull number A2 was killed? Did that dog get exposed and put down by this prick? The thing is, Lord A0, we didn't have connections in the senior Grandmaster circle of the Alchemy Guild after A2 was killed 20 months ago, before sending us the details about faceless ancients' actions. But I have some connections in the Grandmaster circle. According to my source, Senior Grandmaster Otto only vanished after Faceless Ancient left the guild for the inner circle. Furthermore, that guy had already killed a Senior Grandmaster before he left, and since he is still living in the Dark City, then it means it shouldn't be him who killed A2. Other than that, I have no new intel about his uncanny death. Even his brain chip didn't contain any information, which was quite strange. Even a star hacker isn't capable of doing such a thing to our brain chip. The cloaked figure replied with uncertainty. The masked man or skull number A0 sighed ruefully at this moment. After our hasty retreat from the Freedom Plains while leaving our investment behind, the death of a single-digit A-rank skull has made the higher-ups in the Epic Plains furious. We are not allowed to enter the Epic Plains without getting our hands on the research data from that hateful rat. So I don't need to tell you just how important this mission is for both of our futures, right, A1? Asked A0 meaningfully. A1 nodded his cloaked head and gravely said, "Don't worry, Lord A0, I have put all the two-digit agents in the Dark City in this mission. The moment we get the chance, I, as well as the other 9, will personally take action and get the data back." Number A0 nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Very well, I will wait for your good news. Just don't underestimate that rat. He's too strange and always manages to surprise us. I don't want any mishap this time, or you and I both won't be able to handle the consequences." "Understood," A1 solemnly uttered before his figure vanished from the projection. A0 then connected another call, and a dark projection materialized, and a melodious yet icy voice rang. "You better be calling me to tell me that you have recovered the data." "Madam, please rest assured, everything is under control now. As long as that faceless ancient leaves the Dark City, he will not be able to escape." A0 no longer appeared arrogant as he spoke with this madam. "I've been hearing this excuse for about 2 years now," the woman tonelessly remarked. "But madam, this time, I think he's going to leave the Dark City. We just discovered that Target had bought a treasure ship from the Black Sea Company. So this could only mean he was going to the Great Star River or Star Ocean. As long as he leaves the Dark City, it doesn't matter where he goes. He won't escape our grasp," he quickly assured. The woman remained silent for a moment before she coldly spoke. "For what you've done in the Freedom Plains, I will give you 2 more years to retrieve the date. If you fail, then you have to return with all the acquired assets. But you won't be rewarded as handsomely as it was originally planned, and someone else might not let off this chance to take your position as 0. Done statting her piece, she disconnected the call without waiting for A0's reply. A0 was momentarily stunned. An extremely sinister aura flashed over his person before it vanished. His hands were clenched so tightly that his bloodlessness was on the verge of exploding. Sigh, taking a deep, sharp breath, he calmed himself and unclenched his hands, leaving bloody imprints of his sharp nails on his palms. This damn bitch wanted to claim all my achievements for herself while using me as a scapegoat. If she really thinks I will let that happen without fighting back, then she got another thing coming for her. As long as I get my hands on that slippery rat, I'll let her know I'm no longer just a pawn. His eyes turned extremely malicious and glowed with a tint of crimson. I need to oversee this entire operation myself. There's no room for messing up. A day later, in a lavishly designed hall, a few figures were sitting around a round table. All of them have terrifying murderous auras like beasts. Right in the center of the round table was a hologram of a man wearing a long black windbreaker with a hood, and his face was covered with a faceless mask. It was none other than Jacob. "Did you hear in 3 days there is going to be a competition in the Alchemy Guild, which is held by none other than our target? Not only that, but there is a rumor going in the Alchemy Guild that the new guild leader will leave right after this competition," a bull-face orc uttered. "I heard about the former news. It is confirmed, But how reliable is this rumor? A demi-human woman with lion-like features questioned with a growl. No one knows the reliability since this rumor just started spreading among the guild members. The source is unknown. But if there is even a vague possibility that it's true, then we can't miss this chance. This guy has been a pain in all of our asses. The secret commission is no longer a commission, but has become an order from the higher plane. Now, if we don't kill him, we can't leave this place with the incoming reinforcement from the higher plane. An elf with a deep scar over his right eye coldly uttered in a rageful voice. There were 5 giants sitting behind the table like small hills. One of these giants spoke sinisterly in his mountainous voice. "All right, inform all of our men. If this guy is really going to leave, we can react at a moment's notice. From our new orders, we need to go in full force." The others nodded their head in agreement, as they all looked at the hologram with killing intent in their eyes. Chapter 274, A Possibility in Dark Noble Circle. Today, the atmosphere of the Alchemy Guild in the inner circle has been quite subtle. All the Grandmaster rank alchemists have been missing from their posts and weren't in their research labs either. However, no one seemed to surprise because they had some idea about where they had gone. According to the announcement made 3 days ago, today was going to be a big event for all the Grandmaster rank alchemists, and this event was held by none other than their new tyrannical guild leader. There were also rumors that this was going to be the guild leader's last day, and a new guild leader and vice guild leader will take his place. But it still remained to be seen if this mysterious rumor was true or not. But one thing was sure, many people were paying attention to the Alchemist Guild today. As for the people in question, they were all gathered on the 99th floor of the building, where 59 Grandmaster alchemists were standing in front of their own workstations, while facing Jacob standing on the platform right ahead. Jacob was looking at those 59 Grandmaster alchemists standing in rows, looking at him with excitement, anxiety, perplexion, and such emotions. "All right, today, as promised, I will invigilate all of your ranking tests. You guys might be wondering why I'm taking tests not in your profession-related workshops, but in this place. The reason being extremely simple. If I were to invigilate all of your tests one by one, then it would take too much time, and I don't even have knowledge about some of your unique professions." The other alchemists' expressions turned grim as many of them were wondering about this exact same thing after they had time to mull over it. Normally, a senior Grandmaster level test was conducted by a senior Grandmaster of the same profession and judged by 4 others judges. But in their case, the only senior Grandmaster available was Jacob, and they didn't even know his profession. Still, they were sure that he was the only Grandmaster of a single profession, since they had no idea about how a reserve alchemist has to be proficient in 4 different professions. Some of them even thought that Jacob would take them to the Common Circle branch and have their tests taken by those old alchemists all at once, so they were not worried. However, when they were summoned here and saw the setup of those workstations which were used to teach novices, and then Jacob had them choose one each, they were no longer sure about this anymore. They even think Jacob was messing with them, but no one had the guts to raise their indignation. Jacob didn't care about their reaction as he knew what he was doing. "All right, before I continue, I want to inquire about the 2 other tasks I have handed to you guys. First, if any of you found the materials I have requested, then raise your hands. Even information about those materials will be helpful, and I will give ZC for it. But if you know the exact location, just tell me about it, and I will reward you with a permanent member slot. But if you lie, then just know that you can't hide from me." Some of the alchemists' eyes brightened, and some were dimmed while some of them appeared helpless. Jacob saw 8 people raise their hands, which was quite a good result, in his opinion. "You, wolf face, speak first," Jacob declared while looking at the wolf face orc standing in the first row. The orc quickly spoke. "Guild leader, I didn't manage to get any of the materials, but I do know the information about the night salve's location." Jacob coldly said, "Let me guess, it resides in the western Star Ocean at 2 miles depth." The orc's happy expression wrapped as he dryly nodded. Why, yes. Jacob snorted coldly. By the exact location, I mean if a person had them. As for the locations of their inhabited areas, I know as much. I want information about if someone had them already and where to find them. If you guys have information like this idiot, then don't waste my time and lower your hands. The reaming 7 people, looking excited, were startled by this new development, and 6 of their expressions turned hideous as they reluctantly lowered their hands. In the end, the only one whose hand was still in the air was a toned skin gnome. Speak, Jacob asked dismissively. This was quite a letdown when he saw those 6 were like the orc, and he was no longer as hopeful as before. Replying to guild leader, when I was searching for these materials, I got a very interesting piece of news from my friend in the noble circle of the Dark City. According to him, there is only a single person in the entire Dark City who might have all 3 materials. His tone too extremely respectful as he spoke. Who might that be? Jacob's interest was finally piqued. The gnome quickly replied, It's the Dark City administrator, the Dark Earl. According to him, the Dark Earl is also a pill alchemist, and his rank far surpasses senior grandmaster rank. He owns a pill shop in the noble circle, which only opened once a month. But that shop only sold 10 pills refined by the Dark Earl himself, and all those pills were auctioned, not sold like normal. Furthermore, every dark noble fought for those pills in that auction with everything they had. The auction items can be bought by either ZC or alchemy materials above type 0. Just 3 months ago, someone had bought a pill with materials, and one of those materials happened to be the 5 carcasses of extraordinary tier 6 assassin parasite bugs. And this is just a drop in the wealth of Dark Earl's ocean-like wealth, which he had been accumulating for who knows when. Everyone in the room was looking at the gnome as if he was a monster, because none of them had any connection to the noble circle of the Dark City, since those dark nobles of baron ranks were simply too arrogant. In their eyes, the rank of lower and upper dark nobles were like commoners, and only those barons or higher rank dark nobles were true nobles. Furthermore, everyone knew just how mysterious the enigmatic Dark Earl was. After hearing this piece of information about him, these lower and upper rank dark nobles were even more awed by Dark Earl. Even Jacob's eyes contained a hint of astonishment after he heard about this Dark Earl. If this gnome was telling the truth about this shop of Dark Earl, then he might really get everything without searching for those materials himself. Especially the assassin parasite bug, which was the most difficult to find because they only exist in poisonous swamps, and not just any poisonous swamps, but poisonous swamps with at least an extraordinary tier poison effect. In the entire rare plains, only one poisonous swamp met this requirement, and it was right in the heart of the wild nation. Chapter 275, Magic Gem. Jacob looked at the gnome, who was looking at him anxiously. Tell me your name and your alchemy professing. It's Dilly, and I'm a Grandmaster Potion alchemist, Dilly replied apprehensively. Jacob didn't reply as he suddenly tapped over his wrist, and a projection appeared soon. He opened the guild leader interface, which he received with the badge. I want to send Grandmaster Potion alchemist Dilly an official member invitation. Jacob coldly spoke, and his words shocked everyone. White Sage's electric voice rang at this moment. The invitation has been sent, and as long as Grandmaster Potion alchemist Dilly completes a prerequisite, he will be able to become an official member successfully. The Alchemy Guild official member slot was not easy to earn as the Alliance or the bank. Without skills, Jacob's invitation would be wasted the moment Dilly failed the prerequisite imposed by the Alchemy Guild. This was also the reason why the Alchemist Guild had quite a few permanent members in the Rare Plains. Only invitations like bronze invitations were exempt from any prerequisites. All right, Dilly, your information is really what I needed it to be. You have earned yourself 1 permanent member spot, and now it's up to you if you were able to pass the test by the guild or not. Jacob's impassive voice woke everyone from their stupor as they looked at Dilly in unison. Dilly was also standing in a daze as if he was in a dream. and when the star watch on his wrist vibrated, he was snapped out of his stupor and quickly opened the mail in front of everyone. They all saw Dilly really received a chance to become a permanent member as long as he completed the prerequisite, and he could take this test within 1 year before this invitation expired. "Thank you, guild leader." Dilly quickly bowed in gratitude. He never thought Jacob would really give away a precious slot for a small piece of information. This was also proof that Jacob wasn't lying, and he was a man of his word and really wasn't a selfish prick like Braylon. "No need, you've earned it," Jacob coolly stated. "Now I'm giving you another chance to earn yourself another invitation, which means even if you failed your test once, you could try again. Tell me if your contact can arrange a meeting with Dark Earl or his star ID, or at least contact him to deliver my message. Naturally, I won't ask him to do it for free. 5,000 ZC if he can arrange a meeting or give me his star ID, and 500 ZC if he can really deliver my message," Jacob declared tonelessly. Jacob knew he needed to get hold of that enigmatic Dark Earl first if he wanted to inquire about the materials. He knew he couldn't enter the noble circle without being a Dark Baron, which would take too much time. He starts completely the dark missions. So, using Dilly's contact was the easy way, but it would be quite difficult even if the other party really accepted it. He might outright take his money in the sham of delivering his message, and then just pretend to deliver his message. He won't even know if he was telling the truth, since afterward, it would be upon the Dark Earl to contact him, not the other way around. Jacob won't be able to blame the other party at all. Still, he was just fishing, and if there wasn't any way, Jacob didn't mind trying some other method. Everyone looked at Dilly enviously. When Jacob offered him another slot, Dilly was so happy he almost jumped. Still, he suppressed the urge in front of Jacob and quickly replied, "I will make contact with him today and report to you as soon as I get the answer." Jacob nodded and said, "All right, it seems I need to stay for more days now." Many alchemists' expressions changed when they heard his words, and it finally dawned upon them. If Jacob wanted to contact Dark Earl, he needed to be in the Dark City, so why the hell would he leave and hand over his position before he gets what he wants? Many glanced at Dilly with unkind hidden gazes, but they knew it was now inevitable. If they were in his shoes, they would have done the same. "All right, you guys didn't need to be so disappointed. I'm staying didn't mean I'm going to stay indefinitely. I'll select a guild leader and vice guild leader in this test as promised, and they will hold the command after I'm done with the Dark City," Jacob coolly declared, as he could easily sense some guy's apprehensive heartbeats. But he couldn't care less about those hidden snakes. Now, on the second task, Jacob changed the topic, which brought joy to many eyes as they were motivated to try their luck. Since Dilly can get a slot, they can as well. Furthermore, the matters of the Star Ocean couldn't be confirmed, so Jacob won't have to know about the authority of their information. However, Jacob's next words threw those guys from the sky to the shit pool. "Let's forget about the information on Star Ocean. I've acquired what I need, and I'm pretty sure you guys' information won't outmatch mine. So let's start the test, shall we?" Jacob dismissively declared. Despite wanting to question Jacob's integrity, they knew they would only make him unhappy or even offend him, and they didn't want to do it, especially since this test was more important. Jacob then suddenly took something out of his pocket. It was a small diamond-shaped white gemstone. "You guys should be familiar with this gemstone, am I right?" he questioned. Everyone nodded, without hesitation. "Still, for the records, I'll explain briefly. This gem in my hand is a 1-star magic gem, which contains unrefined mana equivalent to a 1-star mage, basic mage. But to refine one 1-star magic gem, 10 1-star magic cores are required, and most importantly, an alchemist needed to have very keen mastery over their refinement skills. Only master rank or above alchemists could refine a magic gem of 1-star rank, and the method to refine a magic gem is not a secret either, since they could be used in numerous weapons, or some mages can even absorb the magic powers contained in them to recover their magic power. But as an alchemist, We all know that there is a certain purity level of these magic gems, which showed by their transparency, and we also have a device to measure it. This pure white magic gem in my hand is refined by me, and its purity is 94%. However, I can only achieve this much purity on a 1-star magic gem, and as I try to refine a higher rank magic gem, the purity would plummet greatly. And we should all know that an over 90% pure 1-star magic gem contains more potent mana than a 1% pure 9-star magic gem. So, my test is simple. It is the test of your refinement skills, since we all need them at our current levels, especially at the senior grandmaster rank. If you can refine a 1-star magic gem with over 90% purity, you are qualified to become a senior grandmaster, Jacob declared while scanning the dumbfounded crowd. This task was easy, but as well as difficult if it wasn't properly done, and it all comes down to their focus and refinement skills. Jacob then stated coldly, "Since it's a ranking test of a Grandmaster rank alchemist, you guys will only get one try, and you have 3 hours to complete it. The materials are under our workstations. Don't try anything funny since this test is being recorded by me, and the moment I spot something, I will be free to impose any punishment on you as your invigilator, even torture." His icy cold words sent chills down everyone's spines. Now start. Chapter 276, end of the test. 3 hours passed in a flash, and all those grandmasters were sweating profusely. They could refine a 1-star magic gem within 15 minutes if it were any other time. However, today, they all took 3 entire hours to carefully combine the magic cores, and then purify them while refining the final product. To refine a high-quality magic gem, it was an essential step to eliminate all the impurities within magic cores, which were mostly collected from magic beasts or some wild races living in the wilderness. Those impurities include the element of a magic core, because if the element were left alone, the magic gem would remain the same as a magic core, non-absorbable. Meaning the element mana within a magic core couldn't be absorbed by someone else with another element. Even if someone had the same magic element, the mana they could absorb from a raw magic core is 10% before the magic core would turn into dust, and reaming 90% will go to waste. Furthermore, the mana contained within a raw magic core usually is tyrannical, and it would do more harm than good to recover 1 mana with it. That's why the magic gem was invented. Not only the magic gem's mana was gentle and could absorb by anyone, but it could also be used on a magic weapon as a mana battery, so even those without magic could also use a magic weapon. The biggest benefits were the higher the purity rate, the faster the mana absorption and potency. However, just a 1-star magic gem was sold for 50 million gold coins, and their purity rate is also between 40% to 49% low quality. A magic gem with 50% to 70% purity, mid-quality, was worth 100 million, while a magic gem over 70% purity rate, high quality, never sold in the common market, much less a magic gem over 90% purity rate, flawless quality, because it was simply too time-consuming. But these flawless quality magic gems were only used as a precious recovery mana source in very grave situations. No one uses a flawless quality mana gem as a power source on their weapon. However, if they all knew that Jacob had been using flawless quality mana gems on magic weapon crafting to create finished products, everyone would go insane from his wastefulness. Because a magic crafter would normally use their own mana to craft a weapon, and those without magic didn't dare to choose this profession because they needed magic gems to complement their lack of mana. Jacob was also doing the same, and he knew he was being too wasteful. But did he care? The answer was no. Because Jacob didn't care about money when he could make more, he only cared about the result he would obtain from spending that money. Furthermore, he has developed a habit of using the finest materials for his research or experiments, especially when he can afford them. Although this habit of his has cost much, even in his past life, he always ends up obtaining far more than he lost. It was the same here. He had become an elder grandmaster rank magic smith in 18 months and even developed his own unique insight on the path of a magic smith. It could also be the result of the unique traits he got with cursed immortality, but his own personality played the biggest part in it as well. Right now, Jacob was testing, looking at those alchemists holding magic gems, and with a glance, he could tell just what kind of quality they had. Because he, himself, had spent 3 whole months to achieve over 95% purity rate in 1-star magic gems. Although it was only a 1-star magic gem, he knew this gem was far better than any trash quality, less than 40% purity, 9-star magic gem. Even if the mana within them was limited, he could always use more to fulfill the demand for mana. All right, let's start with the first row. You guys can come one by one, and I'll examine the quality rate of your magic gem. As for who will be the guild leader and vice guild leader, it's simple. The person with the highest quality rate will be the guild leader, and the second person will be the vice guild leader. This way, everyone has a fair chance, and only the best among you will prevail. Now, without wasting more time, you, cripple, come. Jacob pointed at the elf with a missing arm. The elf was none other than the one who had been brave enough to confront Jacob, and then lost his arm. The elf's face instantly went white, and then black when he heard Jacob calling him cripple. If he had more power than Jacob, he might have started fighting him, but now he can only ground his teeth in hatred and move his ass obediently. Jacob didn't even remember the guy's face, as in his eyes, the elves were all the same, good-looking, with pointy ears, long heights, long hair, and arrogant personalities. They mostly resembled humans, like giants and dwarfs. Jacob then took something out from under the table where he was sitting. It was a 10 square inches white flat plate. At its one end, there was a small black rectangle. Everyone knew it was the magic purity scale, used to measure a magic gem's purity rate. Furthermore, the one in Jacob's hand was an advanced Type 1 grade, and it was something he got from Braylon's workshop, and now it was Jacob's. Jacob then pressed his finger over the black rectangle, and a mechanical beep rang before a white 0% appeared with that rectangle. Now place it on it. If you have any doubts about the scale, you can use your own. I don't mind, Jacob coolly stated before he leaned back on his long chair, giving the cripple elf full access to the magic purity scale. I know guild leader won't stoop to such a level to scheme against a nobody like me. The elf stiffly smiled in flattery. With a glance, he knew that the scale was an advanced Type 1 grade, and all this thing was getting recorded, so Jacob won't try anything funny on a nobody like him. So he took a deep breath and placed the diamond-shaped white gemstone on the scale's smooth surface. Beep. Everyone was scrutinizing him while the elf was holding his breath, and when he saw the number change and a new number appeared, he almost fainted. 82.97%. How is that possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. All right, you failed. Next. Jacob's dismissive voice sent the elf into an abyss. The elf found his courage, as he knew this kind of chance would only appear once in a blue moon, and said with a pale face, "See can I try it on my scale?" Everyone looked at the elf disdainfully, and some even gloated at his audacity. He was asking to lose another arm. Go ahead, you have 1 minute. However, Jacob didn't care about this, as he knew these kinds of doubts would appear, so he just let them be. The elf didn't dare to waste even a second, as he quickly took out a 4 inches small red magic purity scale, which was only a basic Type 1 grade. Furthermore, when he activated it, only 0% appeared, unlike 0% on Jacob's scale. He quickly placed his gem on it, and it took 10 whole seconds to give the final result, which only made his expression paler. 81%. When he saw the number, he felt like crying, but he knew he might lose another arm if he dared to say anything anymore. So, he listlessly picked up his gem and scale and left the hall. No one felt pity for him, since they were too busy worrying about themselves. They never thought grandmasters like them would fail over this simple task. It was simply too humiliating. All right, next, Jacob speak again. This time, it was a demi-human with fox-like features, and he was covered in sweat, and his hands were trembling when he placed the gem over the scale. Beep. His heart skipped a beat with that beep, and when he saw the number, 86.08%. You failed, Jacob coolly stated. Despair filled his heart, but unlike the cripple elf, he knew how to accept reality, so he bowed toward Jacob and left the hall. Next. Chapter 277, The Walking Disaster, 1. It took less than an hour to filter through all the 59 Grandmasters and test their magic gem's purity rate. Now, only 13 alchemists were present in the hall, which makes them the pass contestants, and they were all ecstatic about their future prospects. Especially the violent scale kobold named Clayton and a tigress face orc female named Audrey. They were smiling ear to ear as if they had won some huge lottery. Jacob spoke dismissively at this moment. All right, I've sent your recordings with your names to the higher-ups. You'll receive your senior Grandmaster badges within a week, and I've also sent you guys invitations as promised. Now being a permanent member depends on your own skills. Lastly, the next guild leader will be Clayton. He had refined a magic gem with a purity rate of 92.69%, and the vice guild leader will be Audrey as her magic gem was 91.93%. I might not be available in the guild for a few days, but I'm not leaving yet. Now you guys are dismissive, and Dilly, you have only a week to give me an answer. I have already added you, so you can contact me anytime. Dilly, who was also involved in the group, and managed to pass Jacob's test and managed to receive another invitation, quickly nodded. I won't disappoint, guild leader. A light go, Jacob nodded. Thank you, guild leader. Everyone bowed their head before they left the hall in full of excitement, while Jacob remained there sitting on his chair. His lips suddenly curled up. I wonder if those rumors of me leaving the Dark City today managed to draw all those people out who wanted to kill me, especially those mercenaries. I was planning to leave right after this test to kill those idiots, and then head toward the location of that great earth minaret's in the inner beast forest, which is quite close to my location. Afterward, I would have started searching for the materials and then left the rare plains for good. But I need to change my plan now. The Dark Earl can save me tremendous time if I somehow manage to contact him. But I'm not going to become a Dark Baron to meet him, since the time required to achieve that title is even more lengthy than finding those materials on my own. Let's see how it's played out. I can only decide after Dilly gives me his final answer. But it didn't change the fact that I need to get rid of those pests today, and then I should head to the location in the inner beast forest before that guy died. With that thought in mind, Jacob stood up and walked toward the exit and went all way toward the lift and headed to the first floor. Jacob then started moving toward the exit of the building and made sure he got noticed by as many people as possible. The moment he exited the building, Jacob instantly felt multiple pairs of eyes land on him. Well, it was even easier than I was expecting it. Spreading those rumors was the right thing to do after all. Jacob was satisfied with this development. Jacob then hails a taxi and directly heads toward the exit station, which would lead him to the common circle, and from there, he would leave the Dark City from the same gate he had entered. That was the only known entry and exit of the Dark City to the common public. The moment Jacob entered the taxi and started heading toward the exit station, those pairs of eyes hidden all around the Alchemy Guild building quickly started sending messages to report about Jacob's movement. Within the Star Mercenary Agency, in the inner circle of the Dark City, a hobgoblin looked at his wrist, and his lips curled up in a cruel smile. He's really leaving the Dark City. What an idiot. The higher-ups clearly overestimated this guy to tell us to use full force against him. Heh, what a joke. Within the noble circle of the Dark City, Skull number A0 was looking at a projection of Skull number A1 with somewhat disbelief. Did that really leave? Yes, it's completely confirmed. It's 99% our target. He's now already entering the exit station of the inner circle. Those rumors spreading in the inner circle of the Alchemy Guild might not be baseless after all. As for who spread them, it doesn't matter anymore. I've already contacted the other 9s, and they are moving according to the plan as we speak. I'll give you good news in 3 days, A1 confidently assured. A peculiar glint flashed past A0's eyes before he said, "There is something wrong with all this. I want you to send a probe to the Alchemy Guild building. Send 2 or 3 if you have to. I want this confirmed faceless ancient really left the building, or if this is just a decoy. If that's really him, then inform me before you take any action. We might not get another chance if we let him escape this time. If he really made a mistake, then let's make it his last." Understood. A1 quickly agreed before the call was disconnected. Why did he leave like those rumors stated he would? There is something fishy about all this situation. A0 muttered gravely. If it's a decoy, I have to find the real one, but if it is not, then I need to be extremely careful. This guy is too mysterious and astute unless he's not confident. He won't make a move like this. With a grim look in his eyes, A0 stood up and walked toward the door. With Jacob's single move, the entire Dark City seemed to come alive, as the normally barren exit station of the Inner Circle started to greet many visitors who wanted to leave the Inner Circle of the Dark City. Not only that, but even the outer Dark City experienced the same thing as hundreds of cloaked figures embarked on the exit lifts, which led to the only exit of the Dark City. Only if those guys had known they were walking straight toward their funerals, and this would also start a terrifying storm. Alas, no one can escape fate. Chapter 278, The Walking Disaster, 2. A week before everything went down. After Ellie disconnected the call with Jacob, her lips curled up as she muttered in disdain. Although he's ambitious and vigilant, but it also made him predictable. Dad already predicted that he might want something like a route map toward the epic planes or an epic rank magic evolution manual, or even knowledge about the rank epic alchemist tiers. In the end, he was just content with maps. I guess a lowborn will remain a lowborn no matter how high they can climb the ladder. Since he wanted to be a dog without a leash, he could be one. I just need him to direct him in a certain direction then. Coldness crept into her eyes as her Star Watch's interface started to before a contact appeared, and then a voice call request was sent, and soon it got connected. A melodious voice with a hint of surprise exclaimed, "Oh, tell me if it's really my little darling, Elle, or did some star hacker manage to hack my Star Watch?" Ellie instantly snapped with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. "Lucy, you bitch. Cut the nonsense and tell me if you're interested in making a bet with me or not." Lucy's playful voice rang again. "Long time no see, Elle. I was just making sure you are the real deal since the star hackers are getting out of hand lately as the trial is upon us. As for the bet, if you need money, then just ask. You know I won't reject you even if I have to sell my body for you." Ellie gritted her teeth in indignation. "Bitch, if you don't want to talk properly, I'll cut the call." "Hee hee, how cute. You're just making me more excited. All right, I'll bite." Lucy giggled without any hint of seriousness. This made Ellie even more rageful, but she didn't lose her calm as she said icily, "I recently discovered that you tried to undermine me regarding the matter of Faceless Ancient. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you, but this matter also involved Faceless Ancient, so it was necessary to mention him. I know you put some kind of commission on him, so I want to bet on this exact thing since the stage is already set. Do you dare?" "Oh, it seemed that old pervert finally had his way with you, huh?" Lucy chortled wickedly. "Do you believe I'll raise your bank branches in Alchemy region into the ground if you dare to spout any more nonsense?" Ellie nefariously questioned. "All right, you know we are best friends and best friends joke all the time. Tell me what you suggest." Lucy coolly changed the subject. Ellie controlled the urge to cut the call and revealed, "I want to bet whether Faceless Ancient could come to Epic Plains alive or not." Lucy remained silent for a moment before her intrigued voice rang again. "Are you betting on he can?" "Yes," Ellie answered without hesitation. "I know it won't be so simple with you, so what will be the conditions?" Lucy questioned. "I only have one condition, and that if he is stopped or dies at the hand of any epic-level being, or anything epic as a matter of fact or type 2 or above treasures, poisons, mech. This bet will be voided, Ellie answered coldly. Lucy again fell into contemplated silence before she replied with a hint of interest. You want to void the bet but not place a condition like if I violated this, I will have to give you the item, I bet. Don't tell me. If you found yourself losing, you will just go out your way and use this loophole yourself so you could save your own ass. This bitch is as sharp as ever. Ellie narrowed her eyes. She didn't deny it nor admit it and coldly spoke. I'm placing this condition only because if I didn't place, you would never bet the item I want. Then you should have tried to ask me. I might have fell for your trap, you know, Lucy mockingly replied. Are you betting or not? Ellie snapped. I want to add another condition then. If you accept, then let's talk about what we're betting, said Lucy. Here it's come. Ellie took a deep breath. Tell me. I want to confirm two things first. The first one, this journey will be made by faceless ancient alone, right? Second, if he dies in the Star Ocean by some epic-level beast or gets poisoned by a Type 2 rank poison or some pirate ship, even some epic stray dog, before stepping on the soil of the epic plains, this bet would be voided, right? She questioned. To answer your first question, I have already sold him the map of the epic plains sea routes, but he will not get any help from my side, and I have nothing to do with his actions except that map he bought from me for his services. As for your second question, yes, as long as he won't die by anything but epic or type 2, and with their involvement and can't reach the epic plains, you won. But if you did, you lose, Ellie replied. Heh, giving him a map is akin to giving him a shortcut, but it would make it more interesting. The last question, we are using Zodiac Oath contract, right? She asked again. Of course, it goes without saying. Or do you think I would make a bet with a willy bitch like you? Ellie scoffed. You know, that's kind of hurt. Lucy sighed sadly, which was clearly just to tease Ellie more before she said, All right, then my condition is simple. Before this bet, if anyone, this included all the beings in existence, including you and me. So if anyone had made any prior arrangements, expect that map part. The bet shall be won by the person who didn't win the bet the moment his Zodiac Oath was established. If you agree to this, then let's talk about the items. Ellie wasn't got flustered by this condition at all. On the contrary. Her lips curled slightly. The old man was again right. All right, I agree to this condition as well. Ellie agreed without hesitation. Oh, it seemed you didn't sleep with him after all. Lucy's voice contained a rare surprise. Ellie's expression instantly went dark, but before she could curse, Lucy continued. Then tell me, what are we betting? Ellie suppressed her murderous urge as she knew it was now a critical point, and she couldn't miss this chance, or she won't get another. You know damn well what I want, Ellie coldly declared. The scripture of blank? All right, but you should know how precious it is, so unless you bring out that old pervert's null space mirror, I won't bet it. Lucy stated her own condition as if she had expected this much. Ellie, on the other hand, was also expecting this type of demand from Lucy. Old man, you better be right about this, or it's not my fault. After taking a deep, cold breath, she solemnly declared, Let's seal the deal then. Chapter 279, The Walking Disaster, 3. Present. Nighttime, under the starry sky, between the canyon, around a massive waterfall. The 50 cubic meter, glistering black block, which was the entrance of the dark city, revealed an opening on its one side, and a tall hooded figure clad in black walked out. Jacob saw the night sky filled with stars, and down below was the raging water stream from the massive waterfall. Goodbye, Sir Faceless Ancient. The Dark City hopes your stay here was pleasant, and Dark City will always welcome you anytime. Dark Rose's electric voice rang at this moment. Glad to hear that. Jacob impassively commented with a chuck before he glanced back at the closing door, and an icy smile appeared on his face. Without wasting more time, he walked to the edge of the platform, and without hesitation, he dived into the water stream. Just 5 minutes passed after Jacob exited the dark city. The small opening appeared again, and this time there were many figures appearing one after another. Some of them used their star watches before they also dived. And this kind of scene was being played for almost an hour, as today many people were leaving the Dark City, which hadn't happened for a long time. At this moment, Jacob was calmly running into the dense magic beast forest, slowly making his way toward the inner region. But his speed was only average as he ran between trees. Just how many people are after my life? Don't tell me the entire mercenary agency was put on the task to kill me, or are there more hidden enemies that I was unaware of? Well, let them come then. I'll get rid of them in one fell swoop, Jacob thought maliciously. Although it looked like he wasn't paying attention and was going on his merry way, in truth, Jacob was on full-time high alert. From the moment he exited the canyon, he knew he was being watched. After he entered the forest, those guys who were lying waiting in the forest started following him, and slowly but surely, their numbers started to climb as time went by. Jacob guessed that those guys who were present in the beast forest before he left the Dark City were only scouts, and the true force was the guys joining them, and they most likely came from the Dark City. But Jacob was still quite astounded when he found that the numbers of his pursuers kept increasing, and not only that, but it was more than one group. He didn't know if those guys were together or knew about each other's existence, but he was pretty sure that they all had one common goal, him. If he wanted, he could start acting right away, but he didn't do so because he wanted to see just how many guys were after him and get rid of them all at once. Although this action of his was dangerous and filled with uncertainties, Jacob was quite confident in preserving his life unless there were epic beings present among those guys or they had Type 2 treasures, which was nigh impossible in his knowledge. Even if, by some bad luck, any of those possible scenarios came true, Jacob wasn't like 20 months ago. He was as ready as he could get to start the voyage to the epic plains. The rare plains were now just like a backyard to him, which he could leave on a whim. Nobody could stop him. Jacob then thought of something as he thought. Cursed immortality. Cursed immortality instantly appeared, hovering in front of him as the pages started to turn, and he read words written by Immortality. You finally decided to summon me after 2 years. I was getting bored out of my mind. Those words were filled with resentment. But Jacob wasn't the one to fall for them. If you're doing wailing, then help me find if there is anyone here with a heart worth of cursed blood condensing. Jacob knew it was almost impossible to find another wyvern-like existence in this place again. But this didn't mean he won't find someone with a faint trace of some legendary bloodline. According to Immortality, as long as he eats the heart of someone with legendary potential, his cursed blood condensing would increase. And the bloodline plays the biggest part in having a potential of legendary rank. But it wasn't important to have a true legendary bloodline. That's where descendants came into the picture. Even if someone had a faint trace of their legendary bloodline, they would be considered a descendant of a legendary being. Even if there was a 0.1% bloodline present in that person, Jacob was willing to take their hearts since it was better than nothing. The chances of that blood density getting higher would be increased when he starts his hunt in the epic plains. Right now, he had hundreds of chicks following him, and he could slaughter them as he wished, so he didn't want to waste any potential heart. That's why he summoned cursed immortality to identify those hearts. Even if the result turned out to be disappointing, he was also hoping to use it for scouting. But of course, he won't admit that out loud. Heh, do you think legendary rank's descendants would play house in a place like? Immortality suddenly stopped writing, which was quite a surprise to Jacob as it never had happened before. Which made his heart palpitate. Do you found something? He asked in disbelief as he instantly became vigilant of his surroundings. He can ignore anything but cursed immortality. Ha 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 ha. The very next moment, Immortality's maniacal laughter filled the page, which only made Jacob more uneasy. Just out with it, he sternly declared. You really have devil's luck. There are 2 hidden existences within your pursuers who matched the requirement for cursed blood condensing. Although they are not direct descendants, but they are only far from 6 generations. Jacob's eyes shimmered intensely as he felt more at ease since it wasn't some danger. It's quite rare that I'm glad that I summoned you. So, where are they? Chapter 280, The Walking Disaster, 4. Where are they? Heh, confident, aren't we? But I guess you are qualified to be confident in the rare planes now. Do you want to take action now or before you end this game of yours? Immortality didn't answer but questioned instead. Jacob answered without hesitation. No, I'll take them out as soon as possible. They might run away if they witness my prowess. So just tell me, I'll deal with them first before getting rid of these jokers. Completing the cursed blood condensing is more important than anything. All right, you better put on a good show for me. I'll guide you to their locations as they are too well hidden. Only if you accelerate your heart at 15x will you be able to find them. Immortality revealed a terrifying fact that made Jacob feel alarmed. How could a descent of a legendary being would be so easy to hunt? Jacob thought, as he no longer dared to take the cursed blood condensing lightly. He was basically dealing with high-caliber monsters like the infant wyvern. At this moment, Jacob's figure, which was under every watchful eye's vision, suddenly vanished. Where did he go? A black-clad figure jumping between trees without making any sounds exclaimed. Target is out of sight. These kinds of exclaims started to flow around the forest as all the people started to search madly for Jacob, creating a chaotic situation. While Jacob was now moving like lightning in the west direction without making any sounds, he was so fast even those extraordinary couldn't see his shadow anymore. Jacob took full advantage of the darkness and his superior physique to charge in the direction that Immortality was leading him. He didn't want to make his targets run and finish them off in one fell swoop. 200 meters away from Jacob, two figures were standing on top of some kind of small round discs as they hovered 10 meters apart from each other above the forest. But for some reason, they were invisible in hindsight. Furthermore, they were both holding two cubes in their hands. And they were both showing the exact place where Jacob had vanished a few moments ago on the cube's black surface, like a live video feed. Moreover, these figures were wearing tight white robes, and there was black hourglass embroidered over their chests, while their entire heads were tightly wrapped under black gauze. Even their eyes were not visible. Under the dim moonlight, they looked like creepy mummified ghosts. Suddenly, they turned their heads toward each other as eerie silence remained between them, while they kept their head in each other direction. Jacob appeared only 20 meters away from them behind a tree and looked at Immortality with uncertainty. Why did you tell me to stop? Because those two are standing 10 meters above the sky wearing white robes like clowns. Can't you see them from here? Immortality wrote. Jacob was bewildered as he looked at the sky and even made a turnaround, but he didn't see a thing and frowned. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Oh, ha. It seemed they were using some kind of magic or a magic item to hide from the naked eye. No, even if they are hiding, I should have heard their heart rate or breathing at least, but there is nothing, especially if they are between the range of 100 meters. Unless they are dark beings, I'm confident that no living being in the rare planes could hide in my hindsight. Jacob retorted. That's where you're wrong. There are myriad ways to hide one's breathing and heart rate, like the dark beings. Furthermore, you have yet to come in contact with true magic. The magic in Type 1 planes is simply too crude. They don't even have proper magic scriptures to cultivate it, so you naturally underestimate the use of magic. Anyhow, you will be able to detect them as long as you use your fluid acceleration at 15x. Jacob wasn't flustered by Immortality's words, as he knew it was right about the people of rare planes being crude when it came to using magic. Although he had yet to read the Type 1 Universal Magic Manual fully, he had already read the introduction, and he knew it was a basic magic scripture of basic elements. He was putting it on hold because he didn't have time to waste because of Ellie's deadline. But now, he didn't have to worry about time, so he might as well be done with it after making this trip. So, in roundabout ways, you mean to tell me that those two probably have access to magic scriptures? I won't be surprised if they are some high-ranking members of the Killer Skull Society or some high-ranking member of the bank. Jacob coldly stated as his heart rate suddenly started to increase at a terrifying speed. When his heart rate crossed the 10x threshold, faint smoke started to rise from Jacob's person as his senses started to enhance. Even his vision became so clear in the night as he was looking at everything in plain daylight. His hearing also increased as it rang, instantly breaking the 1-mile radius barrier, and now he could hear all those people who were now searching for him high and low. Even their heartbeats and bloodstream were clear as day. Not even those tiny crawling insects were hidden from his hearing. However, to his surprise, he still didn't find those two standing right above the sky, according to Immortality. Jacob's fluid acceleration with his epic body was not like what it used to be when he merely had a rare rank physique. He knew his strength too well. If he wasn't wrong, then with every 5x acceleration, he could fight a higher tier being than him without breaking a sweat, not to mention his senses were even stronger than some epic being who didn't have connate high physique senses. So, Immortality probably wasn't joking when it said he could not find them without using 15x acceleration, because once he enters that state, he can hear and see the invisible electromagnetic waves in the human eye. Chapter 281, The Walking Disaster, 5. The two ghostly figures standing on top of the discs were still looking at each other, while the cubes in their hands were blinking as they showed images of different areas in the beast forest at terrifying speed. However, it was at this moment they suddenly jolted as they both twisted their head in one peculiar direction. The discs under their feet suddenly shimmered before they started to move. But right at this moment, something terrifying happened when out of the blue. Splash! One of the figures' heads suddenly blew like watermelon before the disc under his feet could even pick up speed to evade. Boom! It was at this moment. A sonic boom rang in the silent vicinity of the beast forest, and the reaming white robes person was completely caught off guard by his companion's uncanny death. Before he knew it, the disc and the headless corpse were already falling down the sky while his disc was still picking up speed. He was only snapped out of his stupor when he heard the thunderous sonic boom. The disc under his feet suddenly shimmered in purple light as it started to descend. He clearly wanted to use the trees to disrupt the attacker's vision. But he was too slow as by the time he managed to process what happened, bang! His head also blasted apart like a balloon. Boom! Another sonic boom rang at this moment in the vicinity, and two bodies started to fall from the sky. This entire scene only took about 5 seconds before the two ghostly figures were dead without even knowing how. Jacob stood holding a 2-meter black sniper rifle, which was filled with gray stripes, and smoke was rising from its muzzle. Furthermore, those gray strips were shimmering in garish light, and the magic gem embedded in its grip was shining brightly. But the very next moment, the magic gem suddenly cracked before it turned into dust. Jacob wasn't fazed by it, as his eyes at this moment were shining in rainbow color before they slowly returned to being amber again, and the smoke rising from his figure also cooled down. Jacob looked at the black sniper rifle with a content look. As he turned his hand, a magic gem appeared, and he clicked it in the empty chamber where the old gem was embedded a moment ago. These enhanced shock absorber magic patterns are really what I needed to control the recoil of my new Iron Titan sniper. But the magic gem is only enough to sustain 2 bullets recoils. Sigh, it's too costly. If only I could use magic. If I want to recreate the quantum sniper and then use it without losing a limb, then I need at least top-tier epic magic patterns and epic-tier magic gems. Jacob lamented, as he didn't care about the fact that he had managed to kill 2 terrifying existents like it wasn't news to him. Jacob knew the moment he took out the Iron Titan sniper, which was the name he had given it after turning it into a magic weapon. Those guys won't stand a chance against him. Now he can use Iron Titan sniper without worrying about suffering a recoil from it. He didn't dare to use it even with his epic physique because he knew his arm would be shattered, just like he ended up in that almost dead state when he used it against the White Minister. Although he won't be left in that dead state, It was a wound he wanted to avoid at all costs. That's why he was so hell-bent on learning the magic smithing to find a way to avoid such a situation, and he did. The magic patterns were something only a magic smith could create with unique magic smithing techniques. Different magic smithing techniques result in different magic patterns. Like the enhanced shock absorber, magic patterns were Jacob's favorite, and he got the technique for them in the manual bought from the champion's space. Even the Alchemy Guild's shop didn't have them. In Jacob's understanding, this technique was probably for Elder Grandmaster rank magic smiths, since it was the technique written in the Elder Grandmaster section of the manual. So, it was only natural that the Alchemy Guild shop of rare planes didn't have them. Anyhow, Jacob's new guns were all powerful, and they were magic with this technique. Although they were not truly magic guns, since they couldn't be used with magic bullets, he didn't need magic bullets when he could create even more powerful bullets than magic bullets as long as he put his mind to it. One could say that Jacob now can put many of the ideas which seemed impossible in his old life into theories, and he would only grow as long as he continued to acquire more knowledge of this world's technology, especially magic technology. Jacob then put his new gun back and quickly headed in the direction where the bodies fell. He was also quite interested in those two discs, which seemed to be like some hoverboard. Furthermore, with those two explosive sounds from his guns, he knew those guys searching for him were all coming in this way, so he had to collect their bodies and belonging first before he started dealing with the others. With his excellent vision and sense of smell, he quickly found the two bodies and the discs. He didn't have time to check them as he stored them in his pendant and decided to enjoy a feast later after he got rid of all those pests. What Jacob didn't know was the moment he killed those two guys on the discs, within the hidden library in the dark city. The Goblet, impassively reading an old cover book, suddenly heard an electric voice. Iron Puppet Assassins has been killed by the target. Iron Class Kill Order has entered the second stage. 5 Iron Puppet Assassins have been dispatched. The Goblet merely glanced at the reverse black hourglass, which was still working in reverse, before she returned to reading as if nothing had happened. Chapter 282, The Walking Disaster, 6. After collecting the two bodies and discs, Jacob was in a good mood. He looked in the direction of the commotion, and his lips rose in an icy smile as he told Immortality, "Let's start the operation. Just tell me if I missed someone." The next moment, Doom Assassin's short swords appeared in his hand. The dark gray blades were the same, but the skulls from the sword hilts were now replaced with 2 palm-size black bearings. Jacob felt the Doom Assassin's short swords' weight, which was 1 ton each, and then started to spin them agilely like they were nothing but feathers. And the next moment, he vanished, leaving behind a blur. "Captain, we are only 100 meters away from the explosion area." A black-clad figure spoke in his star watch while he nimbly moved between trees, and he was heading straight in Jacob's direction. "Good, keep your guard up. There is more than one group in this place, and they are probably after our target. As long as they are here to kill him, don't get in their way. Let them take the lead even to probe and wear out the target. We'll get the rewards as long as he dies. It matters not if someone else kills him. What matter is he's dead tonight." A raspy voice rang in reply. Almost all the mercenaries received the same kind of command from their captains. If it were 2 years ago, they would have all been fighting for the kill, but now it was completely different. Their commission has been changed from a bounty to must-kill order, and rewards will be given to everyone who participates in this hunt and manages to get rid of the target. At a mile in the northeast direction, Skull Number A1 stood with a party of 9, and they were also listening to a report from his scout. "There are over 300 unknown personnel, and they are all after our target. What is your command?" A1's eyes narrowed. "It doesn't matter. We need to bring him in alive. Let the other side attack first. Just don't lose sight of him anymore. As long as the other side draw out all his trump card, we'll interfere." "Undares, kick." The voice suddenly cut abruptly with a strange cry. "What happens?" A1 was bewildered as he asked, but no reply came as the connection was completely lost. "I think he's been killed." A heavy voice rang from one of the 4-meter-tall giant figures. The question is by whom? Another giant figure coldly chuckled. A1's grim voice rang. It seemed we needed to step in sooner, gentlemen. We can't let the target get away today, or we'll never get a chance to go into higher planes. So, I need everyone to use your full power today. Boom. His voice was disrupted by a huge explosion over 600 meters away from their position, and a huge fire could be raised. Oh, someone already used an explosive magic spell of 9-star rank. A woman's voice filled with interest rang. Let go before he gets killed. A long sword appeared in A1's hand before he moved in the direction of the commotions. However, as they got closer, they could hear screams ringing all around them, and those screams were absolutely bone-chilling as they rang all over the forest while all kinds of explosions rang. For a moment, they rang from the east, and the next moment they rang from the south. It was like a war zone. But this made the top 10 A-rank skulls of the Killer Skull Society even more confused. Since there should be only one target, how could everyone start fighting each other? Not only the 10 skulls, but there was another group of 32 universal mercenaries. They were all official members, not reserve members, and 3 of them among them were Dark Baron-level Dark Nobles of the Dark City. This group was the true upper echelon of the mercenary agency in the Rare Plains, and they were all going to leave the Rare Plains in over a year when the reinforcement from the Epic Plains arrived to suppress the dark beings. They all came here with their underlings, beaming with confidence. But now they were all panicking as their numbers suddenly started to feel down like a waterfall. What the fuck is happening? Who is attacking our men? A booming voice rang in the forest. It was a giant wearing menacing-looking black armor, while holding a 6-meter-long halberd, while he was trembling with rage and trepidation. Lord Fire Cannon, we lost contact with 3 more scouts, and 3 more leader-level figures have left the hunting chat. Another giant grimly informed Fire Cannon, who was the second most powerful official mercenary present in the Dark City and a Baron-ranked Dark Noble. What, those fools cut the contact as well? What the fuck are they doing? Fire Cannon didn't hide his booming voice as he was now completely enraged. Maybe they're just killed by me. At this moment, an icy voice replied. Who? Fire Cannon was startled as he twisted his body in the voice direction, and he was instantly horrified when he saw his right-hand man, who was just alive a moment ago, was now falling to the group as his giant head was rolling over. Not only that, but a dark figure was right in front of his face and only a meter away. Time seemed to slow down as Fire Cannon saw 2 sharp streaks headed toward his neck in a scissors-like motion. At this moment, Fire Cannon, a mountain giant who wasn't afraid of even death, felt the fear of impending death as that dark figure appeared akin to a Grim Reaper who couldn't resist as his body froze in place. Swish. Fire Cannon felt his vision start to twist as all the feelings he had a moment ago started to slip away. He only heard atrocious muttering before everything faded away. I wonder if I should take these giants' hearts, but it would take too much space. Forget it. They're just trash. I should take their rings, weapons, and Star Watch. Chapter 283, The Walking Disaster, 7. In the dark night, the Magic Beast forest today was filled with horrified screams, and blood dyed the soil. Dead bodies dropped like rain as all of their head were cleaved, and not only that, but their chest was all cut open, and their hearts were missing with their star watches and rings. This caused those people who came here with the intent to kill completely shudder, even those high and mighty experts with status. Lord Fire Cannon connection has also been lost. A hobgoblin standing beside another hobgoblin said with trepidation. I'm leaving, the hobgoblin said in his star watch before disconnecting it, and then he looked at the other hobgoblin beside him. Order our men to retreat. Something is terribly wrong with this place, the hobgoblin ordered, and he turned around without hesitation. Going somewhere, a ghost-like voice suddenly rang, and before the hobgoblins could even react, their head was rolling as their bodies took a few steps before they fell down. Jacob scoffed. looking at the dead hobgoblins as he went ahead and harvested their hearts before he took their star watches and one space ring which the hobgoblin was wearing. It only took him 5 seconds before he moved toward another target. It seemed these guys are now planning to run, hee. Immortality wrote. But can they? Jacob sneered as he entered 2x acceleration, increasing his sense range even more, not to mention his speed. The renaming members of the other hunting parties now realized that they were not the ones who were hunting, but they were the prey here, and the hunter turned out to be none other than their prey. They knew the target was a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, their retreating efforts were all turned into nothing but meaningless struggle as more blood-curdling screams reverberated in the vicinity, and those screams only belonged to those who were scared out of their minds. But as soon as those screams rang, they died down the next moment. Gathered together, everyone. He's hunting us down one by one, gathered together if you want to survive. A booming voice rang in the vicinity, and it was filled with rage and panic. We, the Universal Mercenaries, invite everyone to work together to fight against this fiend. Another loud roar sounded like thunder. Killer Skull Society gathered with the mercenary friends. A heavy voice replied as those guys who were running like headless chicks started to snap out of their stupors, and they ran in those voices' direction like crazy. They all now understand that they will be dead eventually if they continue to run like this, and the other party seems to know exactly where they are running. Even those top 10 A-rank skulls realized that the faceless ancient wasn't a target at all, but he was a predator who they had underestimated terribly. So they forget about their actual motive and decide to retreat from this death trap before reporting it to A0. They had thoroughly underestimated Faceless Ancient, and they needed more than numbers to take down that guy. They couldn't even trap him, because they couldn't even see him as if he was a ghost. Jacob stopped in this track as he looked in the direction of the voice and listened around, and smiled deviously. Well, they're making it even easier for me to get rid of them. All those guys are now gathering in one place. Now this is what you called a true way to live. Just kill them all and take whatever you need once you have the strength. I suggest you kill everyone in the rare plains. Who knows, you might find more surprises like those 2 guys. No one can stop you. Ahaha. Immortality revealed its nefarious plan. Jacob looked at the bloodthirsty suggestion and scoffed. I'm only doing it because those guys provoke me first. Besides, the moment I start massacring every living being I see, I'm pretty sure I'll be even more hated than the dark begins. You yourself said that there's a godly existence like Zodiac will, so I want to avoid it as much as I can, and I'm pretty sure you wanted to do the same. So, stop with your moronic suggestions. How do you know I want to avoid it? Heh, Immortality questioned. That's something I want to know as well, Jacob candidly replied. Curiosity killed the cat, it wrote ambiguously. There's not an option when curiosity is part of the cat, so as long as you are on my side, I hope you will eventually reveal the problems, especially those that could get me killed. Jacob honestly stated, and he got no reply, which he was not surprised about. 5 minutes later, did all of them gather? He then asked, as he didn't sense any more scattered mob, and all of them were gathered in one place. 128 extraordinary tier 6 and 219 ranks not worth mentioning have been gathered together in a large group. What are you going to do? It better be entertaining. Haha. I have collected enough hearts and some high-tier meat for a meal, so I don't think I need their hearts anymore. The only thing they have valuable is their star watches, and some high-ranking members wore space rings, so I can kill them without being worried about damaging their bodies anymore. Jacob ambiguously replied before the swords in his hands vanished. He then started moving in a particular direction, and stopped when he was only 200 meters away from the gathered mob. The next moment, he took out a 2-meter weapon. He placed it on the ground. This weapon consisted of 4 main components: a barrel, a base plate, a bipod, and a sight. That was a freaking mortar, with magic markings all over it. Jacob then took out a 120 blue mortar round with propellant rings, and it was a spin-stabilized bomb. He then loaded it in its muzzle, and then set the barrel at a general angle between 45 and 85 degrees. Jacob then placed his hands on the trigger and pulled a murderous smile. Let's hope they won't be blasted apart by this basic Type 1 mortar round. Chapter 280, For the Walking Disaster, 8. The remnant of the Killer's Skull Society and the Universal Mercenaries were all gathered together, forming a huge group. The top 10 A-rank skulls also managed to keep themselves alive, because the moment they sensed the situation turning worse, they also decided to retreat. But alas, leaving was easier said than done as their numbers continued to decrease even faster. Hence, they had no choice but to team up with the Universal Mercenaries, who were not in any better position than them, if not worse. Bastard, come out if you dare! A Universal Mercenary giant, who was also the #1 ranked among the agency, roared out loud furiously. Fire Cannon was like a brother to him, and now he was probably dead, so he was quite eager to have a go at Jacob. But he was rational enough not to go out alone, since even he, as a giant, could tell the other party was not any less strong than a giant like him. Vis. A strange voice suddenly rang in the vicinity, drawing everyone's attention, and in unison, they all looked in the direction of this voice. They only saw an object like a shooting star, and the next moment, that shooting star suddenly started to descend right in their direction with terrifying speed. What is? Run! Someone roared, but alas, the shooting star was simply too fast, and no one was able to react fast enough as it landed right in the middle of their gathering point, and the next moment. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, making the ground shake as if a terrifying earthquake just came out of nowhere. A mushroom cloud rose within the vicinity. Everyone in the vicinity of 100 meters rises to the ground, and a terrifying shock wave blows away all the trees. Jacob, who had already collected the mortar, stood while leaning with a thick tree, without having any intention to move despite the incoming shockwave with a dust cloud. Swish! A terrifying wind blew past his position, mixed with dust and heat from the explosion, but it wasn't able to move the thick tree or Jacob, who just stood there. He looked at the book and asked dismissively, how many managed to survive? Those 128 extraordinary Tier 6 are still breathing, but barely, I guess. While those 219 small fries are raised down to 18, and they are all giants, as expected from those big logs. Jacob nodded. I suspected as much. I never intended to kill 128 extraordinary Tier 6s since they are the richest of the bunch. Let's collect. However, before Jacob could speak, he saw the writing on the book suddenly change. Oh, someone is coming in this way, and that person's heart matches what you need. I never thought so many guys would be wasting their potential in this shitty place. Well, you can make their life worth it. Ha ha ha, Immortality suddenly wrote. Jacob's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he only asked one word before the Iron Titan sniper appeared in his hand. Where? What the hell is going on in this place? A0, clad in black body armor while his face was hidden under a mantle, looked in the direction of the dust cloud with a grim expression. He exited the Dark City and wanted to oversee the entire operation himself, but for some reason, he lost contact with A1 a couple of minutes ago. Not only he but even everyone involved in the mission couldn't be contacted. However, he got the general location from A1 before the contact was lost, so he was rushing in this direction when he heard that terrifying explosion and started to feel something was amiss. Don't tell me they can't even apprehend one fucking rat, he muttered in indignation. However, when A0 was only over a mile away from the explosion focal point, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate, and the fine hair on his body stood with goosebumps. His unique racial danger sense roared in alarm. This ability was something that he depended on most, and he knew it couldn't be wrong as it had saved him thousands of times from life-threatening dangers. Without hesitation, he gave in to his instincts and twisted his body and lunged with a sidestep and smacked into a 3. But the moment he just sidestepped, an object at a terrifying speed suddenly brushed past his mantle and barely missed his head, and landed on the trees behind and blew it away like it was a water balloon. And only just one tree anything that came in that object way blew like that for hundreds of meters. A0 finally stabilized himself and looked at the damage behind him with a horrified expression, and his heart sank to rock bottom. However, his heart skipped a beat again, and his legs moved on their own. But this time, he wasn't as lucky as before. Even though he managed to dodge the bullet from blowing his head, it still managed to graze his left cheekbone and even blow away his left ear. At this moment, the mantle and mask on his face crumbled, revealing A0's ghastly face. He had a lion-like face, but his skin was pale yellow, but the most eye-catching feature was his chameleon-like eyes. He looked extremely pale as half of his face was almost blown just now, as blood was gushing from the wound, dyeing his face and neck crimson, giving him a ghostly appearance. In his entire life, A0 probably had never come this close to dying. Nor did he dream that someone was capable of pushing him to this kind of state, especially in this place, not by a long shot. He never thought the small chore would turn out to be a deadly mistake. But the impossible had happened, and now he was facing the threat of dying, and he was stunned because his head was ringing from the last brush of the deadly bullet. However, his survival instincts kicked in, and he ran on pure grit to live while trying to regain his senses and calm his nerves. Nothing made sense anymore to him as he just wanted to live. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 285, The Walking Disaster, 9. Lunging on trees, Jacob, holding the black sniper rifle, was looking at A0, who was wobbling around the trees while running, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. He managed to dodge 2 bullets from my Iron Titan sniper. Just what kind of species he belonged to? Jacob asked. He's a mix between a high orc and a stealth chameleon. You can say he's a demi-high orc, and high orc is a proactive war legendary race. So, it's only natural he had their survival instincts. He had the potential to be unique, Immortality revealed. Jacob was astonished as he looked at A0, who was slowly regaining his senses, and wasn't giving Jacob's chance to take a shot at him anymore as he moved in a zigzag pattern. His speed was not any slower than his when he wasn't using fluid acceleration. But Jacob was already using 5x acceleration, and he was quickly closing in. He no longer planned to waste more bullets since he could get rid of that wounded prick himself now. However, when Jacob was only less than 50 meters away from catching up, he noticed A0 take out something from his space ring, and it was a white scroll. It seemed he regained enough focus to remember he had a space ring, and that white scroll is a magic scroll. Jacob's guard was instantly raised as he knew those magic scrolls were like bombs, and he didn't want to be at the receiving end. So, Jacob threw the notion of saving some bullets, as that guy was probably more dangerous if he didn't kill him as quickly as possible. But A0 had already crushed the white scroll and beat Jacob by a hair before he could take aim. A brilliant light suddenly shone from the point where the white scroll was crushed, hindering Jacob's sight greatly, almost blinding it. Now it was Jacob's turn to feel impending danger coming his way, and for someone with his current level to feel danger, it was not a joke. So, without hesitation, his acceleration increased to 10x, and he ran in the opposite direction to the incoming whiteness before it could envelop him. When Jacob was 50 meters away from that whiteness, it didn't expand anymore, and when he turned around to see what kind of magic scroll it was, he was shocked because a white doom covered 50 meters radius. A magic barrier, Jacob instantly guessed. Furthermore, he was feeling danger from that barrier, so he knew it would not bode well for him to come in physical contact with it. Is he hiding there? He asked Immortality. Because if it turned out to be the case, then he didn't know just how long that barrier would last, so he needed to take some drastic measures to break that barrier without touching it. Ha 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 ha, what a cunning fellow. That barrier is just a decoy which can fool your senses, and he's already 200 meters away from using. If you can't feel him, then it might be the result of him using another black scroll. Immortality amusingly wrote. No, that barrier wasn't a decoy. It was most likely meant to trap me within. Jacob's expression changed as he stopped wasting his time standing there and quickly gave chase. He nearly got fooled by that wounded fellow by thinking that he was hidden in that barrier. Just who is this guy? Jacob thought while he followed the direction where Immortality was leading him. He was hell-bent on killing this guy, and the reason was nothing but his precious heart. A0, who was chucking down vial after vial of crystal green liquid as his wounds were starting to mend, couldn't get rid of that dangerous sensation even after using that precious 9-star blind barrier magic scroll and another 9-star shadow magic scroll. Why is he so strong? Who is he? Could it be he's an epic? No, impossible. Nobody can go against the restriction of a plane. Just who is he? However, the feeling of dead enveloping him rose again, and he jumped down. K-boom. He screamed when he saw his leg had been blown off despite his managing to save his head. He can see me. No, I'm going to die. I don't want to die. A0 felt his mind on the verge of a breakdown, and with the pain, it started getting worse. He never thought he would die like this, and he didn't even have a chance to retaliate as the other party was simply too terrifying to track him down. But he knew the true reason for his demise was that weapon which was even faster than his danger sense. His reaction speed, which should be around epic tier 1, was nothing in front of the bullet speed, and this type of weapon shouldn't exist on the rare planes. Stop. Please stop. Why are you attacking me? He roared with an appalled expression while surpassing his pain. At this time, Jacob finally landed a few meters in front of A0, who looked like a mess with his leg blown and his face still filled with blood. Because I like your heart, Jacob dismissively replied before he left an afterimage and appeared right in front of A0, and his short sword had already appeared in his hand. Appalled, A0 never thought this guy would be so decisive, as he didn't even wait for him to react. Wait, I'm D. Kick. The sword blade passed through his throat before he could even complete his words, and the light in his eyes dimmed down as his head rolled on the group within his own blood. I don't care who you are. Jacob scoffed as he stowed away A0's entire body, leaving behind his mingled head. Jacob had already felt A0's movement of hand when he tried to talk with him, and he knew he was up to no good. He had seen and heard too many scenarios when giving a chance to your enemy to talk could be fatal. Jacob hadn't killed A0 because he was his enemy. He didn't even know if he was an enemy or just a passerby or someone who was drawn in by that explosion. The guy didn't even attack him first. Jacob killed A0 because he had something he needed, and he couldn't stop him from taking it. It was that simple. Chapter 286, How Sad. Ellie sat in front of a jade table, and there was a palm-size rectangular white sheet placed on it. She held a long, thin brush which was shimmering in a purplish hue as she elegantly made strokes on the white paper. With every stroke, a purplish line would appear on the paper despite there wasn't any sort of ink, and thereby it turned into a rune symbol. With every successfully carved rune symbol, the white paper seemed to be pulsing. When the 5th rune symbol was done, her hand stopped moving before the white paper suddenly encased in a purple brilliance. Thereupon, the brightness fades away, and what is left is the white paper with a purple line pattern all over it. The runes have vanished somehow. Ellie doesn't seem to be surprised by it as she places the white brush, which now looks like a normal paintbrush, on the jade table and then picks up a small crystal stamp beside it. It also shimmered in a purple hue before she turned the white paper around and stamped its empty size with her stamp. And when she removed it, a beautiful symbol of a purple eagle which looked extremely vivid appeared on it. She muttered with a hint of satisfaction, I can finally create an intermediate Type 2 talisman on my first try. I am getting closer to reaching the intermediate stage of the Rune Artificer Elder Grandmaster rank. At this moment, she suddenly frowned as she looked at her wrist before a projection appeared, and the next moment, a hint of shock flashed past her eyes when she was a message, and there was a video file attached to it. Faceless Ancient sent mail. I have killed 682 people today, and I don't know who was who since they all came after me. But I'm pretty sure over half of them were universal mercenaries. I have no way to confirm their identities, but I do record their appearances, and there is also the exact moment of me killing these guys, so this video is legit. There were also some other guys, but their appearances weren't presentable or intact. Anyway, I don't know how you're going to confirm their identities since it would be a hassle, so Vice President, you can just send me 150,000 ZC for this service, and we'll consider the trade between us a success. 682. Does he think I'm an idiot? Ellie muttered in disbelief, but still, she opened the video file. The video file was an hour long, and as she played it, she was instantly captivated by it when she saw the starting scene was of some black-clad guy who was seemed to hiding in a tree. But almost instantly, that guy's head started rolling down. It was simply too fast, and then the scene changed. What? Ellie was bewildered as her disbelief expression turned solemn. She then activates the 360-degree video mode, as any video recorded by a Type 1-star watch was a 360-degree video by default. Furthermore, the video quality was like a movie, and everything was clear as day. There was even a 50x slow motion option in the videos recorded in advanced Type 1-star watches. But Ellie's Start watch can go to 1000x slow motion, and she used it without hesitation to watch the first scene frame by frame, and she watched Jacob, not the dead guy. In the end, her eyes were filled with disbelief and a hint of appalling. Just what kind of monster is he? She then watched the next scene, and there was the same result. Toward the end, there were just recording of dead bodies. There were only 40 scenes where Jacob was seen beating people like he was cutting chickens, and those scenes were all recorded at the exact moment he was going to deliver the killing blow, not the entire process. Still, just this much was enough to reveal his capabilities in the assassination. And not only that, but Ellie also noticed some dead bodies at the end were completely charred and missing limbs, as if they were at the center of a terrifying explosion. Ellie took a deep breath before her lips curled up in an icy smile. We only wanted to test his capabilities by giving him this mission, but he's out of our expectations. Even Dad might have never thought that he was capable of this kind of feat. When he suggested that he would be capable of coming in here without us interfering. He only said there were over 30% chances of us winning, and even if Lucy ended up breaking the bet or we did, we won't lose a thing. On the other hand, Lucy would have suffered losses to take the champion of the rare planes down. But just this much loss to the bank is enough to get Lucy to bleed like the old bitch she is. It seemed our 30% chances have increased to 55%. And if we can interfere with Lucy's interference and stop her from killing him to void the bet, those chances will rise to 80%. I need to tell Dad. Soon Lucy would start to take it even more seriously. Ellie's eyes shimmered in excitement, but she stopped all of a sudden and then opened another application, which was the bank application. I should reward my dog first to keep him happy. He wanted 150k ZC. I'll give him 200k to make him even more obedient. With a dark smile, she transferred 200k ZC to Jacob's account. Then she instantly contacted the guild president, Nelson. While Ellie was gloating at her good luck, someone else was going to suffer from bad luck. Lucy was looking at the projection of an elegant elf male as her usually aloof eye were filled with disbelief as she asked, "So, you're saying you lost all contact with our hunting group over an hour ago. What about the team members?" "I've already tried multiple times, but none of them is responding. I've already sent another small team to investigate the situation," the elf respectfully replied with a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Inform me as soon you receive any news." Lucy cut the call with a frown. "What is going on?" she muttered. However, at this moment, she received a message from Ellie, and when she read it, she knew something was extremely wrong. Amiable monkfish, reply. Sending your men to die, how sad. I wonder how the bank will react. Chapter 287 Skullno, S0. At an unknown place, dark miasma covered the horizon as if nothing was visible in this strange, mysterious place. However, a couple of 100 meters deep underground was a humongous space, and in this space was built a metropolis. In a towering building, a masked woman in a lab coat was standing in front of a glass cell and recording something in a hologram in her hand. At this moment, an electric voice rang in the lab. "Lord S0, you have an utmost important call." S0's focus was broken with that abrupt notification, and she knew only a single person was capable of triggering this kind of notification. So she quickly changed the projection on her wrist and opened the call interface, and when she saw the name, she knew she was right about the identity of the caller. So she quickly accepted the audio call. "My lord, A0 is dead, and so does the top 100 of a ranks with him." A ghastly voice rang, cutting S0 between her sentence. S0's eyes instantly widened when she heard the news, and her body trembled as she blurted, "How is that possible?" She knew better than anyone just how powerful A0 was, and he should be able to preserve his life even if he encountered an epic. But his death with the top 100 a ranks was a massive shock to her, and if it was true, then it was an unforgivable blunder. "You tell me," the ghastly voice coolly replied. The voice may sound indifferent, but there was a clear, frigid intent laced within. S0 was lost for words, as she herself couldn't wrap her head around this abrupt turn of events. "My lord, give me some time to investigate. He might have been sieged by some hidden enemy, and in the process, his brain chip might have been damaged. So there's still a chance he's not dead." S0 refused to believe that A0 could die in the rare plains. "Hee, do you think I would have called you if I hadn't confirmed it? You know quite well a skull with the number 0 has a special brain chip implanted in their brains that can send us video feedback for 1 minute before a number 0 dies. So, are you getting retard, or are you suggesting I'm a retard?" the ghastly voice asked in derision. S0 instantly kneeled down as her entire body was feeling goosebumps despite the fact that she was only talking with a voice. It was a kind of fear that simmered into her very being. I didn't dare. It was me who lost my rationality. Please forgive my lord, please forgive me," she started to plead. "Enough with this nonsense. Tell me, how are you going to retrieve our assets on A0 and the data from the cannibal plan?" the ghastly voice sternly questioned. S0 quickly replied, "I'll go myself to complete this mission." "Humph, I'm giving you one more chance to make everything right. I want the assets and data before the epic trial begins, or you will be demoted to S1 rank, and you will have to complete a dark skull mission to make amends." Done saying its piece, the voice ended the call without waiting for any reply. S0's eyes were filled with despair when she heard the punishment. A few moments later, she finally managed to collect herself. An eerie voice of teeth grounding rang at this moment in the silence lab before S0 furiously roared, "Who did this? Show me A0 last vision." Her eyes were bloodshot as she saw a video appear on her Star Watch interface and started to play. When she saw how almost all the video was A0, running for his life, and then he was maimed by some extremely fast projectile towards the end, she was dumbfounded. But this video was like a normal video, as it didn't have a 360-degree feature, and it could only show what A0 saw before his impending death for up to 1 minute. So she didn't have any clue what kind of thing hit him that tore apart his leg, or how he was wounded before. Stop. Please stop. Why are you attacking me?" At this time, Jacob finally landed a few meters in front of A0, and S0's eyes instantly widened as she knew who this guy might be. "Faceless ancient, but how?" she blurted in disbelief as she watched with hatred in her eyes. "Because I like your heart," Jacob dismissively replied before he left an afterimage and appeared right in front of A0, and his short sword moved. "Wait, I'm D. Kick." This was the end of the video. Just how can he be so powerful? Didn't that bastard say the target was only from the common plains, and he was only a rare rank species when he appeared in the rare plains? Then how could he have the strength to corner and kill A0? Then there is that weapon which maimed A0 while running. It has to be a gun, but that wasn't a Type 2 magic bullet, or his entire torso would have been blown by that shot, not just his leg. So, it was not a magic bullet, but a mech bullet. The real question is, how in the world did he manage to get his hands on a Type 2 gun and its bullets? S0 muttered like crazy. She was still finding it hard to believe that A0 was killed by a single person, not an entire army, and that person happened to be the one she had sent A0 to apprehend herself. In a sense, A0 was also under S0's pressure, so he had no choice but to move out himself, but he never thought he could get killed so easily by Jacob. Now, S0 was in an even worse situation, and she knew if she didn't do something, she might never be able to enjoy the life of luxury anymore, and her high status would be stripped. But what she was most afraid of was the Dark Skull mission, which is a kind of suicide mission that the Killer Skull Society only gives those skulls who were incompetent and had messed up big time. Now it was a life or death situation for S0. Chapter 288, Big Accumulation. After dealing with the massive mob of enemies, Jacob was feeling somewhat lethargic. He knew he had exhausted a massive amount of energy in a couple of hours of running around while using fluid acceleration and pinpoint focus. If he didn't have the unique endurance of a wyvern, he might have never kept up with this many enemies, and energy consumption was already hungry beyond salvation, not just lethargic. However, he wasn't worried about it in the least bit since he had already collected his dinner. Right now, he was in some cavern of magic beast forest that he snatched from an extraordinary Tier 6 spike bear after killing it. There was a large bonfire, and 3 skewered bodies were roasting over the fire while Jacob was busy gutting the reaming bodies he collected from the mob. As for the 3 bodies already on the skewered, they were the 3 bodies of the legendary decadents. He knew once he consumed their hearts raw, he needed to consume high-grade nutrition to make his body compatible. That's why he's been collecting all the bodies he deemed satisfactory to his need. However, deep down, he knew these extraordinary beings were no longer enough for his epic body. If his cursed blood condensing percentage increased by a large amount, all this meat, including those 3 legendary descendants, won't be enough to quench his hunger. Still, he knew it was likely to be impossible for his cursed blood condensing percentage to increase by a large margin. Even a direct legendary bloodline, the Fire Wyvern, only provides him with 4.9%. So these 3, who were not even the 2nd or 3rd generation, would likely only provide him with 1% or even less. That's why he wasn't worried about not being able to quench his hunger. In any blue moon chance, even if that happened, it wasn't like he wasn't ready. Jacob then skewered 10 more bodies around the bonfire before he sat down on the corner, leaning against the wall. Well, Immortica's time for today has ended, so I won't be able to keep track of my cursed blood condensing percentage. Anyhow, I have collected 3 optimal hearts for cursed blood condensing, while I have 389 hearts of extraordinary Tier 6s. Although they are not optimal for cursed blood condensing, if I eat them all, they might leave me 0.1, or if not, they will be my nutrition. Jacob chuckled before he flipped his hand, and a warm heart appeared, which was actually black. This heart belongs to one of the 2 guys he killed at the start, and strangely their hearts were black. Furthermore, when Jacob unwrapped those black clothes from their bodies, he was shocked when he saw they didn't have faces nor eye sockets or mouths. Meaning their face were completely made with skin, and there were only 2 holes for nostrils in the middle of their face and 2 small ear holes. They didn't even have hair on their head or their entire body, as a matter of fact. The strangest thing was their bodies were spotless, as if they were born this way. They also didn't wear any star watches or have any space rings. They didn't even carry small bags. All he got was 2 cubes and 2 discs, and that's it. Their appearances made even Jacob uncomfortable, and if Immortica hadn't assured him they were both eatable, he might not even wanted to eat their meat. Last but not least, A0, that guy's heart was normal and only slightly a bit bigger than a human heart by 3 inches. Not only that, but he collected 10 space rings from A0's hands, and from the look, He could tell they were all at least advanced Type 1 space rings. This discovery made Jacob shocked, and he guessed this guy's identity had to be quite startling. He still didn't have any clue that he was the important Grace 34 he had few unpleasant interactions with, or he might have already been grinning. Except for those rings, he also managed to collect 52 space rings and 603 star watches, and they were the ones he could find. He knew there were some star watches missing under that explosion, but he wasn't bothered by them. If he sold all those star watches, he would make a huge profit, and that's why he's been collecting them. As for the space rings, they were still useless to him since he couldn't open them, which was quite frustrating, but Jacob had a plan for solving this problem of his. But the solution can't be used right now, and it was a long shot, so he still has to bear with it. Without hesitation, he removed his mask, revealing his peerless face, and started to eat those hearts one after another. As he ate the 3 hearts, he felt his veins start to heat up, but not as much when he ate the fire wyvern heart. This feeling was quite vague and vanished by the time he finished eating his 32nd heart. That feeling of heat was then replaced with the feeling of warmth as he ate more hearts. Not only was he recovering, but he was also slowly becoming stronger. He was too familiar with this feeling and couldn't have enough of it. Just like that, 2 hours passed, and Jacob was still feeling lethargic, but not as much as when he started eating those hearts. Sigh, this is becoming more and more absurd. He sighed in exasperation and was about to turn his focus on the skewered bodies, which should have been cooked by now, when his star watch vibrated. He frowned as he opened the interface and saw it was a notification. Amiable monkfish sent 200,000 ZC to your bank account. New balance, 277,738 ZC. Didn't I ask for 150K? Why did she send me 200K? Jacob muttered with a hint of wariness. He wasn't a fool who would believe that Ellie sent him 50K ZC out of the kindness of her heart. However, his focus was broken when the star watch vibrated again, and the interface changed on its own. Jacob knew his interface could only be changed on its own when someone sent him an unignorable call request, and he was right. Chapter 289, I'll wait for you. Apocalypticus wanted to send you a voice call. Except, note, Apocalypticus has used star privilege to send an unignorable call request. Apocalypticus star privilege is higher than you, faceless ancient. Notification can't be ignored. Star ID can't be blocked. Frowning, Jacob thought it was quite strange to receive a call from a new big boss-level character at a time like this, so he was quite sure it had something to do with what he did. For some reason, he thought about the last guy he killed. Nevertheless, he would find out once he accepted the call, and this was just a voice call, so it was clear that the other part also didn't want to show its pace nor wanted to see his. So, he accepted the call without hesitation. Apocalypticus's crisp voice sounded at this moment, and it was icy cold. Mr. Faceless Ancient, do you know what you have done? Jacob was speechless hearing this woman's ambiguous words, and retorted coldly. I have no idea who you are and what I have done to you. So you better get to the point before I cut this call, and don't even think for a second I will pick it up again even if you call me 24/7. HMPH, you do have a temper, don't you? All right, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to return everything you took from Killer Skull Society, and I consider this matter over between you and my Killer Skull Society. Apocalypticus revealed her true intentions, and her tone was extremely overbearing. Jacob's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he understood the other party was from Killer Skull Society, and a feeling of déjà vu washed over him. It was clear that this woman was clearly quite a high ranking in the Killer Skull Society, and probably at the same level as Gunnar and Lucy. So, she won't contact him just to demand the return of their items. Furthermore, he knew Important Grace should be in charge of this place, so if anyone, he should be the one contacting him, and unless that guy didn't want to make his superiors unhappy, he wouldn't tell them that he was helpless against him. Even if he killed hundreds of Killer Skull Society members, It should be A0 to contact him and then threaten him, not this high-ranking woman from the society. So, unless there was something special involved in last night's massacre, which could alarm this apocalypticess that was even out of the reach of A0, she shouldn't have contacted him. Lastly, she was speaking quite ambiguously. She wasn't demanding that data he took from the common planes directly, but items, which made his conjecture even more solid. Then again, the last kill appeared in his mind, and the 10 space rings. His eyes flashed as he subtly replied, "I have some unpleasant encounter with your organization, and it was you guys who provoked me first, and I always acted in self-defense. As for the things I took, they are my compensations for all the traumas I have been through. This means I don't give two shit about my enmity with your clown society. Just send more of your little clowns, or better, just come here yourself. I promise I'll skin you alive as I did with your little pet, Important Grace." Jacob's tone was even more overbearing as he uttered. He was not afraid of Killer Skull Society as long as he was in the rare planes, and he knew for a fact that these guys were nothing but cowards who were afraid of 3 hegemonies. As long as they didn't know when he left the rare planes, they would never be able to harm him, and with his growth rate, he would be invincible in the epic planes eventually. "You ant slave, you dare to speak to me like this?" Apocalypticess instantly fly in rage on the other side, as she never expected Jacob to be so overbearing despite knowing just what kind of authority she had. "Yep, just a little slut who only knows how to wiggle her big cunt and throw out your bastard toys, since your ass is too big for you to move." Jacob cursed coldly without holding back, while in actuality, he was completely calm and wanted to confirm if the person he killed in the last was really Important Grace. As for why he thought that he was Important Grace, it was simple. After he confirmed that the Killer Skull Society was involved in last night's raid, and Apocalypticess's abrupt call, and her overbearing yet anxious attitude to get something back from him. So he instantly thought about the guy who came at the end, and he had astonishing trump cards, so he could only think of one person in the Killer Skull Society who could trigger the alarm in the epic planes, Important Grace himself. What was left was to confirm, and the only way was to anger Apocalypticess to the extreme so she could admit it herself, and she already half admitted by not retorting about the Important Grace death by his hand. "You lowly foul, mouth swine, I'll make you eat those words even if you hide under the earth or high in the sky. I'll find you and let you know your place, which is right under my foot," Apocalypticess uttered while chewing on each word in hatred. She had never suffered such humiliation in her entire life, not to mention humiliation at the hand of someone who she considered nothing but an ant. Jacob chuckled coldly. "I'll wait for you. In the meanwhile, I'll sell all that loot and make sure you will never get what you want." "Selling it, huh? I dare you to try it. Let's see who dares to buy it," Apocalypticess threatened before she cut the call. She was clearly not good with words and was already on the verge of going on a rampage. She knew it was impossible to talk with Jacob, and she didn't even offer him the things she prepared in exchange for what he took from A0 and the data. Now she wanted him dead more than anything, and she knew what she had to do to make that happen. Jacob's arrogant expression turned colder as he mused grimly. "So, that prick was indeed that Important Grace, and I took something important to the society again. Is this some kind of sick joke?" Chapter 290, Reaching the Meeting Point. In the middle of the day, Jacob finally left the cave and headed in the east direction of the inner magic beast forest. After his chat with Apocalypticess, Jacob was not feeling as apprehensive as he should have. On the contrary, he wasn't feeling anything, as if it was just a normal day of his day-to-day life. What he was concerned about were those 10 space rings he got from A0, and he wanted to see just what kind of treasures they held that even someone like Apocalypticess contacted him personally. Especially when she belonged to an organization like Killer Skull Society, her star ID should be top secret. As long as I'm in rare planes, I should be fine. I just need to be careful about my departure from the rare planes. I can't let anyone know I'm leaving rare planes, or the Killer Skull Society might not be the only one seeking revenge. I'm pretty sure that Lucy's character would suffer some repercussion after I killed probably all the official mercenaries in the Dark City. I haven't even left this place yet, and here I already have terrifying enemies in the epic plains. So I need more precautions than I already have, and I just happen to head such a place which is helpful. Jacob's lips rose in a faint, icy smile as he picked up speed. After 2 hours of traveling at his top speed without fluid acceleration, he stopped in the middle of the forest while he looked at the hologram map on his wrist. The location he sent me should be around somewhere here, Jacob uttered under his breath before he sent a call request to Earth Great Miner. After 5 seconds, the call was finally picked up, and a hoarse voice, almost as if dry leaves were rattling together, rang. "Why, you better be calling me to give me good news." It was clear that Mason was quite desperate. "I'm standing at the location you gave me," Jacob coolly replied as he was smiling when he heard Mason's voice. He knew this guy was at the end of his tether. "Excellent!" Mason almost cried in mirth when he heard Jacob's words and quickly cut the call. Jacob knew he probably cut the call because he was coming to get him, and he focused on his hearing to hear his footsteps. But to his surprise, he suddenly felt a faint tremor under his feet before he saw that just 10 meters left from his standing position, the trees suddenly started to shift left and right as if they were sliding. Under Jacob's astonished eyes, the trees slide over 5 meters, revealing an underground pathway. Impressive, he thought as he could clearly tell this hideout was much more high-tech than the hideouts he had seen in the common plains. Jacob understands one thing about the people with secrecy in these plains. They could hide anywhere and build structures like these underground hideouts in the middle of nowhere. They didn't need a huge army of workers to build them. Just their own power was enough to achieve it. Jacob himself was now fully capable of creating such a hideout in half a month, but he knew it was just a waste of his energy since he needed to move around all the time. He can't stay in one place unless he gives up on immortality. Maybe in the future, when he needs to research for an extensive amount of time and needs absolute secrecy, he might make such a base. Or in case he had enemies coming for him from all directions. After the pathway was opened, Jacob then walked towards it. But he wasn't just going to walk right into it. This place should be a tiger's cave, for all he knows. Although he was considered almost invincible among the living in the rare plains right now, he wasn't invincible if someone had a weapon like his Iron Titan sniper, or even stronger. He had already seen what kind of consequence one could suffer if he gave his enemies chances to retaliate like A0. If he hadn't stopped to hesitate while using his sniper rifle when he did, who knows what kind of trump cards he would unleash on him. Right now, he was going to meet a desperate man who was on the verge of dying, and that guy might lose his mind and want to drag him down with him. A dying person who had nothing to lose was fully capable of doing that. He knew too well about this fact. Furthermore, he was sure this guy had experimented with the plutonium, and no matter how brave Jacob was, even he was afraid of radioactive bombs. Even if he knew that it was, likely, not possible for them to create such a thing without any prior knowledge of what plutonium was. As long as the possibility existed, he had to be extremely wary. For a moment, Jacobs entered 20x acceleration, which was the current limit of his ability after getting his body to epic rank. Then he returned to being normal as if nothing had happened. But for Jacob, in that very moment, he sensed too many things, and after processing all that information, he started descending the stairway. The straw was 30 feet deep, and Jacob found himself in a small corridor, and at the end of this corridor was a metal door that was just opening. Jacob walked with an impassive look in his eyes, and he entered a 40 cubic meter space that was actually filled with all kinds of equipment. The temperature of this place was quite low, probably around 2 or 4 degrees Celsius. The instant Jacob's eyes landed on that equipment, he quickly identified many of them. So, this guy is an explosive expert. Although he didn't see any finished product to back his conjecture, he knew better than anyone what an explosive expert's lab looked like, because he was one himself. At this moment, the door behind him started to get closed, and so did the pathway at the end to the stairway, and footsteps rang in the silent lab. Chapter 290. I will relieve you. Under Jacob's eyes, two dry corpses like men walked toward him and looked extremely sick, like they were on the verge of collapsing. Jacob looked at the hobgoblin and fox-face orc without much surprise, since he already knew there were two men present in this place, and they were both dying. "Who is Great Earth Miner between you two?" Jacob questioned. Mason opened his mouth, but no words came out, and he started coughing violently. Lucas spoke in his dry, raspy voice, "Cut the crap and tell us how to treat this disease cough." He also started coughing the next moment. Jacob found the pair quite amusing as they were clearly on the verge of dying, yet they were still moving around and acting all high and mighty. Still, he was not here to get amused, so he stated his condition. "I want all that silver metal you had as well as the location where you found it. Only after then will I relieve you from your current situation." Mason was finally able to control his coughing as there was clear blood on his lips, and his condition was turning worse the more he remained outside the healing liquid cell. So, he also didn't have the energy to negotiate with Jacob. He hoarsely replied, Give us the cure, and I'll give you all the mineral on me. As for the location where I found it, I have to disappoint you, because I took it all." Jacob looked deeply at the hobgoblin, who seemed to be sincere beyond belief, and scoffed. "It seemed you still cherish wealth over your life, so you can take it to your grave then." Jacob turned around, which shocked the two men, and before they could speak, something unimaginable happened. Jacob threw a casual punch, and the reinforced door, which was made even to block E-Tier 6 physical attacks, blasted back like it was made out of a thin sheet of wood. Lucas almost had a heart attack and nearly choked on his own blood when he saw his pride and joy. The lab he was absolutely confident in being impenetrable in the entire rare plains was nothing but a toy house in front of this mysterious man. Mason was also stunned silly as he looked at Jacob, who was walking toward the staircase without even looking at them anymore. He never thought that the person he wanted to threaten was strong beyond his expectation. The notion came into his mind that Lucas had been tricked with all those guarantees and wanted to drag him down to hell with himself. But Lucas's reaction told him otherwise. Nevertheless, it wasn't time to mull over their mistakes, as Mason was now really afraid of dying. No, he was going to die if he remained stubborn. So he quickly called out, "W8. Jacob halted his footsteps and looked behind before he said, "I'll give you one last chance. Give me all that mineral on you as well as tell me the exact location where you found it. If there's even a little bit of falsehood in your words, I'll know, and this time I won't stop. And don't even think that all those explosives hidden in this base, especially the one you two are hiding right behind the south wall, which is made with the same material, can threaten him. That product is only half-baked, and it won't even blow up a chicken. If you don't believe me, you can try and let's see what happens." Jacob's casual words made the two guys' expressions warp, and with an appalled look, they looked at each other. There were clear shock, disbelief, and terror in their eyes. Especially Lucas. He almost thought that Jacob had an X-ray vision or had some high-grade scanner, or Jacob somehow deactivated the anti-barrier of this hideout. Nevertheless, whatever the case was, the cats were now out of the bag, and the man seemed to be not afraid despite knowing what was hidden in this place. They might have tried calling Jacob's bluff, but after seeing him punching the reinforced door like he was breaking a twig, none of them were confident anymore. Mason was instantly broken since he no longer found Lucas reliable, and he still thinks that he was in this mess because of Lucas and his experiments. He was in constant pain as even breathing made him feel worse than living, and he was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. He was too afraid of dying, and when despair filled his heart. I agree," Mason blurted before he showed the ring on his pinky and to Jacob. "I have over 50 kg of that mineral right in this space ring. The location coordinates where I found it is also recorded in my map scanner. You can take them all. Just give me the cure." "Why, you fool, Didn't you say you hid the map scanner with coordinates before coming here? What if he took it and killed us? Lucas wanted to roar, but he could only not. However, the terror in his eyes was clear, because he knew they couldn't threaten Jacob anymore with the explosives hidden in the base. So, those coordinates were the only bargaining chip they had over Jacob. If it were him, he would have offered Jacob the mineral first, and only after Jacob handed him over the cure. Maybe then he might have given him the real location or even a fake one to lead him in circles. But alas, the muscle-brain greedy hobgoblin was not as treacherous nor tenacious as the fox orc, and broke under the pain and despair of death. "Shut up, we are in this state because of you greedy cough, gritty ass," Mason berated with a twisted expression. Jacob's lips curled up under his mask. "All right, empty your space ring right here, and as long as the goods are here, I will relieve you of your suffering." "SC, he didn't cough, didn't make a move, or he could have simply killed us and taken my ring. And this time I wasn't lying," Mason disdainfully retorted. Lucas also felt it made sense, but he still felt they had lost all leverage. Mason no longer cared about Lucas's feelings or what he thought. He just wanted to be relieved from this pain. So, without hesitation, Mason moved his hand and started to take out everything in his space ring. When Jacob saw all those minerals, especially the large boulder of plutonium, his eyes lit up, and he also noticed other things, as well as the black map scanner. He knew Mason was not playing tricks anymore. "It's empty, now give me the cure," Mason madly declared. "I believe you," Jacob nodded, giving Mason hope. But the next moment, Mason's hope for getting all of this turned into sudden despair when Jacob's finger vanished from his sight and appeared right in front of his face, while his hand was moved like a knife and directly penetrated into his heart. Jacob's devilish voice rang, "Let me relieve you of your suffering." Chapter 292, Maybe It's Time. Lucas fell on his butt when he saw Mason's lumpy body hanging over Jacob's bloody hand, which was coming slightly out of his chest. Mason's heart was clutched within Jacob's hand, and it was pulsing weakly. Squish. Jacob crushed the heart like a bug before his hand retracted, and Mason's corpse fell to the floor with a large bloody hole in his chest. Lucas was filled with despair as he looked at Jacob, who was now probably looking at him since he couldn't tell anything because of Jacob's concealed face and eyes. But he does know it is now his turn. "W." His words were caught in his throat as he started to cough violently, and this time he was literally vomiting blood with every cough. "As I said, I'll relieve you guys, and I didn't lie. The thing is, your condition is terminal, and in my knowledge, there's no cure, no in this plane at least. There might be one in higher planes where the medical field is at a much higher level than this place. My deceased wife also suffered from such condition in the distant past, and she was in too much pain both physically and mentally." Jacob's voice suddenly contains a hint of melancholy. "Oh, forgive me, I derailed from the topic all of a sudden. Anyhow, death is the only solution, and it will come eventually. At least I can put you out of your misery painlessly since you provide me with this wonderful lab that will serve my needs for a while." Jacob chuckled coldly before he moved. Lucas was still coughing like crazy. His vision was already cloudy, and his mind was filled with despair and misery. The last thing he remembered was feeling a sharp pain in his chest before all that pain and misery faded away. He was really revealed. Jacob looked at corpses with 2 holes in their chests without any hint of remorse, and then averted his eyes, and they fell on the things Mason left. He walked over and picked up the map scanner and stored it away since it wasn't of any use to him yet. Except for that map scanner, he found 2 other things which drew his attention. They were 2 jars of glowing liquid. One was green, and it was over half filled, and one was sky blue, and it hadn't been used before. Advanced Type 1 healing and magic recovery potions. He even had over 1 liter of healing liquid and 3 liters of magic recovery potion. Just 1 drop of these liquids dilated in 1 liter spring water could heal any outer wounds and 20% mana below extraordinary rank. Don't tell me one of them was a potion alchemist. Well, that explains how these guys were alive all this time. Jacob thought while putting those potions in his pendant. Now, he was also a potion alchemist of senior grandmaster rank, so he knew just how precious these potions were, not to mention their creation process was tedious. Except for those potions, Jacob didn't find anything worth talking, as all of those remaining materials were junk to him. Mason probably used all the precious materials to create those 2 potions. Nevertheless, Jacob's true prize on this trip was that big boulder of plutonium. His eyes shimmered as he mused. Let's see how I can compress this huge lump. I should be done in a week or 2 before I get the reply from the Dark City. Only then can I decide my next course of action. Without wasting more time, he got to work. 3 days later, in the Dark City Noble Circle, Hallberg was looking at the hologram report with wide-opened eyes, as if he was reading something horrifying. How is this even possible? Can one person really do all this? He muttered with disbelief and a hint of terror. How accurate is this report? He asked Dark Rose. 80%. Dark Viscount Water Wave examined the battlefield herself, and she found over 500 corpses, and almost all of them were killed by beheading with a single sword slash. Through her connections in the Star Mercenary Agency, she found that all those official mercenaries were on a secret commission to hunt Faceless Ancient. Even her friend Dark Baron Fire Cannon and 2 other Dark Nobles were involved in this, and their dark badges are now voided, which likely means they are dead. Not only them, but there was another group involved in that attack since those extra over 200 bodies didn't belong to any official mercenary. Still, this incident has caused huge losses to the agency, and right now, Bank Manager Leroy has summoned a meeting between 3 hegemony's upper echelons in the Dark City. Dark Rose statically reported. Hallberg found it amusing as he asked, did he know the Alchemy Guild leader of the Dark City is probably the one who is behind this massacre, and they were the ones who were targeting him first? Is that idiot finally gone off his rails? I don't know, but Leroy didn't invite guild leader Faceless Ancient. Instead, he invited the former guild leader Braylon. He might have done this after knowing that the guild leader Faceless Ancient is currently unavailable in the Dark City. Dark Rose replied. Hallberg chuckled coldly. Dark Rose, you're still just an AI, so you don't know the matter of men. That Leroy is an old schemer and Braylon, and he is very tight. Since Braylon was forced to give away his position, he naturally considered Faceless Ancient his enemy. Now that the bank has suffered huge losses, Leroy would be the one who got blamed for this blunder, not the one behind that secret commission. If I'm not wrong, this secret commission has come from Epic Plains and from a very high-ranking member of the bank at that. Now, that person behind is using Leroy as a scapegoat, and that poor fellow had no choice but to become one. But what I don't understand is what that guy is now trying to do by summoning this meeting between 3 hegemonies. I never thought my last days in the Dark City would be so entertaining, and all this revolves around one person. Hallberg's eyes shimmered with great interest. Maybe it's time for me to have a chat with this Faceless Ancient. Chapter 293 Contact. Jacob was busy looking at the numbers on a screen display, connected with a molding machine with scrutiny, when he felt his star watch vibrates. He knew only a few people could contact him in rare planes, so whoever it was, it had to be someone with at least 1 star privilege or someone he sent a message or called to or added as a friend. After giving those complex numbers a last glance and finding nothing wrong, he opened his Star Watch interface and saw it was an audio call from Dilly, which he was expecting in the first place. So, he accepted it without any delay, as he was hopping to hear good news. Greeting, Guild Leader. Dilly's somewhat apprehensive voice rang. Get to the point, Jacob coldly commanded, as he didn't have much time to waste. Right away, Dilly quickly stated. I contacted my connection in the Noble Circle, and according to him, it's impossible to send a message or even approach the Dark Earl's manor. Only if Dark Earl invited someone himself, only then can someone approach that place. His voice sounded depressed and fearful. Jacob frowned as he didn't blame Dilly since he knew just how high-status Dark Nobles held in the Dark City. So how could the lord of the city be approached so easily? At least that guy didn't try to cheat him out of his ZC by providing false information. So, he knew he had to search for those reaming materials himself. The only problem was that Black Robe Alchemist still hadn't replied to his message, and he didn't know any places which matched the inhabitant environment for Nightmare Lily in the Rare Plains. So it might pose some problems. Anyhow, he would worry about that bridge when it was time to cross it. He was still busy dealing with the plutonium, and he had to be very careful not to blow himself up. "All right, you did well," said Jacob, and he was about to end the call when Dilly promptly said, "Wait, there's something else, guild leader." Jacob frowned. "What is it?" Bank manager Leroy called 3 Hegemonies collective meeting today and invited the upper echelon of the 3 powers in the Dark City. He even invited Dark Earl. Dilly quickly reviled. Jacob's dismissive look at the end turned sharp. "Something like that happened? I don't care about this meeting. Just tell me, how did Dark Earl respond?" How could that be? The Dark Earl had never bothered himself with matters of 3 Hegemonies as long as they were not related to the Dark City itself. So, this time wasn't any different. "What I want to talk about is that bank manager Leroy didn't send an invitation to you, the active guild leader but senior Braylon in the Common Circle. He even changed the meeting place to the Common Circle so he could easily attend it. He didn't even bother to invite anyone from the inner circle. This is blunt disrespect towards you, guild leader, and everyone is unhappy," Dilly angrily stated. Jacob cocked an eyebrow since this matter was really fishy, and he guessed it was likely related to the massacre 3 days ago. Because this bank manager was the one who called this meeting, and the Star Mercenary Agency was affiliation organizing of the bank. Whichever the case was, Jacob didn't care about those small characters' schemes anymore. As long as he is in the Rare Plains, he'll just kill anyone who wants to die early. He dismissively asked, "Is that it?" Dilly was speechless on the other side, as he didn't expect this kind of response from the tyrant guild leader. "That's what I think so. I'll be back in a week, so don't disturb me unless you have a way to contact Dark Earl or he appeared outside the noble circle." Jacob scoffed before he cut the call without waiting for a reply. This matter wasn't even worth remembering for him. He was just about to go back to whatever he was doing when his star watch vibrated again, making him scowl. When he looked at the interface, astonishment flashed past his eyes because it was an unfamiliar caller ID. "Great Hallberg wanted to send you a projection call. Accept/reject/projection setting." "Hallberg, someone from the Killer Skull Society or from the bank." Jacob's frown deepened, as he clearly had no idea just who this fellow was, and his ID was at least 1 star, so he guessed it was another character from the Epic Plains. And he only offended 2 sides in that place, so those 2 names came to mind. Nevertheless, he still picked up the call with a blurry projection setting, since this guy could be from the guild for all he knew. The moment he accepted the call, Hallberg's dark yellow blurry figure materialized. He also didn't want to show his true appearance to Jacob, not yet. "Who are you?" Jacob asked coldly, looking at the blurry figure. He never got the point of a projection call. If you still want to hide your face, you can directly send an audio call. But these bigwigs like to put the facade of mystery. "Hess, aren't you been looking for me? I'm the Dark Earl of Rare Plains Dark City," Hallberg revealed imposingly in a deep tone. He had no intention of hiding his identity. Jacob's eyes widened as he felt like it was some kind of trick. He was looking for this guy and to no avail, but now he was contacting him on his own. So no one could blame him for thinking that it was some kind of joke. Still, only a few alchemists knew he was looking for Dark Earl, and this guy seemed to know he's been looking for the Dark Earl. Not only that, but his star ID was also at least 1 star, and if he was really the real Dark Earl, then this meant he wasn't the only one present in the Rare Plains who had a 1-star privilege star ID. The enigmatic Dark Earl was also a 1-star privilege star ID holder, and the reason was enough for Jacob to take this guy seriously if it turned out to be the real deal. Chapter 294, I'm glad that. Jacob regained his calm as he spoke impassively. How do you know I was looking for you? Besides, even if I were looking for the enigmatic Dark Earl, I don't think you would be so kind as to approach me just because of this reason. Everything aside, I don't believe you are the Dark Earl. Although Jacob was really looking for Dark Earl, and it would have been all right if he had approached the other party. But the thing was, the Dark Earl approached him, which changed everything. First, he needed to confirm if this was the real deal or not, and second, he needed to know why he even bothered to contact him. Hallberg guffawed all of a sudden on the other side, which made Jacob's eyes narrow. He finally spoke in an amusing tone. You're really careful and mistrustful, huh? Well, a person of your caliber should be like this. Since you don't believe I'm the real deal, how about you pay me a visit to the noble circle? Jacob's eyes glimmered sharply before he replied, I'm not a dark noble. Heh, do you think I don't know? But I can arrange that for you. It's the perks of being the lord of a dark city. So, are you down? Hallberg inquired jollily as if he was talking with a long-lost friend, not some stranger. But this action only made Jacob warier of Hallberg's intentions, because if he was apprehensive of something in the rare plains, it was without a doubt the dark city where even 3 hegemonies have to behave. Furthermore, if Hallberg was really the Dark Earl, then this means this guy was another person present in the rare plains with 1-star privilege, and he knew for a fact getting that status was not as easy as it sounds. He only got it after he became the champion of the rare plains. If it was someone from the epic plains, he might not bother since they can't do a thing to him. But now, it's not the same thing. Still, Jacob knew this was a chance to meet the Dark Earl in person, and he may be able to strike a deal with him about the materials he required, and it would be more convenient to make a deal face to face. Even if things turn awry, Jacob is confident in escaping, especially since he now has plutonium in hand. So he replied, All right, I agree to this meeting. It's better this way. Excellent. I haven't entertained a guest in decades. Expect it to be a feast. Hallberg's elated voice rang from the other side. So when are you coming? Jacob felt this guy was too optimistic about this entire thing. But his doubt about Hallberg's identity was now almost clear, so he knew he had to meet him. Anyway, he was planning on paying one last visit to the Dark City and settling everything before he left for good. So meeting Hallberg was a bonus. I'm still in the magic beast forest taking care of some unfinished business. I'll return in 10 days, Jacob replied. Just send me a message at the city entrance, and I'll have Dark Rose arrange for your escort to the noble circle, Hallberg replied. Will do. Afterward, the call ended, and Jacob received a friend request from Hallberg almost instantly. After some consideration, he accepted it since this guy was quite resourceful. But he still has to see if he is trustworthy or not. He would only know after this meeting. It would be a lie to say that Jacob wasn't looking forward to it as well. He wanted to see just what kind of person the Dark Earl was and why he took an interest in him. 3 days later, in the common circle of Dark City, 3 figures sat around a round table. One of them was an elf wearing scholarly white robes. He was none other than the former alchemy guild leader, Braylon. However, from his past amiable aura, he was giving off a cold, distant feeling. Then there was a 3-meter-tall giant with a burly build and bronze skin. He was the current Nightmare Knight commander of the Nightmare Knight Legion of the Dark City, Tomas, also known as Bronze Giant. Lastly, an average-size man wearing a black suit and his face concealed by a purple mask was sitting straight between the two. Only his astute snake eyes were visible behind that purple mask. He was the bank manager of Dark City's Zodiac Taurus Bank, Leroy, and also the person who called this meeting. So, why do you bring us here from the actual meeting room? Tomas coldly questioned in his heavy mountain-like voice. Leroy's husky voice rang. Tomas, don't pretend you didn't know about any of this. On the contrary, I'm pretty sure you know too well and are part of this now. Braylon clearly had no idea what the meaning of those ambiguous words was, so he decided to seek it coldly. What are you two talking about? You do know that I have no power in the Alchemy Guild now. If you're scheming something against the current guild leader, then you better leave me out of this. Braylon wasn't a fool, as he could easily guess Leroy's intent by not inviting Jacob here, which was an act of blunt provocation. Furthermore, he didn't want to cross that madman after his short encounter with him. He lost everything without even doing anything, and so he didn't want to find out what would happen if he did something. He was only here because of the good relationship with Leroy, and he even planned to tell Jacob all about this meeting to enter his good books. However, after coming here, he found that things were not as simple as they seemed. Heh, that guild leader of yours is really something, I must say, Tomas suddenly declared, and there was a hint of deep respect in his voice. He then looked at Leroy and coldly replied, I know what you're thinking, but sorry to say, the chairman told us not to interfere with your side this time. And for once, I'm glad that we are not fighting that monster. But I'm still quite curious. Why the hell do you keep provoking him? Leroy's snake pupils narrowed into slits when he heard Tomas's unexpected words, while Braylon was completely out of the loop now. But I was informed the Alliance would be our allies in this venture, Leroy coldly uttered. Chapter 295, Rather be a deserter than deceased. But I was informed the Alliance would be our allies in this venture, Leroy coldly uttered. In response, don't make me laugh. Do you think of us as mercenaries like yourself who would sway by money? I admit we do like fighting and killing, but we do not like throwing our lives away. That monster killed over 500 people within 6 hours, and I know those guys didn't even put up a fight from their clean deaths. He's likely in the wind now. So, why the fuck do we want to go after him to waste our resources on a ghost chase? Even if we found him, you and I both know without an army, we'll die. Tomas snarled disdainfully. Braylon's instantly got the idea of what they were talking about and almost fell from his position. Sweat started to bead over his forehead, and his heart raced as he thought, kill 500. He never thought of that terrifying guy, but this terrifying, not by a long shot. He even starts to feel as if he is sitting on thorns now, because he accepted this invitation despite knowing it was disrespectful towards Jacob. Although he had no intention of going against him and even wanted to act as a double agent, would Jacob believe him? Just what the hell is going on here? He blurted with a pale face as he stood up from his seat. Tomas gave Braylon a snickering glance before he said, It seemed you really didn't know anything about the incident a week ago. Don't worry, your friend will tell you all about it. I'm sure he summoned you here to discuss exactly that. Leroy's expression was ugly at this moment, as he clearly wasn't expecting this turn of events. This entire incident had nothing to do with him. He only found out like everyone else. But just his bad luck, he was contacted by someone who he couldn't disobey and had to take full responsibility for this entire incident. In return, he was promised something he couldn't refuse, wealth and a ticket to higher planes. Not only that, but he was also given another mission, which was to unite the masses against Jacob and then ruin his public image as well as his guild image. Furthermore, he was told there would be another attempted assassination, and this time they would have the ZWA, Zodiac Warrior Alliance, full support as well. However, now Tomas was straight out refusing him, and he even brought the ZWA chairman into it, which means he was likely telling the truth. This could only mean two things: the negotiation between ZWA and UZB, Universal Zodiac Bank, has failed. Leroy was now feeling extremely gloomy, as this would also make things nastier for him. He clearly won't lead the charge to hunt Jacob himself. He cares about his life more than some empty promises. Likewise, he would rather be a deserter than deceased. However, he still didn't understand one thing. He asked with a raspy voice, just why did you kick him out of ZWA if he's such a powerful figure, and let him join the guild? Braylon also looked at Tomas because he always wondered about it. It was quite clear that Jacob was now an official member of the guild, but he knew that he was a former ZWA member. He had made the mistake of thinking that he could kick Jacob out since he didn't belong to the guild, but he learned the hard way that he was extremely wrong. Jacob was an official member even before he met Braylon, which meant he was contacted by someone with the same status as him, and Braylon had no idea who that person was, to tell the truth. But this just made him more fearful, because there was a chance he had supporters from the higher planes, and that's why he didn't want to cross him ever. Tomas's grin stiffened when he heard that question, as if someone had stabbed him right in the gut. He naturally knew Jacob was an official member of ZWA, because he was appointed to this position by one of his pawns in the Freedom Plains, Nixon. At that time, Jacob was still considered to be a blanker, and he wanted to earn his loyalty by providing him with resources and leaving it to Nixon to handle it. However, before their plans were even put into motion, Jacob's kidnapping happened, and everything goes down to the hills. But Tomas had never even thought that a nobody would turn out to be a monster within a few years, who even he had to look up to. He even took the man for someone else when he found that he was a permanent member of the guild. However, when he got recently contacted by the ZWA chairman, the person he worships, he found out a terrifying truth. The faceless ancient of the Alchemy Guild was the same faceless ancient he once wanted to take as his subordinate. Not only that, Gunnar even admitted that he made a mistake by kicking that guy out because of his own misgivings about Jacob. If he had known that guy was really capable of such a feat, he wouldn't have made that deal. Alas, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and now that terrifying fellow was almost untouchable in the rare plains. The ZWA could have been the strongest by his side, but now they weren't even dared to face the guy. Anyhow, Gunnar didn't take the offer Lucy wanted to give him, as he didn't want to send his men on this suicidal mission. As a fighter himself, he knew way better just how much manpower it would take to take Jacob down. So, now the agency was helpless without the Legion's help. As for the answer to Leroy's question, Tomas only said 4 ambiguous yet ugly words. "I have no idea." Leroy almost flew in rage upon hearing this, but controlled himself. "Why are you chickening out? He might be gravely wounded right now. For all we know, just help me out and I'll make it worth your while. I have some very good deals with you in the past, Leroy, but this time, I'm not going to take this one," Tomas coldly rejected. At this moment, a knock rang on the door. "What is it?" Leroy angrily asked, as he was in a very bad mood right now. "Sorry to intrude, but we received an important report right now," a panicked voice rang. Leroy frowned, hearing this unfamiliar voice, and before he could reply, Tomas said, "It's one of my men. Come in." A burly troll entered the room, and with panic-stricken eyes, he blurted without even greeting the three. It also reflected just how panicked he was by this report. The Wild Nation. It's the Wild Nation. The Mad Lich King has declared his intention of whipping every living being on the rare plains after his full victory over the Freedom Plains. The Dark Armies are marching toward the Magic Beast Forest as we speak, and not only that, but the Lich King specifically called out the Dark City. Chapter 296. When it rains, it pours one. Today, the sky was covered in black rainy clouds as thunder rumbled, making the beasts in the Magic Beast Forest restless. At this moment, in a particular area of the inner Magic Beast Forest, the ground suddenly started to shake. The booming sounds reverberated in the vicinity as if someone was trying to tear apart the earth. Bam! A piece of ground blasted in the air with some trees, revealing an underground passage. Jacob walked out of this passage looking the same as usual. "This door took 3 punches for me to break it. Not bad," Jacob muttered, looking at the broken, hidden doors of Lucas's hidden base. In the end, he shook his head. He can't remain here any longer, and this place will likely become someone else's property or some magic beast will occupy it. Anyway, he took anything worth taking, so he didn't care much about this place anymore, and he had already achieved what he wanted to by coming here. "I managed to process all the plutonium 2 days prior to my estimate. Well, I hope the Dark Earl won't mind if I come to visit 2 days earlier," Jacob thought before he moved, turning into a blur in the direction of the Dark City. This time, Jacob's journey was quite smooth, as no one was there to obstruct his way, and he guessed those corpses probably spooked those annoying guys away. Tippy-tip. Raindrops suddenly started to fall at this moment, and within a few seconds, they started to pour. Although Jacob wasn't bothered by the rain, it still obstructed his hearing sense. But for him, this was just like a casual rain, so he continued making his way toward the dark city, which was now over 10 miles away. However, when Jacob was only 2 miles away from reaching the waterfall canyon, Jacob suddenly felt a strange unease for no reason. With a deep frown, Jacob slowed down and focused on his surroundings, but except for that rain, everything was perfectly normal. However, that strange, uneasy feeling got intensified the closer he got to the canyon, and just won't go away. Cursed immortality. Jacob decided to summon cursed immortality instead of taking more risks. He was saving this summons when he entered the dark city's noble circle. However, he had never felt like this before, so he just wanted to confirm if this feeling was just a false alarm or if there was some sort of danger hidden near the dark city. It was better to be careful than sorry. However, just when he summoned cursed immortality, all the surrounding rain stopped, which made Jacob bewildered since it was simply too sudden, and when he looked up, his heart sank. Because he saw the rain wasn't stopped, instead it was obstructed by invisible doom, and this doom was 50-meter high and probably 500 meters wide. Not only that, but Jacob felt he was deaf as all sounds were cut off. Almost instantly, Jacob's entire body trembled as he felt goosebumps rising, and the fine hair on his body stood in alarm. However, without sound, Jacob's balance systems were greatly effective, which was clearly the scheme here, and the other party wanted to take full advantage of it as well. But Jacob wasn't so easy to subdue either. Within that instant, his 2 swords appeared in his hand while he twisted his body to the right. Just when Jacob started to twist his body, a red streak appeared right where his chest was a moment ago. However, Jacob was far from out of danger. He only managed to avoid the blow to his chest. Because at that same time, Jacob felt something sharp with a force of at least over 10 kilotons land over his shoulder, which should be supposed to be for his neck. The windbreaker he was wearing had at least a basic Type 2 defensive capability, and he was wearing a shirt made with the same type of material, so that blade didn't manage to wound him. However, after the second attack in succession, another came, which was headed toward his head. But now he also got enough time to move his sword, and he used it as a shield to protect his head without hesitation. Bang. Although he managed to block that dark blue streak, Jacob instantly received a terrible impact on his head, which wasn't any lower than 10 kilotons. All happened in 1 second in slow motion, and the moment that second passed, swish. Jacob's body blasted in the right direction, crushing many trees in its path. Jacob felt his head ringing, but he knew if he succumbed to this pain and didn't recover fast, he would be dead since this 3-way attack was perfectly coordinated. This time, his enemy was extremely sneaky that even he didn't see them coming, nor they gave him any chance to even look at cursed immortality, which was hovering in front of him. He simply summoned it too late. His heart entered 10x acceleration at this moment, and Jacob regained his sense and maneuvered in the air to stabilize himself on the ground. However, his enemy seemed to be even faster than him, as he could now sense another deadly attack coming right behind his neck, and another one from the air. Without hesitation, the sword in his hand rotated backward, and he stabbed it to the back without even looking while his second sword rotated upward, and he thrust it toward the air. Cling. Eerie sounds of metal clinging together rang almost instantly, and Jacob felt pressure behind those 2 attacks. Although they weren't equivalent to epic rank, they were not far either. But this action also exposed all of Jacob's body, and when Jacob sensed 2 more attacks were coming from right up ahead, he knew there were more than 3 attackers, and his eyes went deadly grim. Using his superior physical strength, he slashed the sword, which was blocking the attacker in the air, down with the attacker itself. Those two attackers' attacks were instantly disrupted by this action. At this moment, Jacob finally got a glimpse of Immortality, who had written something, and his heart sank when he saw the very first line. There are 5 legendary descendants. Right at this moment, Jacob saw a sharp edge appear out of nowhere, and it was only an inch away from his left eye. Chapter 297, When It Rains It Pours Too. The blade appeared literally out of nowhere, and the moment Jacob realized that it was there, it was already touching his mask's eye, which was made with a basic Type 1 glass known as sky glass. Sky glass has a clear reflection on one side, while the other side looks like a solid surface, and it is quite sturdy and stainless. Not even an advanced Type 0 weapon could scratch its surface. However, the assassins were clearly quite professional, and they probably knew what kind of target they were going to assassinate, so they clearly won't come with some Type 0 weapons. So Jacob knew that even if he managed to evade, his eye was as good as gone. What he should be worried about was that blade managed to penetrate deep into his skull. That's why Jacob started to retract his head backward, while the blade edge was already breaking past the sky glass and now only a hair away from touching the cornea, and almost at the same time, it turned fiery crimson. Thereby, Jacob felt a sharp, fiery pain in his eye, as if someone was piercing his eye with a scorching skewer. When the blade finally started to enter it, his entire eye went blind, leaving only the fiery pain. But he knew it was unavoidable. As the blade entered 3 to 4 millimeter deep into his eye socket, it started to go upward toward his eyebrow because of Jacob's timely retracing his head backward. However, this didn't mean he was out of the wood, not by a long, showing that fiery blade directly cut through his eye and skin. It even managed to scorch his skull before it left Jacob's head. Not only did the blade manage to take out his eye and nearly kill him, but his mask and hood were also blown apart by the sharp, fiery intent behind that blade. Jacob's face was revealed, with a deeply charred gush over his left eye, while his right bloodshot eye was deadly cold and filled with disbelief. He never thought he would come closer to death despite his current prowess in the rare plains. He thinks of himself as someone who could easily avoid danger in the rare plains, but now he knows he was too naive. No amount of preparation could compare to the unknown dangers, and this lesson could only learn through deadly experiences. Jacob looked at the crimson blade going over his head, and at this moment, his heart rate jumped to 20x acceleration. The gush on his eye started to mend visibly the moment he entered that state, while his other amber eye turned bright golden before multiple colors shimmered in his retina. The moment seemed to slow down for Jacob, and he could overwatch his surrounding in 1 meter like that was now part of his vision. There wasn't any blind spot, nor any hidden enemies in this range anymore. Jacob's hand moved from the back, which was blocking the attack from behind, and directly slashed toward the blade's owner, who was in a straight position, with his sword moving over Jacob's head. His sword cut past the hand, holding the blade before it moved directly toward the neck. Before the other party realized it, he was cleaved into 3 pieces, and Jacob's body moved so fast those other 4 attacks were still probably thinking that he was pinned down, while he was now almost freed from that deadly lock. The 20x acceleration was something that could make his speed increase by 20 times, as well as his reaction speed. His mind works at terrifying speed, while his vision sees many things which he can't normally see. The most terrifying about achieving a 20x boost on his current level was that 1 meter zone where Jacob felt he was a god and nothing could escape him. So, he called it God's Zone. However, this didn't mean there wasn't any price to pay. In 20x acceleration, his body energy also rapidly depleted to fuel that massive acceleration. Jacob's conjecture was he could only maintain this acceleration for around 1 minute, even with the unique endurance of a wyvern, or his body would start burning his muscles. That's why he didn't use it carelessly, since he would need a massive amount of nutrition to regain his peak condition. However, now, after almost dying, he couldn't care less about that price. He wanted these guys dead. The remaining 4 finally realized that their companion was dead when his sword-wielding hand, head, and body started to split into 3 pieces, and somehow Jacob's speed greatly surpassed their own reaction speed. Calm when any of them realized that Jacob was gone and now attacking them. It was already too late as his sword was hacking down toward the 3 guys in front, like unstoppable wind, and slipped past them like a butter knife before they could even react. Jacob then finally turned around toward the last guy, who attacked from behind, while the blood wasn't even falling to the ground of his newly cleaved victims. His eye was exempt from any emotion, and only bloodlust was emitting from his very being. Without hesitation, he threw his sword toward the last person who was trying to retreat but appeared extremely slow in Jacob's vision, and the sword directly stabbed into his head. Only after confirming that there weren't any more attackers did Jacob start to calm down, and his heart exited the acceleration state. His entire skin was scorching while steam was rising. He looked like a crimson devil with his one scorched eye. At this moment, the barrier above suddenly burst like a bubble before the rain started to pour down again. This clearly has something to do with those 5 attackers' death. Jacob felt somewhat better under that cold rain and finally took a careful look at the appearance of those 5 death assassins. Before, he only cared about killing them and didn't have time to waste looking at their appearance. The moment he saw those corpses, his eye turned deadly cold, but there was a hint of dread present in it. Those 5 were dressed in white robes with black hourglass symbols on their chests, while their bodies were wrapped in black gauze. They were just like those 2 mysterious figures hovering on the discs he killed on the day of the massacre. Chapter 298. You're sick. Iron Puppet Assassins has been killed by the target. Iron Class Kill Order has entered the 3rd and final stage. 10 Iron Puppet Assassins and 1 Bronze Puppet Assassin have been dispatched. An electric voice rang in the secret library. The Goblet was putting back some old books when she heard it, and a hint of surprise flashed past her ruthlessly cold eyes. She muttered with interest and a hint of astonishment. How can someone be capable of killing 2 waves of iron puppets in this place? Now that the Iron Class Kill Order has entered its final stage, if it fails again, the Iron Constant has to pay 100 times the initial Iron Kill Order price before he can put a new kill order on any target again. I wonder if this target will survive and break the 300-year iron kill streak, and... Her muttering was like eerie noises within the silence of the library. In heavy rain, Jacob looked at the cleaved corpses with his icy gaze. He walked toward them as he started to feel lethargic again, and this time, this feeling was quite intense, as if he would fall asleep the moment he closed his eyes and let his vigilance go. However, his left eye was still burning while his vision was dark, so it was enough to keep him awake, and now he was going to eat them all to recover his depleted energy, not to mention their hearts were even more nutritional and precious. But this didn't mean he was happy about getting almost killed by this bunch. He was lucky he only lost an eye, and if he had been wearing his old dressing, he would have been stabbed multiple times before that guy would have claimed his head. Just who the fuck are they? They clearly belong to the same organization. What kind of species are they from? Jacob asked Immortality sternly, who was hovering there all this time. Today he also learned just how important Immortality's ability to see through any species is, and he shouldn't hesitate to use it if he ever started to feel uneasy. He only has 1 life, and there's no point in holding back on it. Ha 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 ha, they almost had you, huh? I must say, the attack was almost impeccable. They first put a magic barrier with a soundless effect to throw you off your balance for a few moments, and they took full advantage of those moments. Since you put up a good show for me, I'll reveal something interesting about these guys, which I ignored last time. Jacob's expression instantly darkened when he saw the ignored part. He knew it was nothing but bull crap, and his rage was almost boiling. Hey, 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 why do you look so mad? I didn't lie to you about them being legendary descendants or anything. I just forgot to mention that they were not naturally born and were some sort of mutants who seemed to didn't have a will of their own. Immortality revealed. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Mutants, like the cannibals of the Killer Skull Society, so they are the ones behind it. Jacob felt it was most likely the case as he instantly remembered the Apocalypticess's threat, and his heart went cold. He didn't think she was still hiding those mutants somewhere, and they were so terrifying. But this also raised another question in his mind. If they can produce such mutants, then why did they want the data from Common Plains' cannibal plan? Is there something I'm missing? I should check that data thoroughly. How did I know who's behind it? All I can say is these mutants are millions of times superior to the ones you encountered in the Type 0 planes. Not only are they made with legendary descendants as a core, but they even surpassed the limits of what they can do without turning into those mutants. Like the one who almost blew off your face was a true dark elf who was born a rare and might have become unique. But you could have seen him coming a few feet away despite his assassin-like characteristics, but you sensed him when he was a few inches away from you. And you know the fascinating part? This guy can use fire magic with his shadow magic simultaneously, which should be only possible with the epic star magic core. Now, this is what we called a mutant, and somehow you seem to be their target, ahahaha. Jacob's expression turned darker the more he read, as his heart became heavier toward the end. Even though he didn't mind the endless supply of mutant hearts, which were a good thing for his cursed blood condensing stage. But these guys' strange abilities to keep themselves hidden until the very last moment were very dangerous for him, as he only sensed them when he was in the 15x acceleration state. Now, he discovered that they could even use something that only an epic rank can. I shouldn't have put the Type 1 Universal Magic manual to hold. I need to find a way to use magic as well, or at least know more about it to counterattack. Knowledge about alchemy is not enough when it comes to fighting. And I can get rid of their invisibility with special glasses since they emit thermomagnetic waves. They can forget about sneaking up on me like this unless they turn really invincible. So, do you have any suggestion for me on this? He looked at Immortality while he unwrapped the faces of those corpses, and they were the same as the last ones, faceless. You have your own solution to this problem, and this is the true way to become stronger. As for your eye, it will recover as long as you eat high-quality meals or herbs because of your cursed heart. So you already got all the help from my side. I'm just a book, after all. Heh. Yep, a book that withheld important information and nearly got its owner killed. Jacob sneered coldly as he cut open the corpse's chest and took out its heart, and started eating it as he was feeling tired. It's part of your training, and it will be too boring for me if you already know everything. This way, it would be more interesting. Immortality replied matter-of-factly. It clearly didn't care if Jacob doubted it or not, as it only wanted a kick out of everything. Jacob coldly commented before he ignored it. You're sick, and I'm even more who is following you. Chapter 299, The Incoming Danger. An hour later, after the attempted assassination of Jacob, he was now standing outside the dark city entrance. He looks the same as he did an hour ago. Despite his masked breaking, he got a spare, so it didn't affect him much. The only difference was he was blinded on his left side, although Immortality told him the eye would be recovered as long he consumed high-quality materials. But even after eating those 5 guys whole and their hearts, only a deep scar over his left eye was recovered, while his charred socket and the eye were still the same. After his inquiring with Immortality, he found that his eye was destroyed by the magic, and he had to regrow it, which meant he needed far more nutrition than just 5 extraordinary rank beings with legendary descendant states. If he needed to regrow his eye, he needed advanced Type 2 herbs or high-tier epicrank beings, which was clearly impossible to achieve in rare planes. So he thought of another solution, the Type 2 Titan tiers. After he managed to learn the rune language and philosopher language, he naturally examined this miraculous formula that can help anyone advance to a higher rank. He discovered the Titan tiers book not only contained Type 0 and Type 1 formulas of the potion, but there were still 4 unidentified formulas that he couldn't read because they were probably in Type 2 philosopher's language. but with his current attainment in alchemy and the philosopher's language, he could still decipher the basic Type 2 Titan Tears formula. As for the remaining formulas in the book, he knew they were probably above Type 2 or even Type 3 rank. He never thought this book discovered in the common planes would be so terrifying, and he almost traded it for a map. Anyhow, he knew as long as he created Type 2 Titan Tears, his eye would be recovered. As for the advanced Type 1 Titan Tears, which he already had in his pendant, he knew it was not enough, and he would only waste it, and he has other use for it, so he didn't want to use it as all the Titan iron he bought from the champion's space was already used up. The advanced Type 1 rank Titan iron was quite rare. Even in the guild, he only found around 800 grams, and he took it all. To make the basic Type 2 Titan Tears, he naturally needs basic Type 2 Titan iron, and in the rare planes, he could only think of one person who might have it or at least knew where to find it, and he was currently headed to meet him right now. Lastly, he also got to see the final percentage of his cursed blood condensing, which was 5.1%, and it was after eating 8 legendary descendants' hearts. This naturally left Jacob depressed, because he only got 0.2% added into his previous 4.9% cursed blood condensing stage. It was too low in his mind, and it wasn't seemed like worth trading his eye for and almost dying. Welcome to the rare dark city, esteemed wanderer. Please identify yourself. Seeking permission to scan the Star Watch. Will you accept? Jacob heard Dark Rose's voice and the same notifications he heard when he entered the Dark City for the first time. So, he allowed the scanning. Identity scan complete. Faceless Ancient, Senior Grandmaster Gunsmith Alchemist. Dark City status, Alchemy Guild Leader. Dark City Criminal Record, none. Dark City Noble Title, Upper Dark Noble Temporary. Welcome back, Sir Faceless Ancient. You have an appointment with the Dark Earl. You have been allocated a 7-day pass in the Dark Noble City Circle by the Dark City Administrator, Dark Earl. Do you wish to start your visit right now or on a later day? At least he was the real deal. Jacob felt somewhat good after confirming that the Dark Earl was really the real thing, and he arranged for his visit as he had promised. His evaluation of the guy raised a bit, but this didn't mean he would forget about the fact that the Dark Earl also has a 1-star privilege like him in the rare planes. I'll take it today, Jacob replied without hesitation, as he didn't have time to waste after the assassination an hour ago. Very well, please embark on the lift, Sir Faceless Ancient. It will take about 2 hours to reach the Noble Circle. I'll inform the Dark Earl right away. With Dark Rose's fatting voice, the entrance slide opened for Jacob, and he entered without hesitation. If Jacob had known, he had dodged a lethal bullet by deciding to enter the Noble Circle of the Dark City without wasting more time. He would appreciate Hallberg even more. Within the dark castle of the Dark Earl, Hallberg, wearing a dark mask, sat on a dark throne like a king, while there were 9 figures sitting on the chairs 2 steps below his throne. It looked like a royal court of a king. Hallberg also didn't have that happy-go-lucky air around him anymore, as he sat there with dignity, and those 9 figures didn't dare to even breathe heavier in his presence. Did someone find out why the Lich King specifically said he would flatter the Dark City with the magic beast forest? Who offend him from the Dark City? His voice was extremely gloomy. A giant with a masculine build and deep scars over his face answered with a heavy tone. My men approached him and tried asking the same thing, but he killed them. It's clear he had gone mad after his defeat in the Dark Ruins. He knew his days are numbered. As we all know, with the incoming reinforcement, the Dark Beings will probably send his replacement. We let him take the Freedom Plains exactly because he won't take this kind of foolish decision. But not only did he not appreciate our kindness, but he even dared to march his troops toward our city. Did he really think, since we don't interfere with day-to-day matters, the Dark City is afraid of some corpses? A tall orc woman with a white lion head roared furiously. Whichever the case is, I'm pretty sure many people in the Dark City will try to run away, as they are all here since they are cowards in the first place. I have already noticed people exiting the Dark City silently, and those are probably the guys who know what is coming. Even some of our lower and upper dark nobles have shown signs of uneasiness, and some leave outright. Even some dark nobles in the noble circle are suggesting to evacuate the city post hastily, as this fight is a lost cause. An elf worriedly stated. Heh, you're just expressing your own intentions in the sham of others. It's so like you, Dark Viscount Cloven. A 2.9-meter tall giant woman wearing black battle armor scoffed disdainfully. Dark Viscount Water Wave, don't slender others without proof. Cloven retorted with a dark expression, while there was a hint of panic deep hidden in his eyes. Enough with this nonsense. Hallberg slapped his hand over the handle of his throne and said in exasperation, if the Dark Being armies wanted to annihilate the Dark City, they needed to sweep through the Magic Beast Forest first, and unlike Freedom Plains, we won't let them do that anymore. Let's chip away their numbers as much as we can before we deliver the killing blow once they enter the Dark Zone. Dark City has been silent for too long. It's time to show why even 3 hegemonies have to show respect in Dark City. Hallberg coldly declared before his star watch vibrated. Chapter 300, Meeting with Dark Earl 1. A luxurious carriage drawn by 4 horned horses, which were actually domestic rare-rank magic beasts, was slowly making its way into the massive gates of the Dark Castle. The Dark Castle was designed like a medieval castle with pristine black stones, and there were dark guards of the Dark City patrolling on the walls, while some were standing straight on their posts with all kinds of cannons and war machines. Watching all this setting closely was Jacob, who sat inside the carriage with his scrutinous gaze. After he entered the noble circle, this carriage was waiting for him right outside the station, which was naturally arranged by the Dark Earl. Jacob, as a guest, can't reject this gesture if he doesn't want to appear rude toward the Dark Earl. If he didn't have a personal motive for meeting with Hallberg, he might have considered it. Furthermore, Jacob found the noble circle like the capital of some kingdom, as it was completely different from the common and inner circles of the Dark City. There weren't many people on the streets, and those who were present were wearing the armor of the Dark City. The buildings here were made with high-quality materials, and the architectural designs were marvelous. Anyone who had never experienced the circle of nobles would feel apprehensive pressure from this place. However, Jacob has many deals with nobles in his old life. Even some countries' kings were his business partners, so he wasn't pressured at all. On the contrary, he felt somewhat nostalgic while entering the Dark Castle. A very deep memory surfaced in his mind when he had just started making waves in the weaponry industry. A middle-aged man with scholarly air stood in front of Jacob, who was in his late 20s, saying meaningfully, "Mr. Steve, I heard you have a promising proposal for our noble household, and I'm grateful that you chose us first over all other organizations." Jacob replied with a hint of apprehension while looking at his middle-aged man, "Your Highness, I'm also grateful for this meeting. About the project, I would like to change my mind on this. I'm not willing to hand over the full rights of my invention, but I want to enter a cooperating partnership with your company." He sounds even respectful as well as unsettled. The middle-aged man's eyes turned somewhat cold as he said, "Is our offer not to your liking, Mr. Steve?" "No, it's not like this. I'm extremely flattered by your Highness's offer," Jacob sheepishly said. But I don't want to stop here. I think I can do more, and your company is one of the paramount companies in the weaponry industry. If you give me this chance, I can assure you that I can make it the only paramount in the world." The middle-aged man was startled by Jacob's words, and a chuckle escaped his mouth. "Mr. Steve, I like your ambition, but trust me, I like where my company is right now. As for you entering a partnership with my company, although your friction killer is a groundbreaking invention, it's not at the level where you enter a partnership with our company. I'm pretty sure anyone in my position would tell you the same. You see, Mr. Steve, in the weapon business, what matter is who has more firepower. Unless you discovered a way to make atomic bullets or a gun that can rapidly fire your friction killer bullets, no one would take a risk at our level. Of course, if you want a job, I can offer you one as one of our chief science executives. We'll talk about partnership when you have someone more practical to offer, not a dream. Dreams do not make money, Mr. Steve. Jacob's hopeful eyes visibly dimmed before they turned cold. He looked at the middle-aged man, who now had clear disdain in his eyes. He nodded. It was indeed a mistake on my part to propose such an absurd notion. I beg your pardon, Your Highness Victor. I'll take my leave now. Victor took at Jacob, who stood up, and he had no intention of stopping him. He said at this moment, "About your fiction killer bullets, although they are astonishing, they can be reverse-engineered. This is the main reason you can't make an impact on the weapon industry." Jacob's figure trembled ever so slightly, but he didn't turn around and merely nodded and walked away before saying, "I'll keep that in mind, Your Highness." Hey! Jacob snapped out of that memory with a scoff as the carriage was stopped. A dark guard opened the door before he solemnly stated, "Esteemed guest, we are here." Jacob nodded before he disembarked the carriage and found himself standing in front of a grand entrance. His eyes landed on a 42-feet masked person with a burly build. However, his long, thick bear was still quite visible, which made it quite clear he was a man. He was wearing blue attire while standing on both sides were two giants. One was 3.7 meters tall with a masculine build and deep scars over his face, and big fiery eyes exempt from any emotion. He wore a fully gray battle armor. While the other was a 2.9-meter-tall giant woman wearing black battle armor. She had an oval face, long black hair, and blue eyes, which were filled with scrutiny as she looked at Jacob's hooded figure. Jacob's eyes fell over the giant male, and he thought, he must be the Dark Earl. However, he was astonished when the little man started walking toward him, and those giants followed behind. He completely ignored him because he didn't give him any sense of danger despite his noble demeanor. "Ha ha ha, I didn't think you would come earlier than you told me to." Hallberg laughed heartedly as he greeted Jacob. "So, he is the Dark Earl, a dwarf." Jacob recognized Hallberg's voice and found it quite strange that a dwarf was the most powerful person in the Dark City. It was quite an eye-opener for him. Still, his eyes were hidden, so those three didn't notice any of his expressions. Jacob then nodded in acknowledgement. "I hope I didn't intrude on His Excellency's peace." "Are you kidding? I'm glad you've decided to come early," Hallbergs candidly said. "Let me introduce you to these two nobles and also my good friends. This buff guy is Dark Viscount Stonehammer, and this lovely lady here is Dark Viscount Water Wave. These two would be the strongest duo of our Dark City, of course, if I didn't include Sir Faceless Ancient. I hope you don't mind if they join us for a meal today." Jacob nodded in acknowledgement toward the two giants, but only met with their cold gazes, especially Water Wave, as if she was holding some kind of grudge against him. But Jacob didn't give a damn about their feelings and was only giving Hallberg a face. He had killed many giants, and their physical appearance now had little effect on him. "If Your Excellency's territory, anything goes as long as you're okay with it," Jacob coolly stated. Hallberg also noticed the giant's lack of response. A hint of unhappiness flashed past his eyes, but he couldn't embarrass the dark nobles in front of outsiders, so he pretended not to see it. He kept him here for a reason, and as long as they won't cross a certain line, he'll let them be. So he replied to Jacob in an amicable manner, "Just call me Hallberg, and I hope to call you Jack as well. I don't like pleasantries as long as it's fine with you, that is." "I don't mind." Jacob nodded as he found Hallberg's attitude genuine, not like Otto, who gave him a strange, alarming feeling as if he was watched by a snake. Hallberg then beckoned Jacob inside while saying enthusiastically, "Let's go. I have arranged a feast." Chapter 301, Meeting with Dark Earl 2. Within a lavish dining hall, a huge table filled with all kinds of dishes and beverages was meticulously arranged. Hallberg, followed by Jacob, and the two giants entered the hall, followed by some masked maidservants. Every servant working within the castle wasn't allowed to reveal his/her face, nor were they allowed to talk with anyone outside the Dark Castle without the Dark Earl's permission. This was done to make sure no one had any inside information on the city administrator, and the Dark Rose made sure of it. The Dark City puts the safety of its own nobles first, as well as guards the secrets known by these nobles. Especially a city administrator, who has the most knowledge about the Dark City and some secrets that dark nobles won't know unless they have city administrator authority. Jacob looked at the table full of all kinds of meat, and the aromas emitting from them were quite appetizing. He could also tell all that meat belonged to Extraordinary Tier 6 magic beasts and was made with at least intermediate Type 1 ingredients. As for those beverages, their intoxicating scent was evidence of their being intermediate Type 1 quality at least. He had to admit, Hallberg really meant it when he said he was going to hold a feast, and this feast was the best beast anyone could get in the Rare Plains or even in the Dark City. With Hallberg's amiable attitude up till now, Jacob felt this guy might be sincere about meeting him. But he knew things could turn ugly within a moment, especially when he still had no idea why Hallberg had contacted him and even invited him into the noble circle, and those two giants could be seen as his bodyguards. So, it was quite clear Hallberg was also quite careful of him, especially with his current reputation. "Trust me, Jack, this meet is the best I could arrange in haste. If you had told me a day before your arrival, I could have done more." Hallberg sighed ruefully. But his made the giant's eyes spasmed, while Jacob gave him a side eye and said, "Then I'm glad I didn't." "Ha ha ha, so you do have humor, huh?" Hallberg chuckled as he pointed Jacob to his seat right beside his main seat. "Please." "Thank you." Jacob nodded before he sat down, and Hallberg sat right beside him. The two giants sat on the right and left. Stonehammer sat close to Jacob, while Water Wave was close to Hallberg. Jacob didn't mind those two vigilant gazes, and he thought of something and said to Hallberg, "I prepared a gift for you. Do you mind if I take it out?" Since Hallberg was being so considerate and showing him respect despite his superior status and background, he didn't want to be seen as someone with a lack of respect. He liked to treat people as they treated him. Of course, things would have been different if he had ulterior motives. Especially in Hallberg's case, he wanted to buy something from him. But he was treating him like a guest and even holding this luxurious feast, so he would be slapping the guy in the face by bringing up his purpose. Lastly, Jacob wanted to see something in the sham of this gift. The two giants' eyes flashed in wariness as they looked at Hallberg with meaningful looks. When they heard the same faceless ancient who was the person behind the massacre over 8 days ago were coming here to meet with Hallberg, their first reaction was this was an insane idea. Hallberg was taking a huge risk by inviting a tiger into his house. Even they weren't sure if they could survive the siege of over 500 trained warriors. But Jacob did, and he even killed them all. In the end, Hallberg was adamant about meeting with Jacob since he had his own reasons, so he asked them to stay as well. In the end, they agreed, but they wanted to confiscate Jacob's items, especially if he had a space ring, since it would be too dangerous to allow him to keep it. However, Hallberg rejected this idea as he knew this would be rude to Jacob, and he might not even agree to it and made Jacob even more vigilant, which he didn't want. Although it was dangerous to let Jacob keep his stuff, Hallberg knew if Jacob wanted to act, he might not even need anything. Those over 500 deaths, and Jacob coming here without seeming to be mortally wounded, was quite clear that among the living, he was probably the most powerful person in the Rare Plains at this moment. So, it didn't matter if they took his space ring or not. It would be a lie to say that Hallberg wasn't fearful of Jacob, but he has thoroughly studied this mysterious man called Faceless Ancient, and he found that he never acted against anyone unless they provoked him first. Or he wasn't foolish enough to invite him here if he thought that Jacob was a bloodthirsty killer who killed as he pleased. Like everyone else, he also thought when he called him that Jacob would be wounded and might not even agree to meet him until his wounds healed. But to his astonishment, Jacob agreed to his meeting in 10 days, which could only mean he was most likely recovered from that battle. So it didn't matter if he was wounded or not since he was fine after that kind of massacre. This means he had the means to recover fast and preserve his life. After meeting with Jacob, Hallberg was even more sure that Jacob wasn't as his image had been portrayed by those events around him. Although he was arrogant, he showed appropriate manners when he needed to, and his arrogance came with his strength. If those two giants did not feel threatened and apprehensive by Jacob's achievement, they would have never behaved like well-mannered nobles. The giants were arrogant by nature, and they only respected strength. Jacob has strength, so they were not taking any inappropriate action that could offend him despite the fact that they have their reasons not to trust or even hold a grudge against him. Now that he brings up this gift, they feel alarmed but don't jump the guns and look at Hallberg since it was his call. "Let's see it," Hallberg smiled and nodded as he allowed it. In his eyes, Jacob didn't need to seek his permission to bring something out, but he did, which means Jacob knew what they all felt about him and took those feelings into consideration. It was enough to prove that he wasn't just a killer. As an alchemist himself, Hallberg knew how a mind of an alchemist works, and they only do things logically, not driven by killing intent. Jacob's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint before he nodded and flipped his hand with a space ring on his middle finger. The next moment, a 2-foot gray disc appeared in his hand covered in a silver sheen, and it was half an inch thick like it was an ordinary disc. But it actually wasn't, because this was one of the 2 discs Jacob found from the first 2 legendary descendant mutants he killed. Although Jacob was sure those guys were from the Killer Skull Society, he just wanted to make sure that someone else wasn't involved, especially after today's assassination attempt right outside the Dark City. Because only Hallberg knew he was going to come back to Dark City, and he hoped it was all just a big coincidence, because if it wasn't. Chapter 302, Meeting with Dark Earl 3. Looking at the gray disc in Jacob's hand, the 2 giants frowned with unkind expressions since they found that disc extremely ordinary. But they didn't comment because, with Jacob's current status, they didn't think he would bring out such an insulting gift for the Dark Earl. Furthermore, a magic treasure's true worth could only be found when it was channeled with magic energy. Some magic treasures could appear extremely ordinary, and only a true alchemist could tell them apart with their discreet eyes. As for Stone Hammer and Water Wave, they were not alchemists like Jacob and Hallberg, so they thought it was some kind of extraordinary treasure with special functions, and Hallberg might know what it was. However, what they heard next made them astonished. Hallberg looked at the disc curiously before he looked at Jacob and asked amusingly, "What kind of treasure is this?" Jacob was looking at Hallberg's eyes like a hawk all time, as well as the giant's reactions. And as long as these guys were at the terrifying level of hiding their true expression and controlling their eyes on a whim, he knew these 3 had no idea what this disc was. So, it was just the Killer Skull Society then. Or they might be involved and had never even seen this disc before. Or I'm simply thinking too much, and the society may be laying in wait outside the Dark City just in case I come back, and it has nothing to do with the Dark City or the Dark Earl. Jacob thought, as over half of his doubts related to his assassination about the Dark Earl vanished. Still, it was a lost cause. Unless he could read their minds or tell them about the assassins, he would not find anything this way. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go for now, as he should be focused on the main purpose he was for. Once he got what he needed, he would be long gone from the rare plains, leaving everything behind. Furthermore, taking this disc out has another purpose. Jacob was curious about this thing himself, and he tried activating it, but there wasn't any switch or activation sequence. So, he knew this disc was fueled by magic energy, which was quite frustrating. Still, since he had 2 of them and he couldn't seem to use them yet, he decided to show one to Hallberg, as he heard he was also an alchemist and a very good one at that. But he also seemed not to have seen it before he took it out. "This is a special treasure that can help you take flight in the sky as long as you pour your magic power into it. As for its other functions, I'll let you explore them on your own. Sometimes mysteries made things more attractive," Jacob impassively stated as he put the disc in front of Hallberg. "What? Such treasure exists in rare plains. Hallberg's eyes visibly twinkled when he heard about this fascinating treasure. It was quite clear he really didn't know about this disc, not to mention it was capable of taking flight. The rare planes didn't have aircraft despite having cars, which were quite strange in Jacob's mind. But he didn't put much thought into it, as it wasn't his problem, since he could move between the places just fine. But these discs were quite novel since they could make people fly with magic power, and they could be very handy. Alas, Jacob couldn't enjoy this luxury right now since he had the machine but no fuel to run it, which was quite frustrating sometimes. Even those giants looked quite intrigued by the description of this ordinary-looking disc. Just its function of flight is enough to make it a unique treasure in the rare planes, so Jack, I won't reject this gift, but it's too precious, so don't hold back if you need anything from me. Hallberg happily stated as he picked up the disc, and he was astounded when he found just how lightweight it was. All right, let's eat first before I try it out. I can't wait. Hallberg stowed it away, and Jacob didn't reject his arrangement, and he felt it was worth trading that one disc if he could get materials from Hallberg. The mask maidservants were waiting for Hallberg's exact words and started to serve. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Jacob, who was concealing his appearance even more meticulously than Hallberg. Jacob sensed the atmosphere as it was quite clear if he wanted to eat. He had to reveal his face, but he didn't do so just because he was under the spot. He turned his face toward Hallberg and said meaningfully, "Shall we?" Hallberg wasn't a fool, as he knew what Jacob was implying. He was clearly asking him to remove his mask as well, which was quite audacious of him. Still, Jacob wasn't someone who was going to hesitate when his words held some authority. "Heh, of course. Or do you think I'm going to watch you guys enjoy those precious ales?" Hallberg sneered jollily before he removed his mask, revealing his beard face, which was as Jacob imagined it to be. Jacob then didn't chuckle slightly before the mask under his hood vanished, and he took off his hood as well, revealing his maimed face. Furthermore, his hair was blonde, and his ears were pointy. Jacob had thought that he might have to show his face in this place, and the occasion might be one where he could not reject it, unless he wanted to make things grim between the Dark Earl and himself. So he prepared his golden elf disguise just in case. The only unexpected touch was his charred left eye socket, which made his handsome face less attractive and scarier, something he appreciates at any time. Just as he thought, those three were quite startled seeing the mysterious, faceless ancient was an elf, which shouldn't be possible, since a golden elf could never be this powerful. So they all thought he had a terrifying secret. As for his maimed eye, they thought less of it, as scars among warriors were considered akin to honorable symbols. "Your eyes, it's not permanent, right?" Hallberg couldn't help but ask at this moment. "Yes, it was an unfortunate encounter," Jacob coolly replied. A peculiar glint flashed past Hallberg's eyes before he didn't stir that topic anymore and said, "All right, let's eat." Chapter 303, Meeting with Dark Earl 4. After the short conversation with Hallberg, the meal went without any important topics discussed, and everyone seemed to be enjoying that table of sumptuous delicacies. Jacob, in particular, didn't have such a meal for a while now, and the ale especially made me comment on its unique, intoxicating flavor that he never had tasted before. Accepting his praise, Hallberg revealed that he had brewed this ale himself, and it was kind of his favorite hobby, which was definitely a dwarf thing. However, as time passed, the three hosts were surprised by Jacob's appetite, which seemed endless. Even the giants couldn't eat so much high-nutrition meat, since it would be difficult to digest even with their powerful digestive system. Still, the giants were known for their big appetite and most powerful digestive system and physiques, yet here they were, looking at Jacob dumbfoundedly. In the end, everyone was speechless as over half of that 20-meter table filled with all kinds of dishes was cleaned up by Jacob, and they wondered how this guy wasn't exploding. "You can really eat," Hallberg commented without holding back his amazement. "I must admit, I didn't have such a meal in a very long time, so I hope you don't think little of me." Jacob impassively said as he cleaned his mouth with a napkin despite the fact that he could probably eat far more than just that one table. But Jacob knew they might freak out if they knew he could eat more, so he was satisfied with this much. At least it was far better than eating everything and anything raw. Ha ha ha, this is the best comment a host could get from his guest, and I'm really glad I can satisfy your taste buds. Besides, I know we alchemists rarely have enough time to tend to ourselves, much less enjoy these kinds of meals, so I can relate to your feelings. Hallberg chuckled candidly. The two giants hadn't spoken a word since the start of their meeting with Jacob, as they were silently observing as if they weren't here at all. But they were now starting to feel different about the elf, called Faceless Ancient. Jacob merely nodded, as he understood the last part about not being able to enjoy a meal with others if someone was obsessed with research. Once you realized all the work you give away your entire life for was going to vanish with your life, you're starting to realize just what you missed, Jacob suddenly lamented. All right, I'm full. Let's go for a walk. I'll show you the dark castle as well, for we can try this gift of yours. I can't stop thinking about it. What do you think? Hallberg excitedly asked. Jacob naturally had no objection as things were going fine with Hallberg, so he decided to let them progress as they were. So he nodded, and they all left the dining hall under Hallberg's lead. Hallberg was walking beside Jacob in the big hallways of the dark castle, while he showed off the same precious antiques and told history related to those items to Jacob, while those two giants followed quietly from behind. Jacob only listened attentively as he didn't know much about the history of this world. Still, he soon lost interest since the so-called history related to those items was all about the dark city of the rare plains, not actually about the world. For some reason, there wasn't any history of this place anywhere, which was quite unusual. The only information available was from the beginning of the Freedom Plains, and before that, everything was almost blank. While talking, Hallberg led the group into an open field that had an open battle ring as well as many weapon shelves placed around it. This is my private training ground where I can let loose once in a while whenever I am fed up with my research, Hallberg jokingly introduced. Jacob nodded, no bad. Hallberg then quickly took out the gray disc as he looked eager to try it. The giants also looked quite interested in that disc, which seemed to be capable of flight. Jacob himself wanted to see its functions up close and made some countermeasures if those guys decided to show up again from the air next time. This disc was the only useful thing he had on that group of assassins, and it seemed unique to them since not even the Dark Earl knew about it. So, I just need to pour my magic energy into it, Hallberg asked. Jacob clearly had no idea if it worked or not. However, he still nodded as it was most likely the case since there wasn't any kind of mechanism on it to start, and his crafter's intuition shouldn't be wrong, especially after he learned magic smithing and had knowledge of rune artificer. Hallberg didn't find any falsehood in Jacob's words, and he didn't have any reason to doubt Jacob, providing him with false information on the item he had just gifted him away. He was going to use his magic power when Water Wave suddenly stopped him, as she appeared right in front of him and said impassively, "Your Excellency, let me try it first. It should be dangerous to fly, and we still don't know if this thing has a protective function for its user to keep him from falling or its max speed. I don't think Mr. Ancient has any other intention of keeping this information on himself, except to give His Excellency some thrill of novel experience. But as your advisor today, I can't allow you to try something this dangerous. So, please just let me test it first, and this way you will also know how it works and won't face any threat or an accident. What do you think, Mr. Ancient? I mean, not offensive, but I hope you understand Dark Earl is too important for the Dark City, and we can't let some unfortunate accident happen to him." Water Wave's tone was exempt from any emotion as she looked at Jacob. Jacob looked deeply at the giant woman, and he could feel her vigilance and a faint hostility toward him, and he had this feeling from the start that she held some kind of grudge against him. Still, what she just said makes a lot of sense. And she pointed out really major threats to Hallberg if this disc didn't have those functions. Jacob didn't think about it much since he thought they could easily avoid falling or could balance themselves by using some sort of magic, but it seemed it wasn't the case at all. Jacob was still quite oblivious about how magic energy worked since he didn't have any, and his point of view was different from those who had it. So, it could be understandable if he overlooked these important points. As for Hallberg, he didn't think Jacob would try to harm him, and he also had his own way of protecting himself from falling. More importantly, he won't try to take flight on this disc right away before testing it. He wasn't a fool. But Water Wave still brought it up, which was akin to looking down on his own intellect, while also doubting Jacob's kind intention behind this gift. Even Stone Hammer thought this was quite excessive, since he also didn't think Jacob would try to do anything to Hallberg. After that meal, they had, as he's been showing, proper restraint. Still, Water Wave's points were valid, and he also thinks that Hallberg shouldn't be this trusting to someone who they met just over an hour ago. "I don't mind," Jacob replied without many expressions on his face. But deep down, he now started to feel uneasy about giving away this untested treasure to the Dark Earl, just to quench his own curiosity and test the other party's intentions. Still, he would do it again if he had to, since it was important to know the involvement of the Dark Earl in that assassination, despite the result were not what he expected. But Jacob still believed that there wasn't anything wrong with this treasure, as they were being used just fine when he picked them up after killing their owners. And he didn't believe they had any chance to do anything to these discs, since he killed them instantly. Hallberg, on the other hand, frowned slightly while giving Water Wave an unhappy look as he found this insult toward his guest. Still, he didn't want to berate Water Wave, as she was one of his dark nobles, but he decided to give her a piece of his mind when they were alone. As for now, he gave her the disc with a stiff expression and said, "You better not break it." "Of course." Water Wave nodded without any emotion in her eyes before she took the disc from Hallberg's hand. "Please step back." After the three got a few feet away, she finally activated it and poured blue magic energy into the disc, and it suddenly shimmered in a blue hue and... Chapter 304, Meeting with Dark Earl 5. After the three got a few feet away, she finally activated it and poured blue magic energy into the disc. It suddenly shimmered in a blue hue, and almost instantly, it started to float in front of Water Wave. The gray disc now shimmered in a blue hue under Water Wave's water element magic energy. Hallberg muttered while looking at the disc with shining eyes. "How fascinating." Water Wave then tried to control it, and she was shocked when she found that just as he willed to move it below with her magic, the disc seemed to react to her thought and shimmered faintly before it slowly descended toward her feet and only stopped when it was only an inch away from her touching the ground. She then couldn't help but glance at Jacob with a strange glint in her eyes, and when she saw he was as dismissive as before, coldness surfaced in her heart. "You shouldn't keep Lord Dark Earl waiting." It was Stone Hammer who said coldly at this moment. His words contained a strange type of warning in them while he looked at her meaningfully. "Don't do anything stupid." This is what he wanted to convey, but it was unknown if Water Wave got it or not. She inhaled sharply before she stepped on the disc, and she was even more astonished when she found that the disc remained completely stable as it didn't even flinch under her weight. Then something fascinating happened. The blue hue on the disc suddenly started to rise and covered Water Wave's feet, and she instantly felt that her feet seemed to have embedded in the disc, as she couldn't even flinch them. But it didn't end there, as she felt more magic power suddenly start to enter the disc as if it was out of her control, and that blue hue kept rising over her body until it completely encased her within. Under everyone's scrutinous eyes, the moment the blue hue encased her entirely, she suddenly vanished. Jacob, who was watching this, thought grimly, "So, these things also have stealth function, and even I can't sense her anymore. Moreover, this thing seemed to be extremely precious, and I just gave it away as a gift. But I can't use it anyway, and it was worth the reconnaissance provided by these guys, as well as now Hallberg would think I have a terrifying backing, since I can bring out this kind of thing as a mere gift. Things are still in my favor." The only problem is I just got to know the Killer Skull Society has these kinds of terrifying weapons at their disposal, and I just happened to piss them off enough that they are now unleashing them on me. The more he thought about how he almost got killed, the more he felt he was still not out of the wood. At this moment, Hallberg couldn't contain his curiosity and yelled, "All right, I've seen enough and it's clearly safe. Now hand it over. It's my turn." He was really alarmed by the stealth effect of that disc, and as an alchemist himself, he knew that treasure could probably be rivaled by Type 2 treasures. When he thought about how Jacob gave away such a precious gift, he felt even more alarmed by Jacob's unknown means. Just who is he, and how the hell can he have this kind of weapon at his disposal? Is he got this from the rumored champion shop, or he found some ancient ruin? He might have a mysterious background that no one is aware of. Whichever the case is, he's worth having as a friend than an enemy. If he had another this kind of disc, then I'm afraid he's invincible in the rare planes, and maybe this is the secret behind the massacre over a week ago. The more Hallberg thought this way, the more he felt he was right and felt even more respectful and apprehensive of the man standing beside him. He was now sure that if Jacob wanted him dead, there was nothing that could stop him from doing not even his city's best combatants. So it was meaningless to keep testing him since it might just ruin everything if they got on Jacob's nerves. "Why aren't you deactivating the disc?" He frowned when he saw Water Wave still didn't appear despite his command. Stonehammer felt something amiss when Water Wave still didn't appear, and he looked at Jacob and coldly asked, "Can that thing really be turned off?" Jacob gave him an impassive answer. Since it can turn on, it can naturally turn off. It's all come down to the person who is riding over it. However, he wasn't sure about this either, but he won't admit it and continued to observe without showing his true intentions. This answer, however, made both Stonehammer and Hallberg thought of other possibilities, and their expression started to cloud. She dared to bugger off with it. Hallberg couldn't help but say it out loud with disbelief. "No, it's not possible. We both know her. She's a rational person, and besides, if she dared to rob you in broad daylight, the Dark City would not let her off. She will lose everything she accumulated in her entire life for a mere treasure. It's not worth it." Stonehammer tried to defend Water Wave as he had known her for decades. But when he thought about something, he glanced at Jacob and couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. No, she won't do it. Just as he was giving himself a false sense of security, he suddenly felt death looming from his racial battle instinct. But this feeling only lasted for a mere moment before it vanished. Still, his entire body was frozen on the spot despite knowing that terrifying feeling was gone, and this was also evident that he didn't feel wrong at all. He just felt death was imminent, but then it disappeared. But he clearly felt the source of it, and when he shakily turned his head towards it, he was horrified when he saw Jacob was now clenching air with one hand. Jacob's deadly cold voice sounded at this moment as he looked in the air. "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 305, Meeting with Dark Earl 6. "Are you seeking death?" Just as Jacob's chilly voice trailed off, he yanked his hand, which was clenching the air, and the next moment, a suffocating shrill rang before Water Wave's figure materialized in everyone's view. The shimmering blue disc under her feet also lost its luster and fell on the ground, as well as a short purple sword fell with it. If he hadn't used his 15x acceleration for a moment and reacted fast, she would have stabbed him in the head, which was not something Jacob would take kindly after the event a few hours ago. However, Hallberg nor Stonehammer paid any attention to the disc as they looked at the Water Wave's pale face as she struggled under Jacob's grip and was on the verge of suffocating to death. She was like a mannequin under Jacob's grip, which was about to lose its head. But Jacob didn't kill her since it would make the matter end. He wanted to know why the hell this woman, who he had never seen before, wanted to take a shot at his life. Not to mention, she did it right in front of Hallberg and in the Dark City. It was a huge risk that only a lunatic would take who either had no other choice or held a deep grudge against Jacob. Before she could suffocate and lose consciousness, He waved his hand and threw her in front of Hallberg and Stonehammer before he coldly said, "You owe me an explanation, Your Excellency." His tone was exempt from any emotion, which sent chills to both Hallberg and Stonehammer's spines, and the scene of Jacob easily taking care of Water Wave and holding her like a little girl under his grip played in their mind again and again. The next moment, Jacob picked up the disc, and without any explanation, he stowed it away. Now he had perfect justification for taking it back since it was used against him, and Hallberg won't be able to object. This disc's exact rank might not be a Type 1. I need to research it more and make more countermeasures, especially to get rid of that cloaking effect. But this cloaking effect was different from those guys, as I was able to sense her killing intent when she was a few feet away from me, and her heartbeat became clearer. But those guys are too strange as they appeared out of thin air without making any sound or releasing any kind of intent. This might be something to have to do with them being mutants, Jacob thought grimly as he analyzed the two attacks. In comparison to the assassination attempt earlier today, Water Wave's attempt was too predictable and easy to counter. Cough * pant cough. Water Wave's violent coughing drew Jacob's attention again, since it was more important right now to find what drove this woman to try this stunt. Why? Hallberg was literally trembling with rage and agitation as if he would explode. He never thought this entire pleasing meeting would be turned nasty because of his side's idiocy. Furthermore, he had some idea about why Water Wave or Stonehammer held a grudge against Jacob, but he didn't know the specifics of why Water Wave took this kind of drastic action. As Stonehammer said earlier, Water Wave was a ration person and one of the oldest nobles in the Dark City, and she should know better than anyone that once she crossed a certain line, it was over for her, but she still ended up crossing it anyway. He was usually busy with his research and alchemy, so he paid little attention to these Dark Nobles' personal affairs. He only knew these two in the Dark Viscount circle personally, while the others never had seen his face. The rare plains was never his focus of concern anyway, so he had very little interest or connections with it. Meeting with Jacob was also a matter which was unrelated to the rare plains, and he felt he was the only person who was worth it. However, he never expected things would turn this ugly this quickly, and now he lost face as well as credibility in the other party's eyes, and he was furious as well as somewhat relieved. Furious naturally, because things turned out like this, as he felt betrayed by someone he trusted, while relieved, because Jacob didn't outright start killing people. Jacob gave him face and a chance by sparing Water Wave, and this also made him even more humiliated as the Dark Earl of the Dark City. Water Wave slowly gained some color on her face, but the fear of almost kissing death was evident in her eyes. I don't remember. A hint of bewilderment flashed past her eyes at this moment, as if she was in complete disbelief. You fool! Hallberg was livid and almost kicked her. I know why she did it. It was Stonehammer who spoke with a rueful expression. You should use giants are very protective of our brethren, especially our family or spouse. A giant can hold a grudge upon his tribemen's death, and a blood feud is forged when a family member or a spouse is killed. Over a week ago, when over 500 people died by Faceless Ancient, there was also a universal mercenary giant named Fire Cannon, who was killed as well. He was Water Wave, suppose, so she did what she did for revenge driven by her natural instincts. Hallberg almost had a stroke when he heard the truth. And you're only telling me about this important matter right now. Stonehammer bitterly lowered his head. She assured me she wouldn't do anything out of the line as long as that man was Lord Hallberg's guest, and she also wanted to see herself if revenge was possible or not. Even I didn't expect her to take action right when she got the chance. You both, get out of my face! Hallberg was too furious even to stand still as his entire face was red with anger. Dark Rose, punish Dark Viscount Water Wave for her current treasonous action according to Dark City law. You have full authority. No, I didn't do it because I want. I was controlled by that evil treasure. Water Wave was ashen as she finally snapped out of her stupor, while she tried to defend herself with a horrified expression. She then looked at Jacob, who was just listening from the side as a bystander, and madness filled with hatred shone in her eyes as she pointed her finger at Jacob and menacingly roared. "H him. It's his scheme to get rid of me and put you in a difficult position so he could easily manipulate you. You have to believe me, Stonehammer. I would never do such a foolish thing." A hint of hesitation flashed past Stonehammer's eyes as he looked deep into Water Wave's eyes, and he didn't find them the eyes of someone who was lying. As a giant, he knew despite their hot temper and arrogance, they were not idiots. It was given that some of them were driven by pure emotions and didn't back down from a challenge, but Water Wave wasn't one of them as she was ration, and he was also not someone who would seek death just for the small grudge of Jacob killing giants. He knew Jacob was stronger than him, and seeking trouble with him was akin to throwing his life. It was even more clear after he took out such a treasure like that disc. But Water Wave's actions were completely different from her usually calm and collective character. Bang! Before Stonehammer could even pacify his inner struggle, he was shocked by Hallberg when he threw a vicious kick right on Water Wave's face. And it wasn't just a normal kick, but a kick from someone at the extraordinary Tier 6 being. She was already drained out of her mana as well as in a weakened state because of Jacob's manhandling her, so she couldn't even react as she was sent flying and smacked into a wall, raising a cloud of dust. Hallberg's eyes were colder than ice as he uttered while looking at the dusty area where Water Wave had just landed. "Do you think I'm some sort of pushover just because I never interfere with you guys' businesses? Today you humiliate me and try to harm my guest, and not only you're not admitting it, you even try to twist reasons." He then looked at Stonehammer, stunned by this sudden outburst of Hallberg, and said in an equally cold tone, "Take her away to the castle jail. She will be judged by Dark Rose there. If you do anything silly, you'll see more of me. Now get the hell out of my face." Stonehammer, a giant at this moment, felt fear from a dwarf and didn't dare even to speak a word as he walked toward Water Wave, who had a bloody face and her nose was broken, and she had lost consciousness. Hallberg ignored the pair and looked at Jacob, who hadn't interfered with him from the start. He sighed ruefully before he bowed his head. "I apologize." Chapter 306, A Dark Mission Offer. Jacob looked at Hallberg, who was bowing his head in apology. He knew with Hallberg's current status, it was quite a big deal for him to lower his head in front of him. Since no harm was done, and His Excellency has already taken care of the matter, let's consider it over, he stated impassively. Although he got to know why Water Wave tried to take a shot at his life, the entire thing was filled with ambiguity, especially the part when she said it was the disc that intensified her emotions and made her do it. If Jacob had known the disc's entire functions, he would have scoffed at her accusation. But the thing is, he had no idea what kind of functions this disc had, and he really doubted that it might have some kind of effect on Water Wave's brain. Or the Killer Skull Society might have some way to control it remotely. Whatever the case was, Jacob needed to test this thing thoroughly, and he was even glad that Water Wave was the one who tried it first, not Hallberg. Because if the disc really can mess up with the brain, then he won't be able to explain himself if Hallberg was the one who lost his mind. Still, he will not be talking that disc out anymore, not until he knows its full deal or if it was absolutely necessary. Hallberg looked at Jacob and sighed again with a hint of complication. "You are not what you appeared to be. Let's go. We should have a serious conversation now." Jacob nodded in agreement, and he knew it was time to talk business after what had happened. He wasn't in the mood to have a tour around, nor was Hallberg. Hallberg, in a sullen mood, led Jacob to another luxurious hall where another table was filled with beverages waiting for them. It was clearly prepared beforehand. Hallberg sat on the seat and instantly poured himself a glass of purple color ale and gulped it down without even a second delay. "Sigh," he exhaled sharply before he looked at Jacob, who was sitting in front of him without moving. "That really ruins the mood, huh?" Hallberg bitterly lamented before he said, "So, why were you looking for me? If there's anything I can do to make amends, I won't hold back." Jacob didn't get to the point. Instead, he replied ambiguously, "As I said before, no harm was done. I shouldn't have brought that thing out despite knowing the people of Rare Plains weren't ready for it. Anyway, I can see Your Excellency is more interested in me than I am in you. I hope you can satisfy my curiosity about why did you give me this chance despite knowing what I'm capable of. Like right now, you appear to want my forgiveness more than anything. I would like to know what you seek from me so we can move on with our conversation without being wary of each other's intentions." Jacob plainly laid it down as he didn't think there was any need to beat around the bush anymore. He had an advantage over Hallberg, which he clearly wasn't expecting, but it didn't mean he won't use it just because he might be at fault. Jacob had learned the hard way about the art of negotiation, and kindness or remorse has no place in it. Hallberg chuckled wryly as he said, "I guess there's no point in hiding it anyway. I was interested in you first because of your one-star privilege, which led me to believe that you were the mysterious champion of Rare Plains trial. But it was only a fleeting interest until you abruptly became the Alchemy Guild leader, which was quite unexpected given the old man Braylon's astute personality. However, you then abruptly vanished for almost 2 years, and when you appeared again, you caused another huge event over a week ago. Trust me what you did. I don't think anyone in my position didn't want to befriend you or at least know if you are an enemy or friend." Jacob nodded in understanding as he would have done the same if he was in Hallberg's position, but it was not this simple, not by a long shot, because Hallberg was not just anyone. He was the Dark Earl of the Dark City. "Then what do you think? Am I an enemy or friend?" Jacob asked in a subtle tone. Hallberg looked deeply into Jacob's impassive eyes before shaking his head. "I don't know if you're a friend or not, but I do know you won't become an enemy if I don't give you a good reason for it." Jacob nodded without denying Hallberg's claim and said sharply, "That's right. So tell me the real reason you want me here." Hallberg was startled before he wryly asked, "It's not enough." Jacob shook his head. "It's a good judgment of character, not a reason. If you know I don't have a reason to be your enemy, you could have just stayed as far away from me, and there's no reason to invite me into your house, which is a risk, not inquisitiveness." Hallberg's eyes shimmered with a sharp glint as he drank another glass of ale and laughed suddenly. "You know, now that I think about it after meeting you, it was a right decision to invite you here. All right, I'll give it to you straight. I want to issue a dark mission to you." Jacob cocked an eyebrow as it was somewhat unexpected. "What kind of dark mission? Since you know my capabilities, you won't give me something trivial." Hallberg nodded, and without hiding it further, he revealed, "It's actually an escort mission, and the reward will be the Dark Baron title and 1 million ZC. Jacob's eyes narrowed as the rewards were quite enticing, that even he felt compelled. Just the title of the Dark Baron was enough to make almost all the people in the Dark City crazy. However, this will also make this escort mission just as dangerous as well. "Continue," Jacob stated impassively, as he still wanted to know the details before he would reject or accept it. Hallberg revealed with a hint of a smile, "The escort mission is actually escorting me to the Epic Plains." Chapter 307, A Trial by Fire. Jacob remained silent for a moment after he heard the content of this dark mission, while he looked at Hallberg with a peculiar glint in his eyes. "You want me to escort you to the Epic Plains? Is Dark City running out of manpower?" Jacob asked impassively. But his tone was pretty much disdainful because, in his opinion, Hallberg was demanding something absurd from him. Not to mention escorting Hallberg out of the Rare Plains, he didn't dare to leave without being absolutely careful himself. Unlike the Rare Plains, where the power level was bonded by a bottleneck, the Star Ocean wasn't like that at all. He had seen the map to the Epic Plains, and he knew it would take him about 3 to 5 years to reach it if he didn't encounter any danger or somehow lost his way. Hallberg clearly knew what Jacob meant by those words, and he didn't seem flustered at all and said, "I know you probably think this is some kind of a joke since a Dark Earl didn't need an outsider to be my escort. But hear me out first, and then you can reject me all the same. If a request is not a command, you have full right to accept it or reject it. Jacob thought for a moment before he nodded. I understand. Hallberg then didn't delay and speak. The thing is, like the three hegemonies, the Dark City has its own customs, and trust me when I say these customs are absolute and far stricter than the three hegemonies. One of these customs is the process of ascending a plane. You could take it as a trial by fire. If an official Dark City member wanted to leave a Dark City in a lower plane and enter a higher-level plane's Dark City, they had to do it according to the Dark City customs unless they wanted to get expelled from the Dark City. Jacob finally showed a hint of interest as the Dark City was quite mysterious, and it was the first time hearing about its customs. Besides, by Hallberg's solemn expression, Jacob knew he wasn't joking. How did Dark City select its official members? He couldn't help but inquire. Previously, Jacob thought that the Dark Nobles were the official members of the Dark City, but it clearly wasn't the case, as the Dark City gave those titles to anyone who cleared dark missions. There was no restriction on the person's affiliations. Unlike the three hegemonies, who didn't allow their official members to join the ranks of the other hegemonies' official members, the Dark City seemed to have its own unique system. That's why he asked Hallberg, who seemed to be an official member, since it was a rare chance. But Hallberg's reply was not what he was expecting. Please forgive me. I can't reveal this information to you. All I can comment on this topic is the Dark City's demand absolute loyalty from its members, Hallberg ambiguously stated. Jacob frowned ever so slightly, but he didn't push the matter further since it seemed to be some kind of core secret of the Dark City. Hallberg also didn't want to dwell on its topic and continued about that trial of his. Anyway, as I was saying, to leave a lower plane Dark City, an official member needed to clear certain conditions which I also can't reveal to you. After those conditions were complete, we can proceed with our journey toward the higher planes, which is the actual trial by fire, in which we can only select one escort from the same plane we want to leave. If you think that this system can easily be cheated since no one can monitor us, then you couldn't be too wrong. We are required to wear our star watches all the time, and Dark Rose will monitor the entire thing once we call it the start of the mission. The chosen escort will also have to sign a no objection certificate, NOC, and be part of the same kind of monitoring. If anyone is caught cheating, then the escort will be banned from entering any Dark City, while the trial taker will suffer a fate worse than death. Jacob finally showed a clear frown on his face, as this entire thing was too absurd for him, especially the conditions inflicted on both parties involved in this absurd trial of fire thing. Is it worth taking all this risk just to be part of an organization? He couldn't help but question with a cold tone. Jacob's impression of the Dark City greatly plummeted after he heard about this trial and just how harsh they were toward their own members, who probably served them faithfully for decades. Especially someone like Hallberg, who would leave all this luxury behind to go to the epic plains. Yet not only he has to take the risk of going there by himself, but he also had to be under constant monitoring. Hallberg suddenly smiled in a decisive manner as he nodded without hesitation. If you're a member of the Dark City, then you will know this small trial is nothing in front of what you can gain. It's absolutely worth it. Jacob's frown deepened, as there wasn't any hint of falsehood in Hallberg's words or his expression. Hallberg still wasn't done as he continued. Look, the reward I promised you are the one I will give you personally, not the rewards you will get from the Dark City. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he heard this and said, So you can make anyone Dark Baron, and what kind of rewards are we talking about? I can naturally bestow Dark Baron title once I reach the epic plains, and the 1 million ZC will be your advance payment. As for the reward you will get from the Dark City, I can only say they will be as lavish as the rewards you got from the champion shop, Hallberg said matter-of-factly. Jacob finally fell into silence at this moment when the champion shop was brought up. He knew better than anyone just what kind of status the champion shop represented. That shop has anything that could exist in a plane, which makes it alluring to anyone. If he's telling the truth, Then I can get many things right off the bat after I entered the epic planes. I had to go into the epic planes either with him or without him, and I would be at the bottom of the epic planes once I got there. So, if I take this risk, I can change my situation around, Jacob thought as he couldn't ignore rewards akin to the champion shop, especially if this shop's content were from the epic planes. So, are you in or out? Because trust me, you would want to leave this place after you know what's coming. Hallberg smilingly asked, as he knew he almost convinced Jacob by his subtle silence, so he decided to reveal his final trump card. Jacob squinted his eyes as he asked, "What's coming?" Hallberg's expression went dark as he gloomily said 3 words, "The Dark Being." Chapter 308, A Hired Gun. Jacob was confused about this ambiguous reply. "I don't understand what you're hinting at." The Dark Beings could be said to be on the other side from where the Dark City was, and he knew about their successful conquest of the Freedom Plains. So, Hallberg bringing them up clearly didn't make sense in Jacob's mind. Furthermore, Hallberg seemed to be appeared somewhat scared, which was quite strange since Dark City shouldn't be afraid of dark beings, because they have a huge geographical advantage, and they normally aren't afraid of anyone. Hallberg then explained, "What I want to say is the Dark Being's king, the Lich King, has pointed his sword toward the magic beast forest after his conquest of the Freedom Plains. Not only that, but he deliberately called out that he would eradicate all the living beings on the rare plains, including the ones hiding in the Dark City, which is not normal at all. The Lich King seemed to have gone mad after you claimed the win for the Life faction from right under his nose. As for a reason for his losing it, according to the hierarchy of the Dark Begins, this kind of failure would normally result in the incompetent ruler's death. So, he could have already foreseen his impending doom when the reinforcement from both sides will come in over a year from now. He will be replaced by another dark being. However, he seemed to be not wanted to accept it, so he probably decided to try one last time to regain his position and his life. Hallberg's expression was grave as he revealed. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Don't tell me if he eradicates all the life and conquers the entire rare plains, he'll escape from his punishment and will keep his position. Is that what this is all about? Hallberg shook his head. Normally, he should have able to preserve his life after he claimed the entire Freedom Plains for the Dark faction. And it was also seemed to be the case until a few days ago when he suddenly decided to move his armies in this direction despite knowing this entire march would cost him too much. Yet he did it anyway, which is akin to throwing away his life again, which he fought so hard to earn back. So, you're suspecting that there's some other purpose in him doing all this, and his specifically calling for the Dark City is also not normal, right? Jacob quickly grasped at the situation. Hallberg nodded in affirmative. Yes, which is why it made the Mad Lich King even more terrifying. Many of the people in the Dark City have already started to leave the Dark City since they're thinking the target of the Lich King this time is specifically the Dark City because he called out for it. Jacob frowned slightly. Can Dark City not do anything about the dark beings? You guys are clearly an advantage here. Furthermore, won't you suffer in repercussions for abandoning the Dark City as its current ruler? Jacob quickly understood that Hallberg was clearly trying to desert the rare plains because of the dark beings, and he wasn't shocked by it or had any opinion since he would do the same if he encountered something he couldn't handle. Nevertheless, he was curious about the Dark City's viewpoint on this. Hallberg's previous words also made it clear that they might have given up on the Freedom Plains to quench the Lich King's wrath. This means they let that slaughter happen so that they could avoid confrontation with the dark beings. This also made Jacob remove the slight bit of remorse he had for those people. He has done nothing wrong by lifting the barrier over them. They can only blame the cruel world they were born in. Hallberg suddenly smiled, which seemed somewhat cold. Let me worry about the matters of Dark City. So I'll ask you again, are you willing to escort me out the rare plains? Jacob looked at Hallberg's current expression. He could tell he was really someone who only cared about himself, so he didn't question the matter related to the Dark City or how he was going to handle it since it really wasn't any of his concern. Instead, now he has a choice of his own to make. In truth, Jacob didn't care about the dark beings since he knew they couldn't do anything to him as long as he wanted to run. Even in the direct confrontation, he was confident in killing the Lich King. But the thing was, the dark beings' real strength lies in their numbers and their undead bodies. He now had all the information on the dark beings which he bought from the champion's shop. They were too difficult to deal with, as they seemed only to have one weakness while they had terrifying advantages. He was even skeptical about it, and finally understood just why those guys seemed to be in a dominating position despite losing their advantage of number. Because the dark being didn't seem to bother by the number at all. Heck, they didn't even know the concept of low in number. Because dark beings can turn living in the dark begins like zombies. While a Lich or White can straight up turn dead into their own undead puppets, that's why the dark beings were never afraid of warfare. They were simply born for it. Jacob then finally speaks. I can be your hired gun, but I can't leave the rare plains until I complete some of my own matters. Hallberg's eyes glow in ecstasy as he says, What matters? Just tell me, and I'll help you out. We still have 2 or 3 months before those guys will be upon us. Jacob nodded as he wanted to hear exactly this thing. Actually, my purpose of looking for you was also the same exact thing. I'm looking for some materials, and if you have them, then I don't mind leaving after 1 month from now. Hallberg appeared even more excited as he agreed without hesitation. Tell me, what do you need? Jacob also didn't shy away, as he stated the 3 remaining materials he needed for the ritual. Hallberg appeared surprised before he said, Quite rare materials you're looking for, not to mention peculiar. If you want just white assassin parasite bug's blood, then you can take it as much as you want. I also have 1,000-year-old nightmare lily. However, I only have 1 9-star night salve's poison magic core and should have 3 8-star magic cores. Night salve's poison magic core is quite a good ingredient to make advanced type 1 antidote and detoxifying pills. So it's instantly bought whenever it appears and even more quickly used in an alchemist's hand. But I can look for them. Give me a day and I'll tell you about it. Hallberg truthfully replied. Jacob's eyes shimmered in elation since almost all the materials were available right this instant, which was more than what he was hopping for. So he agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll wait for 1 day. Chapter 309, Type 1 Universal Magic Manual, 1. After their short briefing, Jacob was given a courtyard to stay in the Dark Castle, while Hallberg returned to his lab, which was in the basement of the Dark Castle. Hallberg inhaled a sharp, long breath for a moment, as if he was completely exhausted before taking out a wine bottle and starting to drink directly from it. Only after calming his nerves did he stop and mutter, Those 2 big offs almost ruined everything today. They even robbed me of that astonishing treasure, and I can't even ask for it since I would lose too much face, and he might not even agree to give it away anymore, since I couldn't after my own gift was used against me. Hallberg still couldn't forget about the disc despite not showing it on his face. He really wanted it after seeing its abilities. However, he wasn't that shameless to ask Jacob about it since it was not his to ask for. It still made him indignation, nevertheless. In the end, he was still glad that despite Water Wave's foolishness, the thing went extremely well, and he secured Jacob's help, which was his true purpose anyway. He asked coldly at this moment, How did you deal with Water Wave? Dark Rose's voice sounded. According to the Dark City laws, Viscount Water Wave has attempted assassination on the city administrator's guest. The guest's identity was 1-star privilege holder, current alchemy guild leader of the Dark City, Faceless Ancient. Her crime magnitude is graded, D. Thereby, she has been demoted to Upper Dark Noble. All her assets have been confiscated, and she will be imprisoned for 100 years. Hallberg pursed his lips as he said, Only D, not C. He was clearly unsatisfied with this punishment as that bitch almost ruined everything, yet she was getting out of it too easily. Dark Rose emotionlessly replied, Crime above D grade can only be denoted against at least Baron rank Dark Nobles, or if she had killed the guest. The punishment is all in accordance with the Dark City rules and regulations. Hallberg then only cussed in his mind, as he knew even he couldn't interfere with the punishment process of the Dark Nobles above the upper Dark Noble rank. He can only call for a trial, but the judge will always be Dark Rose, who monitors every Dark Noble in the Dark City. All right. In 100 years, who knows where I'll be? That guy might have already forgotten about her as well, so it's fine, I guess. He muttered ruefully before his expression turned solemn. How is the evacuation plan being handled? It's ready. I just need your final confirmation to initiate it, and all the Dark City will be shifted to our secret bunker No. 3 and merged with the Dark City of the Freedom Plains. City Administrator Dark Viscount has already been informed, and he's preparing as we speak. Hallberg's expression great eased up when he heard it, and his lips curled into a cold smile as he said, No need to make haste anymore. I need you to wait until the Dark Being enters the Dark Zone, and only then can you start the evacuation process. In the meantime, anyone who abandoned the Dark City in need of crisis bans them if they were commoners, and revoked their noble titles if they were Dark Nobles. You have full authority to do that according to your time of crisis protocol. Dark City didn't need ingrates. As for those who stayed to protect the Dark City, evacuate them and start the convergence process as we did in the Freedom Plains. Those people will be dead in the view of the outside world and reborn as members of the Dark City, he declared imposingly. Dark Rose's emotionless voice rang at this moment. Understood. In his large courtyard, Jacob closed himself in his room. Not because he was tired or anything, it was just that he was planning on reading the Type 1 Universal Magic Manual, which he had put on hold because he had too many things to worry about. However, now that all his preparation was over, and hopefully he would find the materials from Hallberg, he has time now. Furthermore, after today's assassination attempts, he felt an urgent crisis to have another trump card like magic. Before, he still thought that having magic or not with his current self didn't really matter in the rare planes, and he'll research it on his way toward the epic planes since he would have too much time on his hand. But his thinking changed, as he knew no amount of preparation could counter the unknown, and he needed to be absolutely prepared the best he could when he could. Now, Jacob's plan was to make some special glasses that could help him see the electromagnetic waves, so he could at least see through cloaking treasures, or, hopefully, abilities. He was quite positive that it would work, since he could do the same in the 15x, or higher-level acceleration. Afterward, he would go to the marked location in Mason's map scanner to see if he could get his hands on more plutonium. That's why he gives Hallberg a 1-month time period, since he knows he will be done with this small chore if he puts his top speed to use. Anyhow, the magic became his priority again as he was traveling with Hallberg, which he clearly didn't trust fully, so every extra advantage could decide a matter of life and death for him. Jacob opened the Type 1 Universal Magic Manual and skipped the introduction part, since he already had it down, just for the sole reason of not being ignorant about it anymore. In the introduction, the power structure was the same as Immortality described it about the common, rare, and extraordinary ranks and their tires, and then the 9-star magic cores. The only extra information it had was about the magic spells and magic scriptures. A magic spell was like a command that could manipulate mana in the magic orbits. The manual described the magic orbits as the channels of invisible pathways that are spread in every being's body, and they were what caused the mana to circulate in the entire body. Before forming a magic core, all the magic orbits could be set in disarray, as they didn't have a command center to manipulate them. The very first steps, called the primary stages, were the process of arranging these disarrayed magic orbits. Only once these magic orbits were fully arranged could they be connected with one energy source, which was the magic core. The magic core actually formed once all the magic orbits could focus on one focal point. Mostly, magic cores can form in 3 spots: the head, the middle of the chest, or below the navel. These spots could be different depending on a race's talent in magic, as some formed magic cores in their head like the magic beast, while some in their bellies like elves, and some between their chests like orcs or trolls. Lastly, every magic orbit set has its own unique elements, which will decide the element of the magic core once it is formed. According to the manual, it can't be changed or manipulated as it was inherited. The magic spells were ranked based on the mana they used upon casting. A 1-star magic spell would take the lowest amount of mana, while a 9-star magic spell would take the highest. Then there was casting time as well. The higher level spell one was casting, the more time it would take. But this flaw can be solved by learning silent casting, which was actually a magic scripture that usually didn't exist in the rare planes. Chapter 310 Type 1 Universal Magic Manual 2. A magic scripture, unlike magic spell, doesn't have anything to do with using magic. Instead, it can do two things. First, magic scripture can refine the mana and make it more potent or cultivate, thereby making the magic core achieve higher ranks. These magic scriptures were known as magic evolution scriptures. The second and rare type of magic scripture can alter or modify the magic orbits, thereby granting someone a special ability related to magic like the silent casting ability. These magic scriptures were known as the magic ability scriptures. Lastly, there were some extremely rarest types of magic scriptures that can not only make magic core evolve, but can also grant certain abilities by evolving a magic core in a special direction, making it more compatible with those abilities. These magic scriptures were then called the universal scriptures. When Jacob learned about the universal scriptures, he instantly thought about the time when Immortality introduced itself as one of the 9 universal godly scriptures. Upon his inquiry with Immortality, he was only met with frustration, as always. Still, one thing was quite clear: universal scripture and universal godly scripture were completely different, and the difference was like heaven and earth. Jacob mused the universal godly scriptures were a higher and perfect form of a universal scripture, or even more advanced than his imagination, since he was the owner of one himself. But this also made him even more perplexed, since he still can't use magic despite owning a universal godly scripture. Anyway, Jacob didn't get any further information except this vague introduction to the realm of magic, while he was hoping to have more information on the growth-type magic cores as well. But knowing their rarity, he knew their information wouldn't be lying around in just one simple book. Lastly, the Type 1 Universal Magic Manual has basic and rare element spells, each from 1 star to 9 star, and most importantly, a rare rank magic evolution scripture in it, which only has guidance on primary stages, sensing, using, and storing on basic and rare elements. It could be said the most basic and lowest rank magic evolution scripture in existence, but knowing the rarity of a magic scripture, and there might not be 2 in the entire rare planes, Jacob knew he should be happy that he even had one. Jacob directly opened the scripture written in the manual, as he can only use those spells once he awakes mana first and know his element. However, at the start, what he read made him narrow his eyes in scrutiny. Please test your magic aptitude with Magic Aptitude Orb and confirm if you're a blanker or not. In case of non-blanker, you can skip through the information below and start magic training with the Magic Evolution Scripture if you have basic or rare elements. Note, if you do not have basic or rare elements, this scripture is useless for you. In the case of blanker, you need to either awake a basic or rare element first to train in this scripture, or you need a Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers. Recommendation 1. You should search for Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers that can truly bring out your true potential, because it would allow you to train in multiple elements at once. It is the advantage of being a blanker. Recommendation 2. If you can't find the Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers, or are satisfied with only basic or rare rank elements, then please perform an element aptitude test by downloading this Star Network application through this link. It would tell you which element you have the most affinity with, and how you could increase the affinity further. You just need 100% affinity with basic or rare elements to get rid of your blanker state and start training with this scripture. Warning: choose your element wisely, as once you get rid of your blanker state, it's not reversible. Jacob was astonished after reading the entire thing, as he didn't think there was such a thing about blankers, and they seemed far more extraordinary than the rare planes know about them. So, a blanker has a special type of scripture for them which can help them train in multiple elements. It has to be quite rare. Jacob couldn't help but frown when he thought about the last point and shook his head bitterly. I have no idea where I can find even normal magic scriptures except the champion shop, much less a specific scripture for blankers, which seemed nothing but ordinary. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was only a pipe dream to get his hands on something like the scripture for blanker in a short amount of time. At least, there was over a 99% chance that they might not even exist in the rare planes. I can't be greedy or can delay learning magic anymore, especially if the Killer Skull Society has more of those mutants waiting for me out there somewhere. If I have no life, then there's no point in having talent or a natural gift that I can't even use. Preserving my life came first, and it's not like I don't have a godly scripture already, so being greedy will only lessen my life, not increase it. My goal is immortality, not supremacy. Jacob's eyes shimmered with undying resolve as he recited his true goal. Without hesitation, he then tapped on that special link given in the scripture, which took him directly to a unique interface. The applications on the Star Network could only be accessed by links or invitations. There was no application store for them, just like private servers. Furthermore, higher-level Star Watches also had their own unique applications. Like the life force scale only exist in advanced Type 1 Star Watches, the lower-rank Star Watches need links to download it, and they are absolutely not free. Jacob read the white color interface with blue words. Welcome to Element Aptitude Scale Application Portal. Your Star Watch is fully compatible with the Element Aptitude Scale application. Install application, 50,000 ZC. Note, this payment is only one time, and the application will be automatically registered with your Star ID and will automatically be installed upon new sign-in. Chapter 311 Element Aptitude Scale. 50,000 ZC. Jacob showed a fleeting frown before he tapped on the install button while thinking coldly. It's better worth the cost. Although he had earned quite a lot in these past 2 years, and Ellie's last payment was also quite generous, his total wealth was still below 300k ZC. So, spending 50k ZC out of the blue was quite a pinch for him. Nevertheless, Jacob knew the path toward magic would not be going to be easy or free, and there was no room for acting stingy with numerical wealth. As long as wealth was spent on his purpose and clearing his way ahead, he won't hesitate to pay any price, even if he had to sell everything. The next moment, the payment was deducted from his bank account, and an application started to install on his Star Watch. After 10 seconds, a rainbow color icon appeared on his Star Watch interface with the name EAC, and he opened it with very high expectations. Welcome to Element Aptitude Scale Application. Description. Now you can check your element affinity right on your Star Watch without any need to go through cumbersome, expensive rituals. Note, please note that a Star Watch of a particular grade can only measure a particular rarity of elements. You are logging in from an advanced Type 1 Star Watch, which can only measure primary, basic, and rare elements. If your element aptitude scale result is unknown, then it means you have element belong in scare or high element category. Thereby you need a Type 2 or higher grade Star Watch. Do you want to proceed with the element aptitude scale test from this device? Yes, no. Jacob narrowed his eyes. So there is still a variable of element rarity, huh? Well, I shouldn't be worried about it since I'm supposed to be a blanker, which means I should have an affinity with multiple elements, and I just need to increase the highest one to 100%. So even if I have scarce elements like lightning, light, dark, and so on, it won't matter much. With those thoughts in his mind, Jacob pressed, yes, and the interface changed as a scanner screen appeared before words started to flash past his Star Watch screen. Establishing a connection with Star ID. Star ID detected. Type 1 ID detected. Faceless ancient note. This scan will be free of charge, and all the recommendations can be bought at 90% discount. Scanning has been commenced. Jacob suddenly felt his wrist heating up before a very light current suddenly started to pass through his skin. This scanning was even more intense than the life force scale. Just what kind of technology has been used to create these watches? The moment I tried to open one of them, they will instantly self-destruct like a small bomb. While in the Type 1 Star Watch's case, I can't even find a way to open them as if they are made with fabric. Jacob couldn't help but think about some of his crazy experiences when he tried to peek into a Type 0 Star Watch and ended up blowing it. He was naturally curious about these watches and wanted to see just what kind of technology was used, but he was met with a terrible failure. The moment he tries even to separate the rubber band-like material of Type 0 Star Watches, they would instantly explode. But the most astonishing thing Jacob discovered was they would only explode if he tried to deliberately separate them, not if they got stabbed by some sharp object or cut accidentally. Not only that, if a Star Watch were stabbed or cut, it would get fully destroyed, meaning the internal structure would somehow automatically obliterate itself, turning into fine black powder, but not with a blast that occurred if someone tried to open it deliberately. The former was clearly done to protect the technology from someone like Jacob's ideas, while the latter was done not to harm the wearer who accidentally broke it. Nevertheless, Jacob was completely awed by the mind of whoever invented this thing, and would very much like to learn from this person if he ever got the chance. Anyhow, from that point on, he completely dropped the idea of dismantling a Star Watch. At least his current knowledge, skills, or equipment available for him were not capable enough to do it. As for if this thing could still be spied upon, Jacob knew it was completely possible, but he also knew he wasn't at that level yet, where he could draw the attention of someone like the creator of the Star Watch. Since he was very sure the Star Watch security couldn't be breached by anyone, not even those highly intelligent AIs seemed to be capable of it. At this moment, the result was finally out. Element Aptitude Scale Scan has been fully completed. Element Affinity detected, 1. Affinitive element, water. Affinity rate, 3%. Recommendation to increase water affinity best for the tea's taker, faceless ancient. 2. Recommendation, 1. Rated, average below 20% chance of succession. Price, 10 ZC, after 90% discount deduction. Recommendation, 2. Rated, good below 40% chance of succession. Price, 100 ZC, after 90% discount deduction. Jacob frowned, looking at the result. Only one element of affinity. According to my research, a blanker has multiple element affinities at less than 100% rate, and can even add more as long as it doesn't have 100% affinity. That's the sole reason this kind of individual is called blanker. So, I'm also supposed to have more than one element affinities since I'm a blanker. Or is this work another way around? Is this thing even working right? Not only is it showing only one element, but it's giving me a pitiful rating of 3%. But this application was recommended on the manual I bought from the Champion shop, so I don't think it's a fake or scam. Then why is my result like this? Am I even blanker or not? Confused, Jacob had various questions about this result, but pity no one was available to answer them, not even Immortality. Furthermore, his talent in magic seemed quite poor with that kind of single affinity. One could even say he didn't have talent at all. Frowning, Jacob decided to give it another try, but this time he changed his Star Watch with another advanced Type 1 Star Watch. He now had many of those lying around in his storage after he killed so many people over a week ago. Furthermore, he was going to ask Hallberg to sell them for him since they took up quite a lot of space, and his purpose in collecting them was to sell them in the first place since they were in high demand on the market, especially the high-level Star Watches. Jacob easily logged in on a new Star Watch without needing to log off from his original one. No one can log into his Star ID without his special life signal. Speaking of which, his original Star Watch from the Champion shop was of higher quality than the one he was now wearing. But he still wanted to confirm if this result was accurate or if there was a problem with his star watch. When he conducted the same scan on the new star watch, the result appeared identical, and he changed it into his original star watch with a gloomy expression. I should check those suggestions now. Since I have an affinity with water, it doesn't matter if I have an affinity with another element or not. I just needed to increase it to 100% and then learn water-type magic. Jacob quickly let go of his confusion about the blanker thing, since it clearly didn't matter much if he didn't care about having some rare element. Although it might be possible to form another affinity, he had no method for it. So he was happy with what he had right now, which were the two suggestions that could help him increase his affinity with water, and he bought both of them without hesitation. After buying the two recommendations from the element aptitude scale, Jacob opened one of them without hesitation. Recommendation average. Affinities of an element are graded in faint lower than 10%, low lower than 20%, half lower than 50%, incomplete lower than 80%, complete 100%. Your water affinity is faint, 3%. The most common, effective, and safe way to increase the affinity of a basic element like water, from faint grade to low grade, is by absorbing the element particles. Element particles are the primitive state of any basic element, and only with a unique combination of these elementary particles can a basic element come into existence. Water element is made with two unique element particles known as oxygen and hydrogen. To increase the water affinity from faint grade to low grade, it is recommended to absorb oxygen into the magic orbits until it crosses the 10% threshold. Then it is recommended to start the abortion of hydrogen into the magic orbits until the half grade. At last, once the magic orbits will mold with oxygen and hydrogen together, they will be ready to absorb the water element force directly from the treasure-rich with water element energy. Method to absorb the element particles is very simple. Just expose your body to element dense with the specific element particles, and once the body fully gets used to the element particles, they will automatically start to enter the magic orbits. Disclaimer: this method is very slow, and there is even a slight possibility that it will not work entirely. There is also over 50% possibility that you might suffer from extreme pain because of directly exposing your entire body to the element particles. Once the element particles start breaching the magic orbits, the initial pain will be tripled. Recommendation: good. Make a magic element serum of basic elements and directly inject it into the bone marrow. This method is fast and highly effective despite being extremely painful. A magic element serum is a special serum made with a special recipe that only a potion alchemy elder grandmaster can create. Recommended dosage: 1,000 ml of water element magic serum. Forget about the second recommendation. Jacob's eyes were affixed on the first one, and he was reading the entire thing again and again. In contrast, his eyes shimmered in astonishment and disbelief. Because right now, only one thing was circulating around Jacob's head. Isn't this abortion of the oxygen the same effect I experienced whenever I practiced the art of nature? Jacob felt his mind blown away as realization dawned upon him. Don't tell me the water affinity I have is also because of the art of nature. Jacob felt a huge veil had been lifted from his head, and also he suddenly felt like he was a fool. Because he had been neglecting the art of nature for a long time as he thought he no longer needed it after awakening the fluid acceleration. But Jacob also wasn't to blame for this, because who could think that some life-prolonged exercise from a magicless world could grant the affinity to perform magic? Not only that, but this art of nature has 5 different levels or exercises, and Jacob hasn't even managed to complete the first one, water meditation. But now, Jacob felt like he was searching for gold outside, while he had a treasure chest filled with diamonds right in his home. Suddenly, Jacob couldn't help but ground his teeth. That goddamn book probably knew about the secret of the art of nature, and it even dropped a subtle hint about when I inquired about Blanker. If it had told me straight, I wouldn't have wasted so much time in a goose chase and might have already awakened magic. The more Jacob thought about it, the more frustrated he became with Immortica's habit of hiding things and playing riddles without caring about the consequences or severity of the situation. Jacob knew better than anyone just how much he wanted to use magic, yet he was helpless in this matter for a long time. He might not even felt all this anger if he hadn't discovered the art of nature's hidden effect. But now that he did, he was naturally furious about wasting so much time and money to find out about it when he could have learned it without doing all this if Immortica had told him, or dropped a more solid hint, at least. Now, after walking in circles, here he was back to square one, and he could literally hear Immortica's wanton laughter filled with amusement after finally watching him figure it out. Jacob didn't know what was making him more flustered. The fact about Immortica not telling him, or him being stupid enough not to fully dig deep enough into the art of nature's true capability. He started the water meditation because his body size would increase after he ate so much, but after he got the fluid acceleration, the problem was solved. He also didn't get much chance or time to pay attention to the art of nature, which had no further use for him anymore. In the end, he could only blame himself for being an idiot who completely discarded a method that wasn't even fully explored just because he got another convenient and powerful one. After lamenting at his own idiocy, he finally calmed down and regained his calmness, but the coldness in his eyes couldn't be colder as he closed the star watch entirely. In the end, it's my fault, and I should still consider it an achievement to find out about it before it's too late. The only thing worth learning from all this is, I can't discard things that I still have yet to understand fully, and that cursed book's riddles can't be overlooked even for a second. Afterward, Jacob made up his mind, and he was no longer in the mood to do anything anymore. No, after knowing, he might be able to use magic or discover something new as long as he completes the water meditation. With his current strength, Jacob knew he should be able to do it quickly, and all he had to do now was to find a place with a huge water reserve, and he just knew where to find one. Chapter 312, Tying Up Loose Ends 1. The very next day, Jacob has a meeting with Hallberg at breakfast, which he has been waiting for since the last day after he discovered the secret about the art of nature. If he hadn't needed those materials of the blood insect enslavement ritual array, then he would have even stayed for a second longer in the dark city. The blood insect enslavement ritual array could be said to be equally important as his awakening magic or carved his way towards it. Here, I guess, I got lucky and managed to find the missing materials from one of my suppliers, said Hallberg smilingly. He was clearly in a very good mood as he waved his sleeve over the table, and 4 white wooden boxes and 1 glass bottle filled with crimson liquid appeared in front of Jacob. Jacob's eyes shimmered with elation as he looked at those packed materials. I finally collected everything. Thank you, this is very helpful for me. Jacob really appreciated Hallberg's gesture as he stowed away those materials without even checking them. If he started to examine them, it would be akin to slapping the other party's face who was giving him those rare and hard-to-find materials for free. Although he knew Hallberg was probably doing it to win over his trust, he still appreciated it nevertheless. Hallberg waved his hand and chuckled. There is no need. It's the least I can do if what happened the other day, and despite that, you still agree to lend me your aid. If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be me thanking you. Jacob merely nodded. It's only natural for me not to turn down good business. Anyway, now that this is a done deal, tell me, how are you planning to leave? I mean the routes and our ride. Despite already having the route map of the Star Ocean as well as his new ship, and all the preparation he had prepared for his departure, he won't reveal them to Hallberg. Because as the Dark Earl of the Dark City, he had clearly prepared even more meticulously than Jacob, and he clearly got more time than Jacob as well. So, Jacob was clearly inclined to go with Hallberg's preparation. Furthermore, he wanted to keep the fact about his initial plan of already leaving the rare plains a secret, and as a backup plan just in case he needed one. The Star Ocean was filled with unknown, and one couldn't be more prepared, especially when the journey was years long. Hallberg also found this quite reasonable, but he only ambiguously smiled and replied, "You leave both things to me. 1 month from now, meet me above the canyon's waterfall right outside Dark City." Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly before he shook his head and said, "All right, I'll leave the preparation to you then. However, 1 month is no longer enough. I need 2 months now to take care of my matters. I know it's uncouth, but I want you to trust me and let me do my job to keep us alive." Hallberg frowned slightly as he clearly wasn't expecting this sudden change. But when he looked at Jacob's solemn expression, he knew Jacob wasn't joking and was serious. In the end, he didn't inquire about why he needed 1 more month. Just as Jacob said, he hired him to protect him, so he let the man do his job and gave him more time. "All right, 1 month more is the same for me as 1 month. It'll pass, even if you need more time, I don't mind. But I want us to leave before the dark beings enter the core region of the magic beast forest," Hallberg impassively stated. Jacob nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry, 2 months mean 2 months this time." Then he suddenly said, "Before I go, I have over 500 star watches and I want to sell them. Can you help me with them? For your inconvenience, you can keep 5% of all the profit." Hallberg widened his eyes ever so slightly as he instantly guessed just how he got all those star watches and then chuckled. "Just leave them here. They'll sell just like that. Barely an inconvenience, and I don't need anything. I'll transfer all the money to your star ID." Jacob looked at Hallberg's sincerer smile and nodded. "Then I'll leave this matter to you. Now I'll better get going and take care of my matters before I come back again in 2 months. I'll be in contact." Jacob then took out all the star watches he had collected from the dead that day on the table, creating a small pile while he kept 5 advanced Type 1 star watches as replacements for himself, just in case he ended up destroying his own. Afterward, he stood up, intending to get going. He was even more eager to leave this place, and the 1 extra month was obviously to practice the water meditation. Hallberg also didn't stop Jacob, as he knew the sooner he went, the sooner he'll return. As for Jacob running away from their deal, Hallberg didn't think Jacob was such a person. Even if on a blue moon chance that happened, Hallberg knew Jacob owed him nothing, and it's not like he didn't have another plan ready, just in case. Still, he likes to believe things would go smoothly with Jacob, and in 2 months, they'll leave this barren place for good, or at least he will. After leaving the Dark Castle, Jacob headed directly toward the station and embarked on a cable lift going into the inner circle of the Dark City. His first stop was naturally the Alchemy Guild. There were 3 things he needed to do at the Alchemy Guild right now. First, to successfully perform the blood insect enslavement ritual array and make Brain Hunter fall into full submission. Second, to forfeit his guild leader position as he had promised. Third, he had many potions, pills, and magic weapons he had created during these 2 years, while practicing and raising his ranks stashed in his private lab, and he also collected some high-quality weapons from that massacred as well. He wanted to sell them all through the guild channels as well. He could have done the same thing with Star Watches, but he handed that matter to Hallberg because he could help him earn more profit. Those Star Watches all have different price tags, and some can even sell for extremely high prices. So he left them to Hallberg, who had all the Dark City market under his thumb. As for that stash in the guild, those things have fixed prices, and the guild was the perfect place for selling them. Now that he was leaving, he wanted to earn as much money from those things he didn't need, since the more ZC he had, the more option he had in the epic planes. Furthermore, he still has those close space rings. He was going to initiate his plan for them as well. Afterward, he'll leave the Dark City for good and start his journey toward the plutonium, and only then will he start the water meditation practice without worrying about anything. Chapter 313, Tying Up Loose Ends, 2. The Alchemy Guild of the Inner Circle was the same as Jacob left it, but there was a slightly different, which Jacob noticed almost instantly the moment he entered the building with his signature outfit. Everyone was looking at him with terror, as if he was some monster walking among a flock of sheep. It seemed the news about the massacre by my hands had reached far and wide. Jacob easily guessed why they were giving him those wary and appalled gazes. However, for Jacob, it doesn't matter how people look at him as long as they won't get in his way. The moment Jacob entered the top floor where his workshop lay, he found 3 guys standing in front of the lift with anxious looks on their faces. They were Dilly, the gnome he had tasked to find a way to contact Hallberg, Clayton, the soon-to-be guild leader, and Audrey, the soon-to-be vice guild leader. These 3 could be said to have some ties with Jacob, and the moment they heard Jacob had returned, they didn't even waste a moment and quickly appeared here to greet him like loyal subjects. They naturally knew about the ghastly deed done by Jacob the very day he left the guild, and truthfully, they were scared out of their damn minds when they thought about how they were living with a monster for almost 2 years, and he will be returned very soon. As for those who, in any way, offend Jacob, like those 3 guys who lost limbs, they had long fled the inner circle and hid somewhere. Right now, Jacob could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the entire Dark City. Even the Dark Nobles feared him, and the Mercenary Guild didn't dare to seek justice for all those lives lost by Jacob's hand. Jacob coldly looked at the 3, which made them sweat more profusely as he said, "I was about to look for you 3. You save me some time, at least. Come walk with me." Jacob left the lift and started to walk toward his workshop, while those 3 looked at each other with great surprise in his eyes before they gulped, and then followed him behind with trepidation. "First, tell me why you were here," Jacob coolly asked while walking without looking behind. "We were here to greet you and seek your opinion on some very important matters." It was the kobold, Clayton, who spoke respectfully while choosing his words carefully as if his life depended on it. "I don't care about guild's matters. You 2 can do as you please. I didn't appoint you 2 as the leader and vice leader to seek my opinion on every matter. Now, if there's anything else, then out with it," Jacob dismissively stated. Clayton and Audrey glanced at each other with wry looks in their eyes before they could only smile in self-mockery. To even think, Jacob would be interested in the measly guild power when he could probably win over the entire city. "Then it's about the matter of Dark Being. I heard they are heading our way," Dilly finally spoke with a grim expression. Jacob's eye finally shimmered with a hint of interest as he asked, "I heard about it as well. Since you also know, then it means the other 2 hegemonies higher-ups also knew. Tell me what your thoughts are about it and the sides." Dilly wasn't surprised as Jacob didn't know about the Dark Being's invasion. He quickly reported, "They are naturally planning to evacuate their people from the Dark City as the Lich King's target is most likely the Dark City. So, we naturally thought the same thing. We need your words to start the process as well." "Where would everyone go once they leave the Dark City? Aren't the entire rare plains will be under the Dark Being's control once the Magic Beast Forest is also conquered?" Jacob impassively asked without many reactions from the revelation. "We will go to the Star Ocean and then wait for the incoming reinforcement heading our way, and then we'll regroup with them. This is the only chance of survival at this moment." It was Audrey who replied. "I thought so as well," Jacob thought before he said. "What if the Lich King were to be killed instead, as well as all the top-ranking Dark Beings?" The 3 were shocked by Jacob's unexpected question, and then looked at each other with widened eyes before they looked back at Jacob with shining eyes. Then I don't think we need to run away at all. Instead, people will fight back because they were only afraid of the Lich King and high-ranking Dark Beings, not those low-ranking Dark Beings." Clayton quickly replied before he hesitantly asked with some courage, "Leader, are you planning?" Before he could finish his words, Jacob cut him short with his cold words. "I was just curious. I'm not a hero, nor do I have any enmity or personal grudge with the Dark Beings." "But aren't Dark Beings the enemy of all living being?" Audrey couldn't help but softly refute. The 2 men couldn't help but give Audrey a hard look as well as secretly admire her courage to refute Jacob's words like this. Even Audrey felt her blood run cold when she realized she had instinctively spoken and forgotten just who she was talking with and wanted to apologize quickly, but Jacob spoke first in a dismissive tone. Enemies are those who we actively oppose or hold deep hostility towards them. But when you start feeling fear of your enemy, it's no longer your enemy but your menace. Right now, the way everyone is running away from the dark beings, instead of opposing them, it's quite clear they feared them. Even if someone is foolish enough to stand on their feet and oppose them, why it had to be me. Do I owe those cowards anything? Or do I have something to prove by putting my life in jeopardy? Heroes and saviors are those who leave behind a legend, but the one who wrote those legends will always be a bard who observes those heroes from up close. And I'm none of these two types of person. Jacob then suddenly stopped in front of his workshop, and then turned his hooded head toward the three with bewildered looks and said coldly, "I want to be a cowardly king who always hides in the face of danger until the danger is gone, and then comes out and pays or gets rid of that bard to replace the hero's name in the legend." Chapter 314, Tying Up Loose Ends 3. Afterward, Jacob handed the three all those weapons, pills, and potions to sell and sent all the money into his account. At the same time, he offered them 2% profits for their efforts, which those three naturally rejected, and he didn't insist either and closed himself off in his workshop. At this moment, Jacob stood in front of a work table. On the table was placed a crimson flower, which was none other than the advanced type 1 blood flower. A small glass bottle, filled with ruby-like blood of extraordinary tier, 6 white assassin parasite bugs' blood. Another glass bottle filled with twinkling sand. It was the advanced type 1 rainbow star dust. 3 gem-like purple orbs shining with 9 white dots like stars. 3 9-star night salves poison magic cores. Finally, a black color lily with ghostly blue spikes spread at the edges of its tentacles like flower petals. It was the nightmare lily of advanced type 1 rank. They were all the 5 ingredients noted in the ink recipe formula of blood insect enslavement ritual array, and Jacob finally collected them. Without hesitation, Jacob picked up a small silver cauldron and started to etch 9 magic gems into 9 engraving between its dark brown magic patterns. The cauldron instantly started to heat up the moment those 9 gems were placed in their positions. This advanced type 1 silver cauldron was a magic treasure that used magic energy as a medium to create magic potions or magic pills. This silver cauldron was one of Braylon's prized possessions, which Jacob inherited with his workshop, and it had helped him a lot during these 2 years of his solitude alchemy training. Now, this cauldron was also required to make the ink for blood insect enslavement ritual array, before he could move forward with the ritual. Jacob then took out the blood insect enslavement ritual array design and read the recipe formula, and then, with a solemn expression, he started the process. First, he opened the glass bottle with the bug's blood, and then picked up a measuring beaker, and then poured exactly 100 milliliters in it, and then emptied it into the cauldron. Jacob then quickly picked up the rainbow star dust bottle and opened it. There were exactly 10 grams in it. Pour the rainbow star dust when the black smoke starts to rise. Jacob stared at the cauldron mouth like a hawk while the faint red smoke was rising. He didn't have to wait for long, as only 10 seconds later, the faint red smoke turned black, and Jacob instantly turned it upside down. The instant the glittering sand fell into the cauldron, sizzling sounds were generated before the black smoke suddenly turned like a normal white smoke. Jacob didn't dare to delay the next step, which was to throw a 9-star magic core right after the black smoke turned white. Now, I need to wait for full 90 seconds before throwing the blood flower and another magic core, and finally wait another 120 seconds to include the nightmare lily and the final magic core, and then seal the cauldron for 500 seconds. Jacob patiently waited before he completed the final 2 steps right on the clock. The time measurement was the least of his problem with the star watch. Then he sealed the cauldron by simply placing the lid on it and then engraved another magic gem within the lid. And with magic energy, the cauldron was now air-sealed, and now he had to wait for another 500 seconds. The time passed slow as Jacob kept his eye on the shining silver cauldron as it trembled faintly. He won't get nervous about just anything, but this time he was as nervous as it could get. Jacob was afraid this cauldron would be blasted apart, which happens in the case of failure. However, this could be avoided by using a higher-rank cauldron like the one he was using right now. But despite that, Jacob was still nervous because if a blue moon chance anything goes south, he might really go on a rampage. All those materials were too precious to collect in a short time, especially the blood flower, which was the most precious of them all. However, after the final second ended and the cauldron stopped trembling, Jacob's tight nerves finally loosened as he quickly detached those magic gems, which was akin to cutting the power supply of the cauldron. With great anticipation, Jacob then opened the lid, and a nasty smell suddenly filled with air, but there was no smoke, which was usually the sign of success. When Jacob peered inside, he saw a transparent liquid like clear water inside, and his lips curled up in ecstasy. Water-like liquid is the sign of the succession of the ink creation, and now all is left is the final part. Jacob's eye went sharp before he removed the black gloves from his hand, and his short sword appeared in his other hand. The next moment, he made a deep cut in his palm, and then his blood gushed out, and he let it stream into the measuring beaker. He only retracted his hand when the breaker was 200 ml filled and stowed away the sword and took out a white color pill and cursed it before sprinkling it on his palm wound. The very next moment, the bleeding was stopped, and the wound was also started to mend. But Jacob didn't care about it, as he knew with that basic type 1 healing pill, the flesh wound would soon mend, and he had far more important things to tend to. He picked up the beaker, filled his own blood, and poured it all into the transparent liquid. The final step is to mix the blood of the person who wants to perform the ritual in the freshly made ink. When all the blood fell into the transparent liquid, it started to change color. First, it turned into a ruby color like Jacob's blood, but the next moment, its shade turned deeper and deeper before it was inky black. This was the complete blood insect enslavement, ritual array ink, and ready to be used anytime by the person whose blood was mixed in it. Chapter 315, Tying Up Loose Ends, 4. Jacob looked at the black ink in the cauldron with elation. The hardest part is done. Now came the moment of truth. Jacob knew the ink creation was the difficult part because of the materials, and there was a chance of failure. However, the next part was difficult on its right, because it was finally the time to perform the blood insect enslavement ritual with the fantastic insect. But before that, Jacob thought coldly, "Cursed immortality." Cursed immortality appeared, and pages turned before the familiar writing started to appear. "Haha, don't tell me, you are getting cold feet at final moments." Jacob sneered. "It's called cautions, not getting cold feet. I want you to alert me the instant anything goes wrong so I can kill the brain hunter." "Hey, what makes you think I'll do that?" Immortica asked. "Because it'll ruin your so-called entertainment, and you might have already guessed if I go down. I'll make sure you'll rot for hundreds of years, and right now, I'm fully capable of doing just that. By the way, I'm still pissed about you hiding the truth about art of nature." Jacob replied matter-of-factly. Tusk, you're as petty and paranoid as ever, but this is what makes you more interesting. However, I'm not your danger alarm clock, so no promises. And I have no idea what you're talking about. My memories are all jumbled up, hee. "We'll see about that." Jacob scoffed before he ignored the eccentric book. He couldn't be bothered by it, as he knew it wouldn't answer about the art of nature even if he begged as long as it didn't want to, so it was meaningless to say more. Then a band appeared in his wrist with a gem before he flipped his hand, and a palm-size pitch-black centipede appeared, which was none other than the Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff, aka Brain Hunter. The Brain Hunter was just the same as Jacob had stowed it a few years ago, and almost forgotten about it, if he hadn't acquired the information about the fantastic insects. Furthermore, the Brain Hunter could be said to be Jacob's companion from the moment he reincarnated in this mysterious world. They were both Decker's slaves, but Jacob ended up turning the tables on him, and Brian Hunter, in Pighead's body at that time, became his slave instead. How ironic, both of Decker's slaves had mysterious backgrounds which that Dick has no idea about. He even managed to steal cursed immortality from under the giant race's nose. He was truly lucky, but in the end, all those things become mine. Jacob couldn't help but snicker in mockery when he thought about that shit of a goblin who he hated as well as slightly admired. "It is still common tier 5, or was it 6? Jacob asked while he looked at the cold centipede in his hand, which seemed dead, but he knew it was very much alive. This was the ranked 18th fantastic insect, and he was holding it alive right in his palm, and probably soon it would be turned into his eternal slave. It was a strange feeling of accomplishment Jacob was having right now. Does it matter? It's still just a common rank, mindless insect that has no idea about its true background. Only after reaching the rare rank will it start to awaken its intelligence, and once it awakes its growth-type magic core, trust me, it'll be as intelligent as you when you were 12 years old, haha." "I guess you're right," Jacob agreed before he placed the brain hunter on the table, and then a paintbrush appeared with a magic gem attached to it. The very next moment, every cloth on Jacob's torso vanished as he appeared bare-chest. "I'm still somewhat unsettled about painting this ritual array design over my torso with magic nonetheless. Ritual arrays have different meanings behind them, and they all have their own unique method to perform them, like different cultures have different rituals for their gods. This is the same things, that's why it's called ritual array. But not all of them are gentle like mine, ha 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 ha." "Gentle my ass?" Jacob refuted it as he remembered when he performed the ritual after collecting all the magic cores, and it was nothing but gentle. He was feeling unsettled because of his previous experience in the first place. Still, he knew there was no point in backing down now after coming this far, so he dipped the brush into the black ink and then carefully started to draw over his torso according to the ritual array design scroll. As he drew the ritual array, the magic gem on the brush shimmered, and Jacob felt a cold, eerie feeling as the ritual array was slowly materializing over his torso. By the time it was complete, Jacob was filled with cold, noxious feeling, as if he wanted to vomit out his entire stomach. But he didn't dare to mess up as Immortality had not written anything, which could mean nothing was wrong or it simply didn't care about anything. Whichever the case was, Jacob was now too far away from the turning point. When the finally small pentagram in the middle of his chest was drawn, Jacob's entire torso was now filled with strange symbols, and the very next moment, the cold, noxious feeling started to vanish as it was now replaced by a feeling of warm rising from that array on his body. "According to the instruction, I need to put the fantastic insect in the pentagram as quickly as the array is complete." Jacob quickly laid down while picking the Brian Hunter as his torso was now really starting to heat up. All that wet ink had now turned into tattoo-like markings. Without hesitation, he placed the Brian Hunter in the middle of his chest where the pentagram was and ordered it to stay there. The very moment Brain Hunter was placed over inside the pentagram, something astonishing happened. The black ink on Jacob's torso suddenly started to shimmer in the black glow. Chapter 316, Tying Up Loose Ends, 5. When the blood insect enslavement ritual array started to glow over Jacob's torso, Jacob felt like someone had started a bonfire over his chest. But he had gone through far worse pain than this during the cursed heart emergent stage, so he could endure this fiery pain. Jacob's eye was on Immortality instead of his own body, because he had no way of knowing if everything was going as it was supposed to, since there wasn't any more description about what would happen after the blood insect enslavement ritual array would get active. However, Jacob knew Immortality would be able to tell, because it knew his body condition better than him and had almost omniscient-level knowledge. What a fascinating array. Whoever created it has to be, ha 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 ha. In the end, it's going to be used by my inheritor. What a fate. Jacob could only frown after reading those ambiguous lines, and was preoccupied at this moment to even inquire about them. Right at this moment, something astonishing happened. The symbols on Jacob's torso drawn in a square suddenly came alive as they started to crawl toward the center of his chest, where the brain hunter was lying motionlessly. As those symbols moved over brain hunter like ants, they would vanish into his pitch-black body. Jacob could clearly feel when those symbols were absorbed in the center of his torso. The fiery pain was also shrinking toward the center. The entire array drawn over Jacob's torso took 100 seconds to be fully consumed by Brain Hunter's tiny body, and right at the end, Brian Hunter's body was glowing. At the same time, Jacob felt something like molten iron laying over his chest, and it wanted to tear apart his skin and enter his body. At this moment thereafter, Brain Hunter's body suddenly started to sink into the center of Jacob's chest magically. While there was no trace of cuts or blood gushing out before it fully sunk into the chest, it vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Jacob was completely alarmed by this because all that feeling suddenly vanished. He looked at his masculine torso, which was now without any trace of the blood insect enslavement ritual array. But before he could inquire about it from Immortality, his eye winded when he felt something digging out right at the place where Brain Hunter had sunk into his chest. Not only that, but the gem band he was wearing on his wrist, which was the slave controller of the Brain Hunter, the gem on it suddenly cracked before it shattered, which alarmed Jacob even more. If the Brain Hunter broke free from the enslavement while it was right inside his body, then he was as good as gone if the blood insect enslavement ritual array had failed. But attention was drawn to his chest again when he spotted a black marking suddenly starting to emerge at the center of his chest. Soon, he discovered that the black marking was not just a random marking, but it looked exactly like Brain Hunter, like a vivid tattoo of Brain Hunter right in the middle of his chest, and Brain Hunter's body was twisted like a spiral. The moment the tattoo was complete, a foreign memory suddenly appeared in Jacob's mind out of nowhere. After processing the memory, Jacob's eyes shimmered in astonishment and disbelief. Still, his panicked expression soon vanished, and calmness with a hint of ecstasy returned to his face as he stood up on his feet. "You get it right," Immortality wrote. Jacob sneered. "You knew this would have happened, so I don't think I need to tell you about it." "Heh, now, I only discovered when the blood insect enslavement ritual array was activated entirely. Who could have thought that not only this enslavement array can fully enslave a fantastic insect, but it could even make it reside in your solar plexus? This kind of method that can make any being reside in your solar plexus is legendary. This method has many benefits, like now. You can summon the Brain Hunter at will as well as retract it back into your solar plexus, as long as it is in a certain range, and even sense its general direction, no matter how far it is from you. In a sense, even if Brain Hunter ran away from you, it would never be able to escape your grasp anymore since it had entered your solar plexus. It now held your mystic signature. I'm pretty sure this is all the information you already got after the succession of the ritual array, right?" Jacob didn't deny it as he nodded. "Except for the part about this mystic signature thing, the rest is as you said. I can feel Brain Hunter's presence somewhere in my chest, but it's not within my body like an organ or blood, but something ethereal." Jacob then flipped his hand as his eyes shimmered mysteriously, and the next moment, the tattoo over his chest suddenly shimmered darkly, and Brain Hunter appeared in his hand, looking the same as before. But not for Jacob Picasso, he could now feel its thoughts. And he had this strange feeling that he could end its tiny life with a single thought, and order it as long as he thought in his mind. "Go forth," Jacob thought, and the next moment Brain Hunter instantly reacted and started to crawl toward Jacob's forearm before Jacob told it to stop, and it did instantly. You'll know what mystic signature is eventually, so consider it as a heads up. But this time, you have really profited big time. And if this blood insect enslavement ritual array now can make this Brain Hunter into your eternal slave as well, then the future possibilities are limitless," Immortality wrote. Jacob fully agreed with Immortality, as only after successfully performing the blood insect enslavement ritual array Did he understand just how powerful this ritual array was, and the benefits of having a fantastic insect in his solar plexus? But the final step still remains, which was to let the brain hunter use its first poison on him. Chapter 317, Tying Up Loose Ends, 6. After performing the blood insect enslavement ritual array in succession, Jacob didn't delay the next step, which was to let Brain Hunter evolve into a star-rank being. Simply put, he had to help it evolve until it formed its growth-type magic core. For this exact reason, Jacob has already prepared as many Titan tears as he could. Right now, another 2-feet cauldron filled with glossy black liquid, which was, of course, the advanced Type 1 Titan tears, was placed on the table. As for the small silver cauldron, it was still half filled with blood insect enslavement ritual array ink, which could be used one more time. So, Jacob stowed it away carefully as he might need it again someday if he managed to find another fanatic's insect. At Jacob's behest, the brain hunter crawled at its fastest speed and entered the gray cauldron filled with Titan tears and started to absorb it greedily. It will be enough to let it evolve into an extraordinary tier 1 or 2, right? Jacob asked Immortality while patiently waiting as he watched the Titan tears were slowly decreasing. Extraordinary? Heh. What are you nurturing? A chicken. This is a fantastic insect of 18th rank. Its evolution conditions are already too hard on their own, although the Titan tears are special, but not that special to have such an effect on a fantastic insect like the brain hunter. This many advanced Type 1 Titan tears are barely enough to let it evolve into rare tier 3 or even the rare rank itself. So, I'm afraid you have to cough out your full stash just to let it awake its growth-type magic core, much less let it cross into extraordinary rank. If you want to use just advanced Type 1 Titan tears to let it evolve into extraordinary rank, then you need at least 10 gallons of it. And if it really becomes your eternal slave, then you have to spend bottomless resources to nurture it with Titan tears. I guess this is the price of having a fantastic insect as a pet, huh? Hey. Jacob frowned deeply when he read those words, and he didn't doubt Immortality was lying, as there was no reason to lie about such a thing. Furthermore, he also knew just how precious and terrifying a fantastic insect was, so nurturing them would naturally be not a walk in a park. Just to control them was an atrocious task on its own. Then tell me about how I can evolve it without needing the Titan tears. You have already told me there are natural limitations on the fantastic insect, but there is also a way to break them as long as they complete the conditions placed on them. I would eventually run out of higher-level Titan tears formulas, so I need to take this route eventually if he needs to evolve it at higher levels. You already told me it needs an epic being brain and magic core to evolve into a rare rank. What about extraordinary, epic, unique, or even legendary rank? Jacob quickly asked, while Immortality was still replying to his questions. Jacob knew if anyone knew how to evolve and nurture a fantastic insect, it was this cursed book. Ha, legendary rank? Your ambition is really commendable. Do you know since the start of the universe, no one has ever seen or even heard about a legendary rank fantastic insect. Yet here you are. You want to achieve the impossible, huh? Besides, do you think I would give you such information just because you asked nicely, huh? Regretfully, you couldn't be more wrong. Just the information about the first poison is already enough to buy this entire Type 2 planes. And even if I want to tell you, I'm afraid I'm restricted. All I can say is just let the brain hunter follow its instincts. Ha. Jacob frowned grimly, but he didn't waste his words to persuade Immortality since he knew he had reached his limit to what he could learn from it. At this moment, his attention was drawn to the cauldron, and he was astonished because the slowly disappearing Titan tears suddenly started to decrease at an alarming rate. Within 5 seconds, all the Titan tears from the cauldron had vanished, and right at this moment, the tattoo on Jacob's chest started to heat up, which alarmed him greatly. A foreign thought started to appear in Jacob's head, which clearly wasn't his. It was trying to express something. Confusion, joy, fear, thrill, strange emotions starting to appear. Oh, it has awakened its intelligence, which means it has evolved into rare rank. What are you waiting for? Pour all the Titan tears if you want the process to be quick. When a being is evolving, they can gain many things by their bloodline as long as they have a suitable environment and resources. Jacob didn't dare to ignore Immortalita's words, so without any delay, he took out a 5-liter jar which was more than half filled. This was all the Titan tears he was able to prepare with every resource he had. But he wasn't expecting to use it all on the brain hunter, and he was even hopping to save some for himself so his eye could recover. But now, it seemed his eye had to wait a bit longer. Without hesitation, he turned the jar upside down in the cauldron, and the next moment, those foreign thoughts exhibited pure joy, and the liquid started to get absorbed with an even more terrifying speed. It was so fast that the moment it dropped into the cauldron, it vanished as if there was a bottomless pit inside. Although Jacob felt the pinch as he saw the jar getting emptied by second, he knew if everything went as planned, he would earn a fantastic insect enteral loyalty. This investment was nothing in the face of unlimited profit. Furthermore, the tattoo on his chest was heating up as the Titan tears got absorbed, and its diameter even increased as more rings started to appear within, like a true spiral. At the same time, those centipede legs, like tentacles, also seemed like they were moving. When the entire jar was emptied, Jacob's chest was boiling. At this moment, Immortality wrote, "It's starting to form its puppet poison magic core. Get ready." Chapter 318, Tying Up Loose Ends, 7. Jacob looked solemnly within the gray cauldron, which was completely empty right now, while ignoring the burning heat over his chest. Inside, he saw the brain hunter, which was no longer like its appearance before it started to absorb the Titian tears. First, its size actually decreased instead of increased. From 7 inches, it had decreased to only 2 inches, and it was as thin as a needle. However, with Jacob's current eyesight, he could clearly see despite its current size, its 13 body segments had increased to 150, and there were now strange crimson markings over those shining black triangular body segments which looked like tiny scales. Not only that, but its eyeless head now had grown 2 sharp sword blades like tiny red fangs, and its crimson antennas were not as fine as a hair. Last but not least, its 300 pairs of legs now contained sharp red claws, which were so tiny that they were barely visible. Right now, a crimson and black glow was surrounding the brain hunter, especially those crimson markings that were shimmering menacingly. No one would believe that this tiny thing that anyone could squish with their fingers was a terrifying being. But Jacob was different, as he could now clearly feel those foreign thoughts started to become clearer and clearer. He could now understand the intent behind them and was astonished. It still wants more Titan tears. Jacob wanted to sneer at the tiny, greedy bastard. Still, he was preoccupied with that burning feeling getting intensified with every second as the brain hunter developed its growth-type magic core. He even wonders just how tiny would that magic core be since it was forming in such a tiny body. Nevertheless, he was ready to give it a command to bite him the instant it completed the core formation. But if it tried to resist or break free from the enslavement, he would kill it without hesitation. As for worrying about turning into its slave, he had already tested multiple poisons and parasite gems, even some special magic enslavement contracts. As Immortality told him, they won't work on him at all. So he was prone to believe that things go according to how Immortality had described them to be. However, he hadn't tried anything over Type 1 or extraordinary rank since they were not available in the rare planes. Still, he was 90% sure that Immortality wasn't screwing him over by turning him into the brain hunter's puppet. At this moment, the marking on the brain hunter stopped shimmering as the glow on its body also faded away. "This is the moment of truth, huh? Hey ha ha ha, I haven't felt this much excitement in a long time," Immortality wrote in mad relish. Jacob couldn't help but feel nervous as he looked at the static brain hunter at the bottom of the cauldron. He inhaled sharply. This was such a bad idea. He gritted his teeth before he took out something from his pendant. It was a palm-sized, transparent cylinder which has glowing dark green liquid. On top of it was a black switch and a red button right beside that switch. Jacob looked at Immortality coldly before he turned the switch upward and said while putting his thumb on the red button, "This is a radioactive plutonium grenade, Aka atomic grenade, and probably above Type 1 rank as well. Although it's made crudely since I lack the proper equipment, it's still enough to blow the entire Dark City and bury it for a very, very long time. Not to mention the area, 100 kilometers around the Dark City will turn inhabited with the radiation, and no living being would approach it. So, I don't need to tell you what would happen the moment I felt like I'm started to lose control of my body, my mind. Even if I feel my toenail is not under my control, I'll make sure everyone will bury it with me, including you. Although I want to live, I don't want to live as someone's eternal slave or even less for someone who schemes against me. Since I'm being greedy, I'll bear the consequence, but from where that greed originated, I naturally root it out as well. So, tell me, is there anything you still want to share?" Jacob's words were impassive as he looked at the empty page of the hovering book. Jacob knew what he was doing was as rewarding as it was risky. But he was willing to take the risk because Brain Hunter's capabilities were something he needed in the long run. Furthermore, Immortaka's words were more assuring than anything else. But this didn't mean he would blindly follow its instruction after he discovered Immortaka's knack for hiding things and even hinted him toward certain dangers. Although he didn't know if it was intentional or some restriction, or even for entertainment, for him, it was nothing but a one-time thing, and there were no do-overs. So he could only prepare himself for the worse, just in case things really turned out to be not what they seemed to be. This was the measure he prepared just in case things went south with the Brain Hunter. He would not let himself become or end up like Decker. "Ha ha ha, your paranoia is increasing day by day. Well, I guess it's only natural the more you learn about the kind of world you are in and still have no idea about its true depth. Anyway, I never lie to you about anything, and I'm the only one you can trust in this place, so all I would say is, why the hell are you still wasting time?" Jacob stared at those words for a while before a chuckle escaped his mouth. What the hell then? The next moment, Jacob's hand moved and entered the cauldron, but his other thumb didn't leave the red button. Not only that, his heart rate climbed like a rocket, and he entered 20x acceleration. With a terrifying calm look, he coldly commands the static Brain Hunter, "Use your puppet poison on me." Chapter 319, Tying Up Loose Ends 8. "Use your puppet poison on me." The moment this command left Jacob's mouth, the static Brain Hunter suddenly started to churn, which made Jacob's eyes narrow in astonishment. Is it resisting? The tattoo over Jacob's chest was burning even more fiercely like magma, and those foreign thoughts were now becoming chaotic again. "Humph, stop resisting, and do as you were told," Jacob coldly uttered as he felt now more confident about Immortaka's information that the Brain Hunter would rather die than use its first poison on someone like him. This only made him want to make it use it even more. But in the end, it was still a matter of whether the enslavement array was powerful enough to make the Brain Hunter goes against its free will. The moment Jacob tried to inflict more force with his order, the Brain Hunter, who was trembling, finally moved toward his finger only an inch away from its position. However, when its fangs were about to touch Jacob's skin, it shook violently as Jacob suddenly felt the urge to clutch his chest, which was now bead red. That tattoo was now suddenly started to emit a black sheen, and black veins started to spread over Jacob's body. It was like something wanted to dig that tattoo out of his chest, and not only that but killed Jacob in that process as well. Furthermore, a strange force suddenly attacks his mind, wanting to crush him entirely. This sent him into a state of mental shock, and he almost pressed the red button. But right at this moment, haha, how could a universal limitation be broken so easily? But you are very close. All that is left is to preserve and use more willpower to force it to use the puppet poison. Jacob suddenly heard Immortaka's eerie voice in his head, which he hadn't heard for a long time, And that damn spooky voice seemed to do the trick as Jacob was instantly awake from that painful state. With bloodshot eyes, he roared in his head, "Use the puppet poison, damn it." The next moment, the trembling Bran hunter again moved its retracted fangs toward Jacob's finger, and under Jacob's bloodshot look, it finally pierced into it. Despite Jacob's current physical strength, the brain hunter's tiny fangs were easily passed through it like a tiny needle. The next moment, Jacob, who was feeling like his mind would break at any moment or his chest would blow off, suddenly felt a strange chill over his finger before it vanished without a trace. Thereby, the pain in his head and the heat over his chest started to fade away. But it was far from over as just that pain faded. Jacob suddenly experienced blankness creeping into his eye, and he lost his vision. He heard an emotionless and majestic voice at this moment, "Heretic." However, he was only able to hear that single word, which almost made his mind shattered before his vision returned as if nothing had happened, and Immortalita's voice rang instead. "Ha ha ha ha, you were finally able to do it. I must congratulate you on your succession with my own voice for acquiring an eternal slave like the Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff, ranked 18th in Fantastic Insects. Right now, it is rare tier 6 and has 1-star puppet poison magic core, which should be enough even to affect 9-star beings. It will awaken its bloodline memories as it grows stronger, but never forget that its true strength lies in brain hunting. Oh, since I speak with you, my time is up for today. See you next time, and I look forward to what you will do with this new pet of yours. Entertain me well, ha ha ha." Before Jacob could even recover from his stupor, Immortalita's eerie voice fades, with its spooky laughter, as well as the book also vanishes. What was that voice? Did Immortalita not notice it, or was it deliberately avoiding this question? What just happened? I only remembered heretic, and that word almost crushed me. Jacob was bewildered as well as he felt a strange terror coming from his heart, and it was all because he heard that word from that strange voice. It took him a while to calm down and finally focus on the matter at hand, which was what Immortalita told him before vanishing. Furthermore, he just discovered that the atomic grenade was lying on the floor as it should have fallen from his hand at some moment, and his 20x acceleration was also cancelled somehow, which made him smile in self-mockery. So much for blowing up everyone with me if something were to happen. How foolish of me to think I could even stand a chance against a book that could make someone immortal if it wants to harm me. He could only feel bitter about it. Still, that feeling was only fleeting as he had really profited big time as Immortalita said he now had a fantastic insect as his eternal slave. It might never have happened before since I experienced firsthand just how resilient Brian Hunter was despite the enslavement array in the place. If not for Immortalita speaking in a timely manner, he could have lost his mind without even realizing it. It won't be an understatement that Immortalita practically helped him big time, and he also had this feeling that he escaped that voice because of Immortalita as well. However, Jacob had no time to inquire about it, nor did Immortalita want to comment on it, so this matter was as good as buried since he might not ever know what that was not anytime soon. Anyway, Jacob looked toward the cauldron before he noticed something astonishing. His single vision had turned normal, which made him shocked, and when he touched his charred eyes, he discovered it had somehow recovered completely. But how? Jacob was bewildered as he looked down and finally noticed the tattoo over his chest had also vanished. But this didn't make him panicked at all because right now, he could literally tell where Brian Hunter was and what kind of intention or thought it had, and their connection was even clearer than before. And not only that, but he could still summon or unsummon it. It's just that he didn't need the blood insect enslavement ritual array anymore, as he was now fully in control of the Brain Hunter ever move. He could even change its entire thought process and manipulate it like a puppet. This was what it means to have an eternal salve which cannot betray you, no matter what. Chapter 320, Tying Up Loose Ends, 9. When Jacob achieved the unachievable by making Brain Hunter use its first poison on him and making it forever loyal. Within an endless ocean of infinite stars, a vortex suddenly formed, and its size was immeasurable as the entire ocean of infinite stars stirred. The very next moment, something in blazing white color shot out from the vortex eye like a white meteorite, but it was so tiny in front of all those stars that it looked like a speck of dust. If looked closely, it was a humanoid-shaped white object surrounded by blazing white flames. An emotionless voice suddenly rang from the ocean of stars, and this voice contained absolute authority in it, as if no one would be able to resist it. A heretic has been born within the lesser planes. Your task is to track it down and bring it back, alive. I have already installed a compass in your conciseness, which will allow you to sense its general position. But be warned, as something is protecting it, and you won't be able to pinpoint its exact location because of that thing's interference. But it can only do this much like me. Anything comes in the way, get rid of it. As the majestic voice trailed off, the white meteorite wrapped around space and vanished from the ocean of stars. The next moment, the vortex also slowly fades away as everything returns to normal like nothing ever happened. The same voice rang from the ocean of stars at this moment, but this time it contained a hint of impishness. Who was it? I haven't been this enthusiastic for an insurmountable time. Jacob, at this moment, was looking at the tiny brain hunter in his palm with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Although the brain hunter hadn't changed much, but for Jacob, it was completely different from before, as now he felt very close to it like kin, but also close like a king to his loyal subject or royal guard. Furthermore, he was still quite shocked that his maimed eye was able to recover just like that, and he was sure it had something to do with this tiny guy in his palm. The brain hunter's crimson antennas were twiddling at this moment, as if it was conveying something which Jacob, despite not hearing it, clearly understood. "You want to eat. What do you want to eat? A brain?" Jacob asked with his thoughts as he talked with Immortality. The brain hunter was asking Jacob to feed it, so Jacob could only think about one thing that it could eat or might like to eat. Just as he said the name, brain, Brian Hunter's antennas swayed left and right vigorously. Heh, figures. Since that book said your true strength lies in brain hunting, then we'll focus on that from now on. I also want to know more about what kind of abilities and those memories you'll get from your bloodline would be. So, I was planning to find you a host anyway, since it's also related to my plan. It would also be better if you could speak clearly. Your thought process is still like a little kid who was learning to speak. Jacob told Brain Hunter like he was talking with a puppy. The closeness he felt toward Brain Hunter made him less vigilant toward it, unlike when he enslaved it using blood insect enslavement ritual. This was quite a unique feeling, which wasn't bad since he had yet to trust someone in this place fully. Now he could feel like he could trust Brain Hunter with his life. Even Immortality had yet to give him such a feeling. The Brain Hunter antennas swayed again, as it was the only body part that seemed to express its emotions. "All right, I'll give you a tasty brain." Jacob's lips curled up before his eyes went cold as clothes started to appear on his body again. The next moment, Brain Hunter also vanished from his hand and appeared within his solar plexus, which was a strange black space that seemed like an abyss that existed within Jacob himself. After completely subduing the Brain Hunter, Jacob seemed to gain the ability to peer into this strange space, as he could in the Infinity Pendant. Brain Hunter could live here indefinitely without needing to eat anything, since here it would be kept alive as long as Jacob lived. But this place wasn't like the Infinity Pendant as well, since he could only seem to let Brain Hunter in or out. Nothing else nor the time seemed to stop here, as Brain Hunter could still move its body or convey its thoughts to Jacob. Not only that, but this place might have a far more mysterious effect than just this much, which Jacob was clearly oblivious to. Nevertheless, since he can now gain access to this place, he would naturally research it and find a way to fully understand what solar plexus actually is and its true effects. He also needed to figure out just how far can he summon Brain Hunter or reverse summon it, and when he lost such ability. All in all, Jacob was planning to understand this ability before he left the rare plains fully. But first, Jacob spent another 8 hours in his workshop before he collected everything from the workshop, which he needed since he was not coming back, and left the room. Jacob was done with the entire process of enslaving the brain hunter in less than an hour, which was quite fast than he initially thought it would take. In contrast, the other 8 hours were spent on his other preparations. Nevertheless, the faster he was done with the brain hunter matter, the better, and he will have more time to finish his things. This matter was one of the top priorities he had, and now it was complete, which was like a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulder. So, he summoned Clayton and Audrey to the meeting room hastily. Those two didn't dare to delay the moment they received Jacob's message. They were also quite fearful when they came in, since it hadn't been even 10 hours since Jacob had dismissed them. But now, he summoned them on moment's notice. So, they were naturally feeling trepidation and thought they had done something wrong. But what Jacob said next made them bewildered. "I'm surrendering my guild leader position and leaving the Dark City for good. But before that, I need you to select 3 crook Grandmaster alchemists for me. Tell them they will be my assistants in my journey, and it will be very rewarding for them." Chapter 321, The Terrifying Fantastic Insect, 1. In the evening, at the exit of the Dark City, Jacob walked out of the Dark City exit. But this time, he wasn't alone, as 7 capped figures of different sizes followed him. 3 of them were naturally the selected Grandmaster alchemists by Clayton and Audrey to follow Jacob on his demand. At the same time, the other 4 were alchemy Grandmasters from the Alchemy Guild within the common circle of the Dark City. These 7 were both excited and apprehensive when they found that the infamous Alchemy Guild leader was looking for alchemy assistance. The 3 from the Inner Circle branch didn't dare to reject when they found they were selected by Jacob specifically for their skills. These 3 were first shocked, and then felt something was not right, as their performance was below average during Jacob's exam, so why was he looking for them? However, Clayton or Audrey didn't give them too many details, and only told them they had to go if they didn't want to enter the guild leader's bad side, and it was not like they would not gain anything from following Jacob. Right now, Jacob was like a high noon sun in the Dark City, and there was probably no influential figure left who hadn't heard about his deeds. So, despite their reluctance, they had to agree, so they quickly handed some matters to their men and left with Jacob, and they thought they would return soon after this journey. As for the senior Grandmaster from the Common Circle branch, they were even quicker to agree than the Inner Circle, as they had all experienced the true terror of Jacob first-handed. Not to mention, Braylon was literally trembling when he heard Jacob had come back, and he was even gladder that Jacob didn't select him to follow him. As a matter of fact, Jacob won't touch him at all since he is an official member, even if he wants to take him. So, he was content with some old senior Grandmasters. As for the main purpose of selecting alchemists like Grandmaster and senior Grandmasters to follow him and take them out of the Dark City, it was extremely obvious. An alchemist has probably the most practical and talented brain. "You all can swim, right?" Jacob asked the 7 alchemists behind him. "Yes, guild leader," they all answered in unison. "I'm not guild leader anymore. Let's go," Jacob coolly stated before he jumped down the canyon's river stream, and those 7 followed suit. After they reached the land again, Jacob instructed, "All right, set up close to the river bank. We'll leave tomorrow. Tonight, I'll check your aptitude and even increase it so you lot can be more useful to me. Is that clear?" The 7 were shocked, and they quickly agreed, with their heart beating in disbelief and ecstasy as they didn't suspect anything. Under Jacob's newly created mask, his lips curled up in a cold smile seeing those guys enthusiastically setting up camps without even daring to question or doubt his words, like mindless idiots. These guys all had one thing in common: greed, especially the 3 from the Inner Circle, and they will do anything for money or opportunities with no questions asked. Jacob was akin to a golden goose in their eyes. While the senior Grandmasters were already too old, so they would also do anything to improve if the chance was given, and Jacob was that chance. After the camps were set, Jacob summoned the gnome grandmaster from the inner circle branch first, while letting the other 6 wait. "Thank you for selecting me, my lord." The gnome had this fawning smile on his brown face as he sat in front of Jacob. "It's only natural for me to do it since you're following me by leaving the Dark City's protection," Jacob impassively said before he commanded. "Now close your eyes, and I'll cast a spell to see your aptitude. This might hurt a little, but you need to endure for your own sake." The gnome was shocked as he asked with uncertainty, "There is such a spell?" He was an 8-star magic expert himself, so it was only natural he hadn't heard about this type of spell. "Are you doubting my capability, or are you comparing your knowledge with mine?" Jacob coolly questioned instead of answering it. The gnome's heart palpitated, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions since he couldn't forget who he was talking to, so he quickly did as he was told. "I'll be troubling my lord then," he said with a determined look. Jacob saw the gnome had closed his eyes and wasn't peeking, and his eyes suddenly shimmered while he focused on the gnome's pointy ear. The very next moment, Brain Hunter appeared right at the ear hole, and like a lightning bolt, it bolted into the gnome's ear within a single second. "Ah!" The gnome suddenly shrilled softly as he felt a very faint pinch like an ant had bitten his ear, but then he returned to normal as he thought it was just Jacob casting his spell. Jacob, on the other hand, was thinking with a sharp look in his eyes. "I can summon the Brain Hunter directly on the position where my eye can see. Furthermore, this idiot didn't even notice that the Brain Hunter might have already been on its way toward its brain, or it might be one of its abilities not to get noticed by anyone until it's too late, or the puppet poison could also into play here. If it's true, then it's pretty scary." However, he was in for another shock as, within 5 seconds, the gnome opened its eyes, but they were deadpan. It opened its mouth before broken words sounded. "I am Genome Enno. I am Alcalchemist's T." It was like the goblin had lost its ability to speak, and now trying to learn it again. Jacob felt his scalp tingle because he knew the gnome was as good as gone, and Brain Hunter had replaced him, and it did it within less than 10 seconds, and now it was even capable of speaking, which the old pighead wasn't. Chapter 322, The Terrifying Fantastic Insect, 2. Jacob patiently observed the Brain Hunter's actions. For 3 or 5 minutes, the gnome was blabbering incomprehensible words and broken speech. However, after 5 minutes, its speech started to become more comprehensible, and after only 15 minutes, it was speaking like a native speaker. Jacob was really shocked at its ability to comprehend the speech, and when the gnome suddenly stopped blabbering and stared dead at his face, Jacob's eyes narrowed. The gnome, or more precisely the Brain Hunter, uttered emotionlessly, "Brain analyzation has been complete. I have all the life memories of this goblin name, Frediel. According to this memory set, the feeling I have toward you is known as loyalty and undying trust. Yet my memory set told me I should not have such feelings for anyone except the demiurge. Can you please clear this conflicted feeling of mine? Again, I feel like I should ask you and follow your instructions." Jacob's eyes winded behind his mask in trepidation and astonishment when he heard all that robot-like talking from the Brain Hunter. He almost reverser summoned it when he heard about part of this demiurge. "So, you can annex all the life memories of someone. How does that work?" Jacob was more concerned about this peculiar revelation than answering the last question, as this ability was simply too terrifying to be true. "I can feel I can trust you with this secret information in my memory personal set. Affirmative. I have an ability called brain analysis, which can help me gain all the life memories of anyone's brain. Then this ability is branched into 2 more effects: memory bank, which allows me to stow infinite numbers of memory sets, and memory mimic, which allows me to mimic the memory set according to how the original owner should to the very perfection in anybody I control, including its profession, abilities in case my controlled body is capable of performing those abilities as well, fighting experience, and such. The only drawback is the brain analysis will directly kill the host once it was used, and second, The brain has to be a living brain if the body's owner died even a second ago. This ability is useless, Brain Hunter explained stoically. Jacob was now feeling really glad he didn't nurture this monster into rare rank, or he might not even know how he died once this guy got his hand on some extremely powerful body and its memories. Just this brain analysis ability is enough to make Brain Hunter absolutely horrified, as it could gain access to any secret and infiltrate anywhere with this ability, alone despite its drawback. Even Jacob might take any risk to have this type of ability. Still, although Jacob couldn't have such an ability, the owner of this unique ability was his entral slave, so it was akin to having this ability himself. Just a thought about what he could do with it made his blood boil, and he felt it was worth every risk he took to make Brain Hunter fully submit to him. Hiding his ecstasy, he nodded and questioned again, "What other memories do you have?" "I have memories from the point when I was awake in your hand a few hours ago and our small interaction," Brain Hunter replied. So, he didn't remember anything before he turned into my eternal salve, and he also didn't seem to know his true connection with me. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding, and this development was in his favor. So he quickly asked something else. "So, what other abilities do you have?" Brain Hunter again replied like an answering machine. "Including brain analysis, I have puppet possession ability, which can help me control bodies to perfection as long as they are killed through my brain analysis. My third bloodline ability is called Brain Devourer, which is a pensive ability I cannot stop or have any control over because Brain Devourer is directly connected with my growth and evolution path. This ability will automatically become active once I use the brain analysis and puppet possession. Once the Brain Devourer is active, it will channel all the magic force, life force, and biological essence present in my possessed puppet into my body, which will increase my own power and help me grow further. However, as a side effect, that body would start to rot like a corpse from the inside out. The more powerful the body I control, the longer time my Brain Devourer would take to digest it fully. Except for these 3 bloodline abilities, I have my puppet poison magic, which can not only help me in multiple ways while I infiltrate someone's body, but it can also turn anyone below epic rank into my puppets, which I can remotely control within my 500-meter range. But to activate the puppet poison magic, the puppet needed to be directly bitten by me, and I have to inject poison in them the same way. I can't do it remotely, nor my puppet poison can be harvested, or it would instantly lose effect within 1 second. The successfully created magic puppet can't leave 500 meters radius perimeter, or it will become free from my puppet poison magic in 60 minutes, or once it becomes a full rank more powerful than me. Lastly, in star rank, I can only have 3 magic puppets of star rank. This is all the abilities I currently have, Brain Hunter statically said with a deadpan expression. Jacob was deep in thought at this moment with clear astonishment in his eyes. All the Brain Hunter's bloodline abilities are interlinked with brain analysis, and they all had strange limitations despite their ridiculous effects. The same goes for its puppet poison magic. It's as powerful and dangerous as it is easy to break free from. Is this the reason why a fantastic insect had never been able to reach the legendary rank? Although there were limitations, which he was expecting anyway, after Immortality told him about the universal limitations of the fantastic insects. But even with these limitations, it was still too dangerous. Chapter 323, Autarch 1. Jacob looked at the stoic gnome, looking at him with deadpan eyes without blinking, which was creepy. But he wasn't bothered by it all. He said, "I like your honesty with me, and I hope you will be this honest with me in the future as well. I will always reward your loyalty and never treat you badly. All your abilities are pretty much useless if you hunt alone, especially while dealing with powerful beings. So, you need someone strong to help you with those problems. So, I will clarify your doubts as you requested as a reward for your honesty, and clarify our relationship while we are at it. The answer to your question is actually quite simple. You said your memories tell you differently, but your feelings tell you the exact opposite. All you have to do is follow your instincts, which came from your feelings, not memories, and only instincts can keep us alive. Furthermore, if you thought it more carefully and followed your memories, which told you that you can only have such feelings for demiurge, then can't I be the demiurge since I give you the same feelings? Jacob impassively stated. Although he had no idea if something like demiurge even existed, since it was just a fabled concept, nor did he care if it exists or not. But Jacob cared about only one thing. He wasn't going to let someone else hold the same position as his in his pet's mind. So, he'll just become the same thing in Brain Hunter's mind to save himself future trouble. Even if such a being really exists, since the possibility was there, he was pretty sure he won't care about an ant-like Brain Hunter or him. They weren't even a speck of dust in such a being's eyes. Hearing Jacob's ambiguous yet revolting words, the Brain Hunter remained silent for a while, and Jacob didn't say anything as he knew the Brain Hunter was thinking it through. Jacob's biggest advantage was the Brain Hunter had no memory of what happened before it became Jacob's slave for eternity. So in the end, the Brain Hunter nodded. You are right. No one had ever seen the demiurge, and since I have such feelings toward you, it means you are the demiurge for me. So I have another small request for demiurge. Do I have your permission to state it? Jacob was quite pleased that it turned out so well and nodded. Call me sir from now on, not demiurge. As for your request, speak freely. Understood. In this gnome's memory set, I learned the concept of name, which gives everyone their unique identity and meaning, like this gnome name was Frediel. So I want to give myself a name that represents my unique identity, not the name that represents my species as a whole. But only if it's okay with you, sir. I can't seem to take this action without your permission. Jacob cocked an eyebrow. This is a strange turn of events. Well, it's just a name, and I also can't keep calling it Brain Hunter. He then nodded. Go ahead. You can choose any name you want. I won't have any problem with that. You should indeed have a name which would belong to you. Thank you, sir. The name I chose for myself is Autarch, which means a ruler who has absolute power, and this is the only name that suits me. Autarch, Jacob looked at the deadpan gnome with astonishment, as this name was really quite oppressive. Still, he nodded in the end, as it mattered little to him. All right, you will be Autarch from now on. Autarch will forever be loyal to you, sir. Brain Hunter or Autarch bowed its head. There is no need to do that around me. I have also prepared 6 more brains for you. Just how many do you need before you can increase your tier further, especially if you want to enter the extraordinary rank? Jacob asked, as he hoped to get the answer to this question, since Immortality didn't tell him. Furthermore, Autarch said that the Brain Devourer is the only way for it to evolve further, so Jacob would naturally go with it. Autarch replied, Thank you, sir. Once I devour Frediel, I'll enter a new host, and with my current rank, it would take me about 1 day to fully digest a Tier 5 extraordinary being. Then I shall move on to a new target. As to increasing my tier, I can only focus on increasing 1 tier at a time, meaning I can't raise both physical and magic tiers at the same time as the other begins. I can only focus on 1 at a time. Like if I want to increase my physique tier, then I can't increase my magic core star tier unless I finish my physique first, and the same goes for the magic core. Simply put, if extraordinary rank has 6 tiers, they will convert into 12 tiers for me because I can't evolve both the physical tier and magic core tier at the same time. As for entering another higher rank, I need to be at the peak of both physique and magic tiers of that rank like anyone else, as well as I need to complete a special prerequisite which will be revealed once I reach the peak of a rank. Right now, I'm at rare tier 6 and have 1-star magic core. The limit of the rare rank is 9 tiers, and the magic core could grow into 3 stars. So, I need to cross 6 more tiers to enter the extraordinary rank, but only after I clear a requirement that I would get to the peak of the rare rank. As to evolve up to each tier of the rare rank, physically, I need to devour 10 beings of at least 1 full rank higher than mine, and the count will increase by 10 with each higher tier. To evolve my magic core tier, I need to devour 100 beings with the same magic core rank as mine or higher, and the count will be increased by 100 as well with a higher tier. The limit of 10 or 100, and their increase will not change even if I devour 3 or 10 ranks higher beings from my current rank, and so was the case for the final requirement, which has to clear before I can enter a new rank. Chapter 324 Autarch 2. Jacob looked at Autarch as if he was looking at a bottomless pit. Truth be told, he was expecting there to be limitations and absurd demands to nurture it, but he was never expecting those demands to be this absurd. It was literally like having to cultivate 2 cursed immortality at the same time, and all that joy of acquiring a fantastic insect turned into smoke. If what it said is true, then, when it reached the epic rank, it needed to consume the unique rank beings to increase its physical rank while at the unique rank. At this point, Jacob's mind went numb just thinking about the terrifying condition to let it evolve into the legendary rank. It finally occurred to him why there was never a legendary rank fantastic insect ever seen. In comparison, he was more at ease in the magic core conditions, but he was still quite bitter about those conditions remaining unchanged even if Autarch ended up devouring a higher level being than it needed. Then why can Titan tiers able to bypass these absurd limitations? What is their background? Jacob thought as the fog ahead was only becoming thicker. Nevertheless, he knew he was not at that point where he should even think about unrevealing these mysteries, and he should focus on the present. I'll stick with the Titan tiers as long as I can while in the meanwhile. It shouldn't be a problem to let Autarch reach the peak of the rare rank. With such thought in mind, he said, "Very well, then I'll leave those 6 to you. But don't let them find out about what you are. Just destroy the body when you don't need it before moving on to the next target. In the future, we will have more ground rules when we go to the higher planes. With all the knowledge you have, I don't need to teach you just how dangerous this place is, and for survival's sake, we can't let our guard down even for a second. I won't interfere with your free actions as long as they won't bring trouble to both of us. All I want in return is for you to be extremely careful and master your abilities to perfection. I will be relying on your abilities to carve the path toward our bright future. Right now, your only task is to learn as much as you can, and if you discover something unusual, report it to me like if some memory related to epic rank. Oh, one more thing. Can you use this guy's star watch and magic abilities despite devouring them at the same time?" Autarch answered, "I will keep your instructions in mind. I should be able to use the star watch as long as the brain is active because, according to my memory, the life signal originated from the brain as well. As for using magic, I won't be a problem as long as I won't fully consume his magic core. It will work like the original owner. Although I can start or stop the brain devourer ability, I can make it slow a bit." Jacob was quite astonished when he heard about the life signal's true secret, and he suddenly had another question. Are life force and life signal not the same? "I don't know. I did not have any recollection of memory about the life force and only know about the life signal, which the brain emits when it is connected with the flesh body. It only stopped when the brain started to decompose, and I can easily stop it from happening with healing or rejuvenation potions or herbs. This is how I should be able to reverse the body from decomposing as well." Jacob suddenly remembered how Pighead's body only started to decompose after he stopped giving it the healing potions. "It seemed you have already thought it through about how you will proceed with your future endeavors," Jacob praised. "This is all thanks to Sir for giving this alchemist brain to me. With his rich memories and experiences, it was a piece of cake to prepare countermeasures for such weakness," Autarch emotionlessly stated. Jacob didn't find this explanation wrong, as he also chose those alchemists for their powerful brains, but the result ended up far more than he could ever ask for. "All right, since you can control their star watches, remember my bank account number. From now on, you will transfer your target money into my account before you dispose of your target with a star watch. Moreover, if they have a space ring, then stash it away after taking anything important we can use for ourselves. Afterward, we can look for them later. Jacob shamelessly instructed. He didn't care about what Autark would think since this guy was a bottomless pit, and he needed as much money as he could get to nurture Autark, so it should help as well. Not to mention his plan for all those accumulated space rings in his pendant was also Autark itself. I will follow your instructions, Autark agreed without hesitation. Pleased, Jacob then told Autark his bank account number, which Autark remembered instantly, and then with a thought, a small pile of space rings appeared between them. Take these space rings, and I want you to sort out materials in them within separate rings, like knowledge-related books in a separate ring, herbs in another, and finished products like potions, pills, and weapons, in different rings, and don't use another ring unless the first one is full. This is your task which you have till the morning to finish before you hand them over to me. Another task for you two is the 6 outside. I'll let you deal with them as a test to see how much you can handle being someone else and deceiving them. Now you are dismissed if you don't have anything else you are curious about, Jacob stated coldly. He had learned what he needed to know about the brain hunter and also achieved his goal now. He wanted to move on to his other important task. Autark collected all those space rings into the space ring Frediel was already wearing and stood up. I'm not for the moment, and I will not disappoint you, sir. Autark then left the tent, without saying an extra word. Jacob's lips curled up, seeing Autark leaving the tent, forming an icy smile. You won't. I know because I didn't go through all those troubles and took a huge risk just to suffer disappointment. Chapter 325, Starting the Practice. After sending Autark away, Jacob kept observing with his hearing, and he was quite astonished when he saw Autark appear the same as the dead Frediel. The way he walks, talks, and even his breathing patterns seemed to be the same. No one would doubt for a moment that it was the brain hunter controlling Frediel's body, even his own mother. Furthermore, Jacob also noticed that his connection with Autark was still strong despite Autark moving a few meters away. He can still send him commands through his thoughts, or even hold a conversation. And lastly, he can summon Autark back into his solar plexus directly from Frediel brain. Now all was left was to know the exact range in which he could perform all these things, as he was pretty sure there was some limit to these abilities. Nevertheless, Jacob was content with Autark and all the things that came with it. After dealing with the brain hunter matter and concluding his small experiment, which went extremely well, Jacob was at ease, and now he knew he could move on to the next important matter, the water meditation. Although he was planning on putting it on hold until he was also done with the search for the plutonium, then he changed his mind and put the water meditation at first. The biggest reason was after hearing about Autark's abilities. He felt a strange urgency to become more powerful, as his current power was not enough in front of unknown threats like Autark. Jacob was 99% sure that if another brain hunter like Autark selected him as its target, he wouldn't even see it coming unless he was in his 20x acceleration, and this was a rare rank insect we were talking about. At the same time, he was now considered an epic rank. The illusion of invincibility in the rare planes seemed like nothing but a sham put on his mind by none other than himself, and external objects like plutonium was useless unless he had the ability to use them, because death won't wait for him to draw his trump card. Jacob then snuck out of his tent silently as no one noticed him, since those alchemists were busy asking Autark about how Jacob increased his potential and what they should expect. Only Autark would be able to tell, since it could sense Jacob's direction just as Jacob could. But it won't say anything since Jacob had already sent an advance notice about what he was going to do. Jacob appeared a few hundred meters away from the canyon, in front of the incoming river stream from the same canyon. The reason for Jacob selecting this place, so close to the canyon, was exactly this river stream. Jacob clearly remembered just how much water he needed to perform water meditation up to just 2 hours mark, and how many preparations he had to do so that he couldn't end up drowning. At that time, he had no idea why all that oxygen was being sucked dry from the water, and he experienced that strange feeling in his body, but now he does. The only problem was, even with his current physique, he might not be able to hold under 720 g-force for much. And this wasn't the only problem, as he had to do it while holding his breath underwater for 72 hours straight. Nevertheless, Jacob was going to try first and see how well it went while performing water mediation in this river stream for a few hours, and only then could he decide how to proceed further. The river stream was 17 meters wide, while the water current was around 11 to 12 knots and 8-meter deep, which was something Jacob could handle. I have to do it sooner or later in this kind of environment, since I can't perform water mediation in a small pool or lake anymore, especially if I want to complete the 3 days and nights cycle. I'll perform water mediation for 4 hours and then check the water affinity. If it really increases, I'll continue without holding back. I hope it will work, and I will be able to awake water-type magic and even explore the other 4 exercises. The art of nature clearly has no limit in place. There were just certain thresholds that needed to be done before one could move toward the second exercise. It might be a rare magic scripture for all I know, but the question still remains, how in the world it ended up in my old world? Is the zodiac planes connected with that world in some way? Jacob wondered, but then he stopped caring, as it would only waste his time to mull over this entire thing, as it was simply out of the realm of his thinking capability. He might be able to solve these mysteries once he becomes more powerful. Jacob then started to take deep breaths and then exhale deeply. He was going to go for 4 hours straight the moment he jumped into the river stream, even higher if he felt like it. Right now, he should be capable of holding his breath underwater for 10 to 12 hours straight, but matched with continuously increasing g-force, this limit could greatly plummet. Jacob didn't know just what kind of g-force his current body could handle, and if he could last for 72 hours, but he was determined to find out. After following the same breathing patterns for 5 minutes, Jacob took a final deep breath before he jumped into the river stream without hesitation. But he kept wearing his clothes as he was afraid of an attack by some water magic beast in that river. This was the core area of the magic beast forest, after all. With his powerful body, Jacob easily reached the river bed. Then he sat in the lotus position and instantly started to perform the water mediation as his breathing started to turn rhythmic. The hour passed like a breeze, and Jacob was already in 10 g-force, which was nothing, and his position became firm. However, Jacob had no idea just over 50 meters above his head. A figure stood on top of a floating disc, while a white projection light was in front of it, and on that projection, 10 red dots were moving toward a black dot with terrifying speed. Chapter 326, Starting the Attack. At night time, Jacob had been at water mediation for 3 hours, and he was quickly approaching the 4th hour. Not only was he completely fine under 30 g-force, he wasn't feeling any urge to breathe. On the contrary, when the oxygen starts to enter his body and pours on its own like it usually does, the suffocation of holding his breath no longer irritates him. Especially when the 3rd hour started, the oxygen's absorption was getting stronger. With his epic body, Jacob could feel it as clear as day that something was stirring inside him as he performed the water mediation. Furthermore, the water stream no longer even budged him, as he was completely attached to the river bed now. Just like that, 4th hour passed, and then the 5th, and finally it was the 6th hour, and now Jacob was under 60 g-force, and the water was now started to swirl around him as the oxygen absorption was now as clear as day, and even faint cold steam was starting to rose from the river stream. Now Jacob was finally starting to feel a bit under pressure, but it wasn't at that point where he felt like crushing. As for breathing, while the oxygen absorption increased, he felt like he didn't need to breathe at all, and it was a strange yet wonderful feeling. At some point, Jacob even forgot about where he was sitting as he got completely engrossed in the water meditation like a monk. However, in the sky where he was sitting, 10 figures were standing over discs, and all of them wore white robes with black hourglass symbols on their chests, while their bodies were wrapped in black gauze. They were naturally the 10 iron puppet assassins. Right at this moment, the 10 iron puppet assassins turned their head in the same direction, and the very next moment thereafter, another disc rider stopped a meter away from them. It wore bronze color robes with the same black hourglass symbol on its chest, while its body was also wrapped in black gauze. It was the bronze puppet assassin. They all seemed to be waiting upon it. Then a strange scene occurred. The 10 iron puppet assassins keep staring at the bronze puppet assassin while the latter is the same. This strange starring contest lasted for about 3 minutes before they looked down in unison. Right now, in the middle of the river stream was revolving a small swirl, while cold steam was rising from the moving river surface. The bronze puppet assassin then moved its head and looked at certain iron puppet assassins. That iron puppet assassin then suddenly moved his hand, and suddenly he tore off a small fabric of his sleeve. It was extremely tiny, almost non-noticeable. But the moment that small piece of fabric got torn off by its sleeve, it suddenly trembled before its size and shape started to contort. And the next moment, instead of a tiny piece of fabric, it was holding a dark blue scroll. Without hesitation, it instantly opened the dark blue scroll, and it started shimmering in dark light before all of a sudden turning into ashes. Thereby, a dark blue streak suddenly emerged right where the scroll had been incinerated, and it directly headed toward the swirl down like a lightning bolt. All the puppet assassins looked down, following the streak direction. However, something strange happened the very moment that streak came in touch with the water swirl. It turned into dark blue particles and then vanished without a trace, while the swirl remained the same. The bronze puppet assassin's head remained in the same position for a while before it looked up and focused on another iron puppet assassin. The iron puppet assassin, like the last one, moved, and he also tore off a small fabric from its sleeve, and it turned into a scroll, but this time its color was gray, and it looked worn off a bit. It opened the gray scroll, and the next moment, the scroll turned into fine gray ashes before a glowing object surfaced in its place. It was a glowing gray sniper rifle that was 3 meters in size, and it looked like it was made with lines of gray neon light. Without wasting a second, the iron puppet assassin moved to grab the light sniper rifle and instantly pointed it in the swirl direction and pressed the light trigger. It happened in 1 second. The next moment, a gray light released from the light muzzle and headed toward the swirl. But no sound was generated, and the light sniper started to vanish from the iron puppet assassin's hands. But no one was paying attention to it, as they all looked in the swirl direction where the bullet was heading. However, like the previous dark blue streak, the moment that gray light bullet touched the swirl, it also turned into light partials and vanished. Not one knows what kind of reactions those 11 puppet assassins were having right now, but they all kept their head in the swirl direction for a long while, and that swirl suddenly became more vigorous. The bronze puppet assassin then looked up again, and this time he glanced at 3 iron puppet assassins. Those 3 didn't delay as they tore off 2 fabrics from their sleeves, and they all turned into a scroll and a weapon. The next moment, the gray discs under their feet shimmered in ghastly gray light as they all dived toward the swirl while they activated their magic scrolls, and a thick barrier formed around them while they also achieved the stealth function of their discs. While one of the standing iron puppet assassins also took out another magic scroll, but this was filled with magic runes. The moment the scroll was opened, it instantly headed into the sky, and an invisible doom-like barrier started to fall off in a 100-meter radius like an invisible curtain, while they all quickly took out their weapons and more scrolls. However, the bronze puppet assassin remained the same from start to finish, and now that the attack had finally begun, the bronze-colored disc under his feet shimmered in black color before the assassin vanished without a trace. Chapter 327, The Bronze Puppet Assassin. It was Jacob's 7th hour since he had started the water meditation, and he got completely immersed in it like he was drunk. However, at some point, Jacob felt a strange disturbance around, but it was so vague Jacob didn't break from that state. But right at this moment, the entire water swirling around him trembled, and he abruptly opened his eyes in befuddlement before clearly returning to what he saw made his heart sink. The water around him, now continued faint color, was red. He then saw a mutilated hand holding a sword smacked on the river bed when it entered the 70G gravity around him, and it was just the tip of the iceberg as more flesh pieces started to sink. When Jacob's eyes landed on the torn white robes worn by the mutilated body's owner, and a gray disc entered his vision, Jacob's blood ran cold as he instantly knew he was under attack. Jacob didn't even have the time to think about when the attack started or how those guys reached their current state. Without hesitation, Jacob's heart rate climbed, and the next moment, he directly entered the 20x acceleration state as he was afraid that it might be already too late to run. The 70G gravity instantly became non-exist when he entered 20x acceleration and directly jumped out of the water like an arrow cutting through the water. The moment he left the water meditation broke and the gravity on him as well, and so did the water swirl as the river quickly regained its normal state, but for some reason, it wasn't flowing anymore. However, Jacob didn't have time to pay attention since all his focus was on the 3 incoming blades from the front. And this time, he could clearly see those guys, as the eye sockets of his mask were now made with electromagnetic spectrum glass. This electromagnetic spectrum glass can help him see high and low electromagnetic waves or light, and this glass could not be created without plutonium. In his 20x acceleration state, Jacob could only see some electromagnetic waves, mostly high, but with this glass, he could see almost invisible waves except for the gamma rays. Simply put, now those guys, despite their stealth and all the magic skills, were as good as naked in front of Jacob. Unless they exist in some other dimension, they can't hide. Furthermore, Jacob noticed that their attack formation seemed disrupted, and this gave him a chance to use the weapon he had drawn while the time he had jumped out of the water. They were blade handguns with long muzzles, and they were filled with magic patterns. I never thought you guys would find me so soon and even dare to sneak up on me, but I come prepared this time. Jacob's eyes were deadly cold as well as fury shone in them as he almost got assassinated again despite his countermeasure against these guys. It hadn't even been a day, and he was already under siege, which was completely unexpected as well as frustrating since he was extremely careful this time, but he still missed these guys' tails. Nevertheless, Jacob was ready for them, and he started to pull the trigger as those guys were only a meter away from him. The 3 guys in front were encased in blue barriers, but the moment black bullets from Jacob's gun hit those barriers, they blasted apart, and the follow-up bullets directly landed on their shoulders and the next one on their heads. In 20x acceleration, Jacob was too fast, and for some strange reason, Jacob felt he had even more control over his senses. However, the danger was far from being over, as he clearly sensed 4 more people entering his god zone. The guns in his hand twisted at an impossible angle before Jacob pulled the triggers in successions. When the second passed, boom, X-42. 42 consecutive sonic booms rang in the vicinity while the bullet shells were falling into the river. And with those shells, lump bodies of those 7 iron puppet assassins with bullet holes in their heads and the discs. Jacob was still continuing to rise because of his previous jump, but the fight was already over. However, when Jacob thought exactly that, his heart palpitated as, without hesitation, he raised both guns in his head overhead like shields. The very next instant, a lightning-fast black streak appeared out of nowhere and landed over his right gun muzzle. The sheer impact of that black streak was so high, not to mention sharp, that the advanced Type 1 Titian handgun blasted into pieces, and Jacob was sent flying like a broker kite. Furthermore, his mask also suffered a crack on its forehead. If he hadn't had those 2 things between his face, it would have been his skull that was either blasted apart or cracked. In both cases, he would have been dead. Still, it didn't mean he was out of danger as his eyes quickly started to scan the vicinity where the black streak originated from while he tried to maneuver his body. He wasn't too injured since he didn't suffer direct damage. Only his hand was numb, and his wrist nearly got snapped. But he knew finding the attacker was more important, and this guy was not like those 7 who attacked him from close range. It was a long-range attacker. However, Jacob was in for another shock when his body was directly smacked into some invisible barrier. He knew these guys had again put up some magic barrier to keep him away from running. This also explained that part of the river was static, not flowing as it should be. Jacob finally noticed a lighting-like infrared streak, and he knew he had found the attack, but he was too fast and kept moving like a fly. But it didn't mean he was going to let it have its way. Jacob quickly stabilized his falling body. The reaming gun in hand vanished, and as well he let go of the broken grip of the destroyed handgun. Another black gun appeared. It was a black shotgun, and holding it in between his hand, Jacob instantly emptied it on the moving, lighting-fast bronze puppet assassin. Jacob had no intention to hit or kill it, as a matter of fact. Instead, he wanted just to slow it down because the moment he fired shots from the shotgun, it had already vanished the moment the bullets were fired, and the Titan's sniper had already replaced it. Chapter 328, The Streak Breaker. While falling, Jacob, holding the Iron Titan's sniper rifle, looked at the bronze puppet assassin, who was agilely moving, leaving behind a red infrared streak. The shotgun round was filled with hundreds of tiny pins made with an intermediate Type 1 mineral called black razor rock. And not only that, but they were coated with Jacob's explosive cocktail, which made them blow like tiny bombs the moment they came in contact with any hard surface. These rounds were invented by Jacob specifically for the agile enemies who were too hard to snipe, but he never released them to the public since it would draw too much unwanted attention to him. Now, however, these things were his biggest trump cards. They were also what he needed to buy only a fraction, and it will be over because of his sharpened reflexes and the rifle's insane speed. It was a combination of sorts. Jacob also knew this guy seemed to be a long-range attacker who needed to be stopped if he wanted to mount another attack, but he wanted to make him pause at his behest. Besides, the moment he reaches the ground, he will fall between trees, so he will again become a target of another attack, and that's what the bronze puppet assassin seemed to want as well. So, Jacob only had this 3 or 4 second window to end it. The bronze puppet assassin also never expected a lightning-fast response from Jacob, as it clearly felt the incoming tiny pins that were fired exactly in the trajectory where he was about to fly into. Furthermore, those pins were giving it the feeling of strange danger, as if it was hit by it would not be pretty. So, the glowing black disc under his feet finally stopped for a fraction, as it wanted to change its trajectory. But that fraction was all it took when the moment the disc was about to fly right. The bronze puppet assassin's head only moved in that position for a moment, and was about to leave that position when it felt something sharp and hard touch its bronze hood. That was the last thing it could even think of, because the next moment, its head blew like a water balloon. Boom! The sonic boom, which sounded like the gong of victory, came right after. Iron puppet assassins and bronze puppet assassin have been killed by the target. Iron-class kill order has been terminated. 347 years iron kill streak has also been ended. Streak breaker. Faceless ancient has been marked and will be granted 20 years iron immunity, period, from all class kill orders. The streak has been broken from the iron class kill order, put up by the Iron Constant 978359, has to pay 100 times the initial iron kill order price before he can put a new kill order again. Bronze class streak breaker bounty will start on the Faceless Ancient after the immunity period end. The electric voice buzzed in the entire secret library when Jacob killed the bronze puppet assassin. However, the secret library was right now completely empty, as there were no traces of the goblet or any bookshelves, as a matter of fact. Only the reverse hourglass was there, but for some reason, the continuous sand was now slowly filling the upper section of the hourglass, and it was only a hair away from filling the entire section. But the moment that announcement was made, That tiny section was instantly filled before the hourglass suddenly started to contort, and the next moment, it was wrapped in space and vanished. No trace of the secret library or the hourglass was left, only an empty space. 10 minutes later, the restricted barrier around the river finally lifted, and the river started to flow again as if nothing changed. However, on the river bank, Jacob was looking at the 8 headless bodies while a few mutilated body parts were lying beside them. There were also weapons and 8 discs on the side. These were all the things he had scooped out of the river, while the barrier was still intact. After killing the bronze puppet assassin, Jacob made sure that no more assassins were hiding, and only then did he stop using his fluid acceleration and stow away his weapon and start to collect the loot. Although he was perplexed about this massive assassin operation, this didn't mean he would let those precious meat and discs left so they could flow away. He needed to replenish his energy, after all. Besides, as annoying and dangerous as these guys are, they were proven to be rather nutritious for his current needs. Especially the bronze puppet assassin, who drew Jacob's attention in all this, as not only was he dressed differently, but he was also on a different color disc, which was clearly superior to the gray discs. He also found a 2-meter purple sniper rifle, which was actually not a mech rifle like his, but a magic rifle. But what are these mutilated body parts? How did they reach their current state? Jacob was most confused about those mutilated body parts. He could at least tell they belonged to these mutants and were part of their group, but someone they ended up in such a state mysteriously. So he had 2 kinds of theories about those body parts. The first one was quite far-fetched, in which someone helped him, while in the second, they fought among themselves, which is an even more far-fetched situation since these guys didn't seem to have a mind of their own. Jacob has another notion that it might have something to do with the water mediation, but it is so absurd that he doesn't want to believe it, but still, he won't ignore it. Because if it was true, then the art of nature might even be far more powerful than he could even imagine. The moment the barrier was lifted, footsteps rang in the middle of the night as they approached Jacob. Jacob didn't even react, as he knew who it belonged to. It was the gnome who was naturally autarch who Jacob had summoned here. Jacob coldly spoke at this moment. Finish off the remaining alchemists by absorbing their memories and take the strongest one of them as a host. I was hopping to give you some time to adjust, but it seems we can't wait any longer and has to leave. After you're done, I want you to look into 10 storage rings. Chapter 329 Skullno, A0 Space Rings. Somewhere in the inner region of the Magic Beast Forest, a bone fire lit a spacious cave. Jacob sat in front of the bonfire and chewed on a roasted leg, while a small pile of clean bones was sitting beside him. Sitting on the opposite side of the bonfire was an 81-foot-tall purple scale, kobold wearing black armor, but his eyes were deadpan as he stared straight at Jacob without blinking. It was naturally autarch, who had changed its body from a gnome to a kobold, who was the strongest in the alchemist group, bought out by Jacob despite being a grandmaster rank potion alchemist. It's rude to stare at someone while they are eating, Jacob impassively said at this moment as he finished off the meal, which was quite fulfilling as he was feeling quite powerful, especially after eating that bronze puppet assassin. Jacob had a feeling that his heart was more powerful than those iron puppet assassins, and he probably gained far more with its heart than he did with all 7 of them combined. Still, it didn't mean he was happy about it. On the contrary, he was feeling quite apprehensive because if more than 10 of those bronze robe guys came after him, he might not escape without paying a steep price. He never thought the Killer Skull Society was hiding such a terrifying trump card under their sleeve. But he was also confused about why they were sending them in small groups, not all of them together, since it would be easier to kill him. This was the only thing he couldn't comprehend. I'm not starring, I'm just observing how Sir could eat so much since it's impossible according to my memories, and only a giant can eat this much, but Sir is clearly not giant, Autarch emotionlessly stated. Although he can act like a normal being, but in front of Jacob, he seems to prefer talking with his true self, which seems to have no emotion, and Jacob also prefers the real autark. Like you, I also have special abilities which I can't tell you for your own good, Jacob coldly stated. Despite knowing autark can't betray him, he still chooses to keep his abilities to himself, since no one has seen the future. Understood. Autark nodded expressionlessly before he asked something again. Can I know why you were attacked and by whom, or were you hunting? Jacob scoffed. I was attacked by an organization called the Killer Skull Society, and it might not be their last attempt. Autark nodded. I indeed have a set of memories about the notorious Killer Skull Society. Then I don't need to explain it any further. All you need to know is they are my enemies and now yours as well. If in the future, if you find any news related to them, report it to me, Jacob ordered. Understood. Now I need you to look into these space rings for me and tell me what is inside them. They are related to the Killer Skull Society as well. Jacob then flipped his hand. 10 space rings appeared. Those space rings belonged to none other than skull number A0, who died by Jacob's hand, and in his mind, the Killer Skull Society was sending those mutants after him because of these space rings. Before, he didn't have any means to open them, nor did he trust anyone enough to ask them to open these rings for him. He could have even made someone open them and then kill them, but he decided to wait until he subdued Brain Hunter or awakened magic power of his own. What about the space rings you gave me to sort out before? Autark expressionlessly questioned. Jacob questioned in return, Are you done with them? Autark nodded. Yes, I was done in an hour. Do you want them right now? Jacob nodded without hesitation. Yes. If you don't need anything, I will be keeping them on me since you will be changing your body often and might even need to abandon it if this kind of attack happens again. So, these items will be safe with me. I want you to make an inventory list on the Star Watch about the items in those rings and then send them to me. But you may keep one advanced Type 1 space ring and anything useful to you for your personal use. Thank you, sir, but there is nothing useful in those rings for me. I'll keep a ring for convenience, Autark stated before he took off the ring from his ring finger before he took out another ring from it and handed it to Jacob. Jacob accepted it without hesitation and stowed it away in his pendant, as he knew now he didn't need to worry about running out of space, as he could let Autark store anything in those rings. Then he handed Autark those rings he discovered on A0. Autark didn't waste any time and wore one of the 10 rings and tried to open it. The ring shimmered azure light before it returned to normal. Autark then looked at Jacob with a deadpan expression, while Jacob was looking at him with anticipation since he wanted to know what was inside those rings, which made the Killer Skull Society so hyperactive. Autark impassively said, I cannot open it. It is inaccessible. I'm sorry. From start to finish, his expression didn't change. Jacob was startled, and then he frowned as he knew Autark wasn't lying. He didn't have the ability to lie to him, but this revelation was still hard to swallow. Why? My magic power was blocked by some barrier that is stopping me from probing into the independent space of this space ring. It's like some encryption has been placed on it, Autark replied. Try others, Jacob said with a clouded expression as he was feeling indignation and perplexed to the extreme. Autark, oblivious to Jacob's inner turmoil, did as he was told and started to wear those remaining 9 rings one after another, and each time like a robot, it would say inaccessible and move on to the other. Jacob's fury was at the boiling point until Autark's words were finally changed on its 8th try. This one is accessible. Chapter 330, The Sense of Crisis. This one is accessible. Those emotionless words of Autark's were music to Jacob's ears, as he was really starting to feel like vomiting when he thought about his clothes shaves with death, and all for what? For a bunch of locked rings, which he didn't even know were locked a few moments ago. What is inside? Hiding his elation, Jacob asked calmly. First, this space ring's inner space is 100 cubic meters, not like the advanced Type 1 rings, which only had 10 cubic meters of space, which clearly made it a space ring above the Type 1 rank. As for the items inside, there are 82 magic scrolls, 3 spears, 4 magic guns, a ship, many different potions and pills, and all of them are advanced type 1, and some of them are even I don't recognize. There are also 19 books, a strange black cube, 23 more space rings, and lastly, there is a hexagram-shaped crimson token engraved with an unknown language which I didn't have any memory of. Most of the space of this ring is occupied by the 53-meter large blue ship, and only 14 cubic meters of free space remained. Autark revealed. Jacob's eyes shimmered with surprise when he heard just this ring alone was most likely to be a Type 2 space ring, and all those materials inside made him even more ecstatic. Because Autark's memories could rival a senior grandmaster, and even he seemed not to recognize some of those potions and pills, which could only mean 2 things. They were either extremely rare or above Type 1 rank as well. As for those magic scrolls, Jacob had seen A0 using some of them during his escape, and he knew the remaining ones would not be any less precious. And those extra 23 rings will be most likely hold even more wealth that A0 couldn't store in this one ring alone. Just that ship alone was worth Jacob's absolute attention, and it would not be some cheap ship either, considering A0's status. All in all, Jacob was content with just this ring's treasures, and when he thought about those other locked rings, his heart raced slightly as he didn't dare to imagine what could those closed rings hold in comparison to this open one. The society is most likely after those locked rings as well, and that open ring should be that guy I killed. This made those locked rings even more precious than this one. Jacob thought with scrutiny. "Can you open the reaming 2 rings?" Jacob asked, as he didn't tell Autark to take out anything from that space ring yet, and instead, he wanted to confirm if the reaming 2 rings were open or also locked. Autark tried on Jacob's behest, but in the end, he shook his head. "They are also locked like the reaming 7. Only this one is open. Do you want me to look into the other 23 space rings in this one as well?" "Give me the lock rings. We'll find a way to unlock them eventually and go ahead with the reaming 23 space rings." Jacob nodded without hesitation. He stowed away the 9 locked space rings in his pendant again, as he had no intention of giving them away and seeking reconciliation with the society. Because Jacob knew he was past the point of seeking forgiveness from them, and even if he returned all that he took, they would not be going to let him off. At least he won't after suffering so much loss. After 10 minutes, Autark was finally done with the 23rd space ring, as Jacob didn't disturb him in the entire process and silently waited. Autark finally spoke. "All of these space rings have 100 cubic meters of space. 19 of them are entirely filled with raw materials, and all of them are advanced Type 1 rank. Most of them are extremely rare, and some of them even I don't recognize. One of the reaming 4 is filled with all types of 9-star magic cores. The second one is filled with weapons, and all of them seem to be advanced Type 1. The third space ring is filled with all sorts of potions and pills, while the last one is 10% filled with magic scrolls, and the rest is empty. So much, just how rich is the society, and did I really unknowingly cut off the snake's head? That person was that important Grace after all, and that's why the one contacting me was not him, but that woman because he was dead." Jacob was astonished, as now it was almost confirmed that the person dying by his hands was really important, Grace. Furthermore, he could imagine just what it means to have an entire filled space of 100 cubic meters with just raw materials. And there are 19 of them, and only someone with top-level authority could hold this much wealth in an organization. If Jacob was correct, then this entire wealth was akin to the entire treasury of the society in the rare plains, and it ended up in his hand. Then there were still those 9 locked rings. Jacob now started to get why the Apocalypticus would make the mistake of contacting him, even going as far as to threaten him outright instead of taking silent actions. There was something in those locked rings which was important enough to make her panicked, not the things in A0's ring. The more Jacob thought in this direction, the more he felt he was almost close to the truth. It seemed this entire thing was far more dangerous than I had expected it to be. I have another task for you. Jacob looked at Autark and solemnly started to give me different instructions. With a sense of crisis, Jacob meticulously made more adjustments to his plan of leaving the rare plains and was now even considering rejecting Hallberg since things were too dangerous for him alone. He can't babysit someone else. However, this was still only a mere thought, as it wasn't an option yet. There was still time to make the final decision. I'll follow your will. Autark nodded in agreement after he heard Jacob's instructions. Jacob coldly said as he stood up, Good, then let's waste no time. We need to find a bigger place to sort out everything in one night. We'll leave for the Wild Nation after you're done mastering this item. Furthermore, we can't move on the ground anymore or travel slowly.